I'm kicking, we're running. Greetings, everyone. You fools, what are you doing sitting here?
Yeah, I should
listening to this cobblers. Yeah, well, I should probably be working as well, to be honest. Yes, but yeah, no, it's been an interesting week. I've had a... do you know what? I can't even describe it. I tried to describe it to Ty earlier today, and I couldn't describe what happened to me over the last 6 days or so. It's been very, very, very weird. But there you go. That's the way it is. Yeah.
I see.
So almost like a Matrix moment.
Right, okay. That deja vu thing again.
Well, it's sort of like you know everything around you is reality, but somehow you feel completely disconnected from it in some way.
Hang on a second. I just got to... Hello?
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
What?
I need you to come downstairs, but if you're on the thing, then...
No. I'll come down.
I got a new pedal.
Oh, right.
But the broken is still not working.
Okay, I'll come and have a look. Okay. Sorry, it's just... come on, there we go. Just my daughter, she's got Wii controller issues, as in not small controller issues. But
I was going to say, she doesn't play guitar, does she?
No, she's...
Oh, bless her cottons.
I bought them ages ago. I bought them this little drum kit to go with Nintendo's.
Oh yeah,
the Nintendo Wii and the Rock Band, stuff, all the Guitar Hero stuff.
Yeah.
And they never used it. And it got put into the garage, and then it just stayed there, and it got all dusty and horrible. And they threw it away. And then about a month ago, they said, "Oh, have you got that drum kit?" I said, "No, it was all broken and whatever."
Yeah.
So then she went and bought another one. But the bass pedal, it doesn't work. The kick pedal, so she just bought another one, and it's not working still. So I'm just wondering if the problem isn't the pedal, but it's something else.
Yeah.
But I might need to just pop down and...
The socket it's plugged into might be damaged or something.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway.
Yes, made from near. Yeah. Yeah, it was like Fiona. She's got that bloody thing for surfing for the Wii.
Oh, the Wii
board.
Yeah.
I got fed up tripping over that bloody thing. And it was skipped a hand and I went, she never uses it. Wink. And bugging me within about 5 or 6 days of me lumping it into a skip. She's going, "Oh, where's that board? I really fancy playing me with me Wii." Which is an expression that never really carries down well, does it?
Quite. Now, we got right into it because we hadn't had gaming consoles in the house since we'd had the kids because we couldn't afford it. And so I bought... I completely skipped PlayStation 3. And I think PlayStation 4 either was about to come out or had just come out and was quite expensive. And I thought, I'll get a Wii. And that can tick so many boxes because it's Nintendo, so it's kind of much more child-oriented.
Yeah.
And there's that whole kind of ness thing. And I thought, I need to do a bit more of that. And so that's, I kind of swung it that way. And, we kind of got back into it and introduced the kids to, games. And, of course, we got the Wii Fit board and I had a tennis racket controller, I think, or something, I don't know. And I had a gun thing as well. Yeah, we got right into it. I've got tons of games for it. And then when the PS4 became affordable, we got that. And the Wii was like, old hat. But then, then they discovered Guitar Hero and the fact that the games are quite cheap on the Wii, certainly second-hand anyway. So they've started collecting all of these Guitar Hero games, and they got the guitar controllers and stuff, and it keeps her out of mischief. You wouldn't think she's bloody 18 tomorrow. Jesus, 18.
That'd make you feel old.
That's 2 down, 1 more to go.
Well, I had my nephew come over on Sunday, and it was like,
oh yeah, you said,
oh God, driving a car and got a working in Europe, and it's like,
Yeah.
shut up, boy. You make me
I
feel
know.
very, very, very ancient. It seems like yesterday was changing his nappies, for Christ's sake.
I know, yeah. Well, we're going out for lunch on Saturday, and my eldest, my stepson's coming along, and he's 34. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I say, got one. She turns 18 tomorrow, and I've got one more to go, and then I can legally just say, fuck off. Or pay rent. That usually gets them out the door pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Pay some rent.
Now, somebody said something about. I think it was a meme or something like that. We were talking about Back to the Future. If you go as far back as you go from where Marty was to where he went,
Yeah.
it's the same distance as where he was from where we are now. Sort of thing. Oh, no, don't say that. Oh no. Oh God.
Well, yeah, so you remember watching that in 85 and then going forward to 2015. And then when 2015 came along and we still didn't have hoverboards, 2015 was pretty awful.
Yeah.
Compared to what it was in the film. Yeah, it's... I love those films. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's like old Ed Byrne, wasn't it? He was talking about... remember watching Tomorrow's World? He said, by now we should have... Oh, buddy. We should have, our robot maids and flying cars. He goes, tomorrow's world, tomorrow's horse shit, more like...
But then if you think about it, and you think, you watch those old... There was a clip... Because BBC Archive on Facebook always throws some really interesting clips up, and particularly when the Tomorrow's World comes along, because they talk about, oh yes, in 5 years we'll all be using mobile telephones, and it might have been 20 years, but it still happened. And there's a lot of these things that there was one from the 90s, the early 90s, when they were talking about the information superhighway, and how we'd all be connected, and you kind of remember, oh yeah, that'd be great if we did, but that's just gonna it's gonna be ages. And it was only about 5 years after that we actually got some semblance of the World Wide Web, and obviously it'd been around for a while, but that's when sort of mid to late 90s when it really kicked in. And there's a lot of this stuff. It's funny how they envisaged it being, and then how it actually turned out to be. It was quite different, but it's still a lot of the concepts were. I feel I need to stick something in my mouth because you two are like puffing away on your
Well,
vapes.
if you're offering...
That would be a first. I'll tell you what, now that you've got somebody else here...
only $5.
5? Jeez,
Yeah.
you've put your prices up. Now that you've got somebody else to talk to, I'm just going to sort my daughter's controller thing out, and I'll be back in a moment.
Indeed, sir. And there he goes.
Yeah. How are
All
you,
right,
mate?
darling.
Yeah,
I'm
not
all right.
bad.
Good man, good man, good man.
Mum got the all clear.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's been a stressful, shitty 2 weeks, but she's good.
Yeah, good. Thank God for that.
Yes.
And
Yes.
is that proper clear or...
It turns out it was medication she was on
Oh,
that was causing jaundice and just all sorts of really, really awful symptoms that we thought might be the big one.
oh wow.
Yeah. So, but she's good. She's good.
Huh.
So
Okay.
can go like that for the rest of the week now. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's things with you, mate?
Yeah, all right. Better now. Put it that way. Better now. Yeah, but it's been weird. Very weird.
One of those weeks, eh?
Yeah, it's just been odd. I'm not quite sure what it. I put it down to been smoking for, what was it, 46 years? Every day.
Yeah.
To going, no more fags, and then go on to this vape thing.
Detox.
Yes, something was going on.
Yeah.
Something was going on.
I had a similar one when I dropped it.
Yeah, and it was okay for a little while, and then what I did was after about 4 days or so, I dropped down from the 2 milligram down to the 1.2, And then as each day went by, I got weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
So I've gone back to the 2, and it's sort of like, yeah, I feel like I'm back now. I feel like I've been sort of like daydreaming.
See, I'm on 18 mil, and I've been since the winners. I've tried dropping, and every time I've done that, strange stuff's occurred, and it's like, no. So I just stick with that.
Yeah, you think you could, be, because I did have a quick look, and there was nothing saying, oh no, you might have, psychotic episodes if you suddenly drop or something like that, that kind of thing. There's nothing about that. And so it's a bit weird. But
I think after that long, I mean, I was smoking 31 years, and it's so ingrained in habit and chemically, I suppose, in your body as well. That
it kind of expects it.
Yeah.
It's like when you suddenly cut out coffee.
Yeah.
If I stop drinking coffee, I get migraines like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody suggested decaf, and I went on decaf, and that used to give me chronic headaches.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they go, well, it might be what they, the chemicals that they use to decaf the coffee, or just simply because you're not getting the caffeine and,
Yeah. Yeah. My missus is a caffeine addict, and if she doesn't have like 2 or 3 heavy duty coffees a day,
right, bub,
she's banging trouble.
Good evening.
There he is. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Sorry I missed the start. I was just out getting some beer.
Yeah,
as you do.
good, man.
Yeah. That's funny. I was talking with Robbie earlier about my newfound love and respect for the zebra synth.
Oh, the Yuki one.
Yeah, because I've had it a while. I've used it actually quite extensively, actually, come to think of it. I've got very few tracks I haven't got a tiny little lump of zebra on somewhere. But, no, I was calling up patches, and, all the poly aftertouch from the Hydra is all there, and it's all responding, and it's responding correctly. So I want brightness, it's giving me brightness and stuff like that. And I was just listening to the tone of the synth, and it's like, oh, God, this thing is lovely. It really is lovely. Really is.
Nice. Andrew Brooks is asking for a link.
Well, there should be one up the top there, but let's dump it again, because it doesn't cost anything.
I didn't realise. I saw something today that is it you, Diva, the Diva synth. He's 11 years old. It's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, we're old bastards now, mate. Yeah. Everything seems like it happened a long, long time ago, and you go, no, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, because there was this thing about because it's like this OBX8, and it's saying about this, the recreation of this, of this OBX or OBXA, whichever. I'm assuming it's an OBXA actually. And there was people saying about, $5,000. And I go, do you know what? That's about right. Although that's going to be a bit of a problem considering you can practically get an original one for that.
Yeah.
So you might see the price of OBXs jumping through the roof soon. There he is. All right, guys.
Evening, Andy. Evening, Jim.
Evening, Sassy. Evening, Bull Twat. Evening, Dr. Kent.
Yeah,
Evening, Jim Lad.
Yeah, and then there's Rob.
Yeah.
No effort at all.
No effort.
Do you know what I mean?
Rob.
No effort. No.
He just doesn't try, does he?
No, I'm sorry. He's just too busy messing around with wee pedals, as they say in Scotland. Aye.
So how are things, Andy and Jim?
All right, yeah.
How was your gig, Jim? Actually, we want to know about that. And did you get it recorded?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's up on YouTube.
It's up on YouTube, mate.
Oh, is it?
I tagged you in the Facebook post.
Oh,
When
right,
you were
sorry.
asking if I'd recorded it, but yeah.
Oh, sorry,
That's
but
not
I'm
bad.
trying to keep up with all these things. I do apologise. Well,
It
yes,
went
I will
really
go
well.
back.
Yeah, it's
Excellent,
good.
excellent. The pictures look great. I have to.
Yeah.
My
The
missus
pictures look
loved
great.
it. My missus loved it. I mean, she's a 2-pack freak. But she heard me playing that the other day. She went, "Oh, what's that?"
Oh,
I was
awesome.
like, "It's Jim." Oh, okay. That was it.
Cool.
Yeah, all right.
Excellent.
I played something today for the very, very first time. I'd never known anything about them before, but I played a golf rap album in the studio, in the workshop while I was working on this behind Four Voice. And by about the third track, I was going, hang on a minute. This is about the third track, start of the fourth track, and so far I've understood nothing she has sung. I don't understand a single word I can't recognise a single word of English in it.
Are you sure you weren't listening to Cocteau Twins?
No. This is Frappy. and yeah, and it was sort of just whispery. And I go, is this what golf rap is then? Or were they trying out something in this particular album? I don't know. But it was just very... I was like, what? What did you say? What did you say? The synth work was great and everything like that. It was very all over the place. It was good. All sorts of different sounds. And then her just whispering sort of like unintelligible things into a microphone. Okay. I mean, it's easy enough to listen to.
Version.
Oh, I don't. Do you know what? I wouldn't know. I'm sure there was maybe there's. I think it was the last track on the album. You could hear her, and there was a couple of words. I think I recognised the word face, and something like that. And
But it could have been space.
It could have been space, and it was the only word I actually picked out on the entire album.
Which
As nice
album
as it was.
Felt Mountain.
Oh God, I don't know. They had a pretty picture on the front.
That's all golf rap albums, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. So I'm going, well, maybe this is what it's like. It's just her whispering unintelligible things. But she seemed to be singing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, it works for her.
Yeah. But I mean, if that's what it is, fine. It's just I thought the way some people have gone on about it, I was expecting, the kick inside or something, and that's not what it was.
I've only got one is it called Supernature? Is that the first one? I can't remember. I've only got the one Golf Rap album.
No.
I mean, I like it, but it didn't blow me away enough to want to rush out and buy a load more. So, sorry, Mr. Bart, but I'm just saying.
Well, I can see it being very popular for the
Felt
whole...
Mountain, Supernature, Black Cherry. What others are there? I can't think.
Excuse me. I think this is her latest or last one, whichever one it was.
Right.
But and then I put what was the other one? Oh no, Best of Erasure. I put that one on.
Have you bouncing around the workshop?
Yeah, and there was a cover.
Your spangly leotard.
Yeah, there was a cover one towards the end, which was quite interesting as well. But yeah, I have no idea, by the way, where these CDs have come from. But they were sealed. I don't know where they come from, but there they are. And I go, okay, play them.
I've got a CD that was actually from the Goldfrapp gig that I attended. You could basically get the CD of the performance the same night.
Oh,
literally
cool.
about 10 minutes after the gig finished.
Well, that's some going, isn't it?
Live here now, isn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely mental.
They do it for. It used to be a thing some years ago that was like everyone was kind of doing it, and I guess I don't know whether it just downloads killed it.
Yeah.
Well, CDs are old hat these days, aren't they?
But Peter Gabriel on his Back to Front tour, you could buy
the CD before the concert.
Yeah, you could buy each individual gig within 24 hours of the gig happening. And then he did this big flight case, like a mini flight case with every single gig of the tour in this flight case, which was I was sorely tempted, but it was rather expensive. So I just bought the one. I just bought the one of the show that I saw, so I got that. Yeah. And then when he did the Blu-ray release, that just so happened to be the same show that I was at as well. So I kind of got that document of what was a very, very good gig.
Yeah, I mean the Goldfrapp gig itself was amazing. Alison Goldfrapp is one hell of a vocalist.
Oh yeah,
just flawless. Absolutely flawless. what was cool as well, I actually got to poke around in front of house after the gig and have a look at all the kit there. Which was
You
cool.
poked her in the front of house.
No.
No, he said he poked her hand in front of us.
What on earth were you doing? No, don't explain that. I think I understand.
No.
Well, it was
No.
mine and Grace's mutual friend, Phil McDaniel, managed to get us on the guest list for that particular gig.
Okay.
Because he knew the front of house engineer, a lady called Helen Jones. Not many women doing front of house, but yeah, absolutely brilliant engineer, absolutely brilliant. And yeah, and she was like, "Oh, do you want to have a look?" And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah!"
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Loads of questions about how everything was rigged up, and sort of, it was cool.
If China Crisis are coming to anywhere near wherever you might be,
how was it?
Bloody brilliant! It was not what I expected, because I've never seen China Crisis live before, and I just didn't know what kind of setup they'd have, and it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 7 or 8 musicians. So there's the 2 guys, Eddie and Gary. Then they had a drummer, saxophonist, female backing vocals, bass player, keys player, and then occasionally somebody else would come in and join. So it was a really proper band experience. It wasn't just like a little acoustic thing. But it was 3 hours long, and the whole thing was interspersed with their history because it's their 40th anniversary tour. And so it was a proper sit-down gig, and you sat there, and Gary he's a Liverpudlian, so he's got a massive sense of humour and a great delivery style. And he tells the story of China Crisis, and there's slides and like a PowerPoint sort of thing going on, and then they intersperse the songs so we made our first album, so they play a few songs from that, and they talk about that, and they talk about the people, and it was just brilliant. But it was proper musicianship and storytelling and fun all in one, and it was 30 quid well spent.
I'd like to ask
interesting concept.
a question about a band from that era who seem to have, from my radar, disappeared without a trace. And I used to love them loads. And that's Prefab Sprout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Paddy McAloon. I mean, I've no idea what, for years. I mean, okay, my musical interest has definitely switched into a very specific niche. And I sort of like forgot about all sorts of stuff. And I was sort of like, oh, yeah, Prefab Sprout, what happened to them?
Paddy's still going, except unfortunately Paddy has been rather ill.
Right.
And in recent years he's beginning to go blind and deaf through various things.
Oh no, that's not good, is it?
But he's still writing songs daily, and he put out an album as Prefab Sprout probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I want to say, called Crimson Red, and it's pure Prefab Sprout brilliance. It's just the best. And he made that song with a bunch of people that he did all the vocals, and they're all his own songs, just perfect stuff. And he only made that album because somebody reminded him that he was still under contract and he owed the label this album. So he sort of gathered all these songs together and put them, and recorded them and did it. And then he re-released another album called I can't remember what the bloody hell, something I Dream of Hurts, which is, I think, been sort of like re-released or something. But he's still going, and he's still apparently supposed to be doing another album soon. But it is just kind of him. I don't think his brother doesn't play. He doesn't play live anymore, so I don't think his brother's involved in that. What was the girl's name? Can't remember the girl's name.
No.
But no. In short, Paddy's still going. He's battling. He's now got this massive long white. He looks like Santa Claus. He's got this massive long white hair and then this kind of very long, sort of straight flowing beard and tash. And he wears these glasses because of his vision. And he's immaculately dressed, but still got all his marbles and still just genius, absolute genius.
Thank you for the update.
Go and check out Crimson Red. That was the last.
Crimson Red. I'll make a note of that.
And there was, I think he might. I'll have to try and find out. I thought he might have been sipping things out on not Bandcamp, SoundCloud. little kind of nuggets of previous recordings and stuff. I'll see if I can find the link for it. But yeah, I'm such a fan. I would love.
Should get him on the show.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah. I would love him, Green Gartside, and Tracy Thorn to do something together, because I think that's the epitome of that kind of early mid-80s
wistful vocalist.
Wistful, intelligent British pop.
Yeah, Tracy Thorn.
Oh,
that was Everything But the Girl.
Everything But the Girl.
Right?
Yeah. She's now a really successful author.
Oh yes.
But I've seen her a few times. She's gorgeous in every single way. Yeah.
Actually, talking about getting people on the show, I was talking with Tiny last week, and was asking him if he could, when he's doing his rounds, just ask a few people, just put the feelers out. So,
cool.
So he's been talking to some names, mate.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. I was expecting him to talk to a few different types of people, but he's talking to names.
Well, it turns out that Ben kind of knows the keyboard player and musical director for China Crisis, because I was talking to him about it today.
Right,
And I said, get him on, because he did a bloody good job. I mean, he's on stage, he has a Jupiter 80, a MacBook, which I guess is running something or other, and a little kind of like a 4U rack case. And then surprisingly, a Yamaha PSR S900 arranger keyboard, which is not the sort of thing you see in a gig, but
no, but
I was using it mostly for steel lap guitar sounds. So.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
But yeah, it was, so I'm sat there as we all probably do when you go to a gig, and you're watching, but you're saying, "What's that? What's that keyboard there? How's he doing that? Where did that sound come from?"
Yeah. No, because one guy I've been trying to find, I've been asking around all over the place, and I can't find anybody who even. Well, there's a lot of people who don't even know him, but it's Tony Mansfield.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to get him on.
Yeah, he's sort of like the poor man's Trevor Horn, really, isn't he? He was the guy who was never quite there.
Never got the credit he deserved.
Yeah, but he was responsible for so many different big sound movements, shall we say.
Yeah.
And I was always a big fan of new music anyway.
So I've just seen what Ben Bresley's put in.
What's that?
Too unlimited. No.
Yeah, but you see, that track was all right before they put vocals on it. It was an underground techno track, and then it got very popular, and then they put vocals all over it, and turned it into the most irritating pop record ever made.
You're very brave admitting to know that much about Too Unlimited.
No, but it was around. I mean, it was absolutely that time that I was in Germany, and that track was doing the rounds. I mean, there was a real underground version of U96 that's bought, which was great, and then they sort of tidied it up, and then it became a massive thing. It was all over bloody television everywhere, and sort of lost it. There was a lot of that. There was a lot of that in Germany. These sort of underground things that were in the clubs, and then they got, because Too Unlimited were from Belgium. They were producers from Belgium.
That's right. Yeah.
The people who were singing on it had bugger all to do with the track at all. They sort of turned up and went, yeah.
Apparently, they're still going. It's not the same two people anymore.
And is it ever?
And nobody would ever tell.
But Boney M, anyone?
Well, quite, yeah.
Just on the sort of the wish lists for Pro Synth Network and putting the feelers out. I mean, I'm probably repeating myself. I know I'm repeating. But my big wish, I've still got two. Right, one is Paul Humphreys of OMD. I'd love if you can get Paul Humphreys on.
Oh yeah, I'd love that.
And I wonder if Ben's got connections there because he lives next door to them. And I've said it before, but Billy Curry, please, Billy Curry would be amazing.
I think I need to speak to Mr. Spears and get an introduction going on.
Oh, that would be yeah.
Yeah.
I know. You've got to do the connections, the feelers, and would you be willing? And people are busy. I know
That's
that. I know
the
that.
thing,
Yeah, of course they are. But
And of course, now that COVID is becoming less and less on people's radars, and
They're getting
more
busier
and more
and busier.
people, people are getting busier and busier, and they're
Which is
all
good.
going out. Yeah, I mean, literally, I think Grace said, didn't she, a few
Yes.
weeks ago,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
everybody's out, so there's just
Yeah.
no gear and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So,
it's like
yeah.
literally everyone I know's all of a sudden gone on tour.
Yeah,
Like this
Yeah.
last weekend, pretty much as well.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh shit! What was his name?
I might have another guest, possibly Robbie. I'll sound them out about it.
Yeah, please do. It's
Someone
always best
from-
if you know someone that you just say, look, there's this show, and then when
Yeah.
so when I get in touch, they're like sort of primed.
Yeah. So this is
But-
someone was more famous in the 80s.
Oh, well, that suits me fine.
Well,
they've been mysterious, haven't they?
one of the guys that Tiny's talking to is a very, very, very famous up 2500 owner.
Okay.
And I think, well, he's a guitarist, isn't he? I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
who?
Wouldn't tie in with what you were listening to today, would it?
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that wasn't a question. I was actually just.
No, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going, really? Could you? Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
I can
amazing.
ask. Yeah, wouldn't it?
Oh, go on, get
But it
Townsend on.
did, but you know what? As I have discovered, getting in contact with people and go, how do you fancy coming on a podcast and shooting the breeze is one thing.
Yeah,
Getting them to
Getting
do
them
it.
to actually turn up
At the right time.
at the right time
with audio. That works.
with audio
And a microphone, yeah.
and a microphone
And
that
the camera.
fucking works. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
professional
could-
musicians.
Yeah, because I mean, at the moment, because I spoke to Daniel Miller last weekend, brought it up again. Yes, your AKS is done. Oh, by the way, you know that thing you said yes to?
We still want you.
Yeah. I said, yeah, okay, whatever, yeah.
Well, you keep
We'll go,
knocking on the door.
arse. Yeah.
Just don't give him his AKS
But
back.
I don't think people realise just how much
Shit in the vocoder.
Yeah, but you know. Yeah,
Robbie.
Just tell him the only
frozen
time
prawns
he
under
can
the
come,
transformer.
Oh,
the only time he can come and pick up his VCS or the vocoder is at 7:00 on a Friday night.
Exactly.
sit there.
Yeah.
That counts, yeah.
Now say, look, you don't come on the show. I'm going to lend your vocoder to Behringer, and they're going to clone it. It's going to be worth nothing.
Hey.
There you go.
Okay. There you go.
I found out something actually very, very interesting about that vocoder. It is not.
Working.
No. It's. How do
It's
I
not
put
a
this?
standard vocoder.
No, but not by any stretch of the imagination. The
not a
vocoders that we
vocoder.
know today.
We've all been lied to.
Yeah, it vocodes, but it vocodes in a very unusual way. Put it that way. The carrier signal is not as indicative in the overall sound as you would think. Although it's broken, it's one of the others. Trouble is, you can't tell. There's nothing to compare the fucker with, is there? That's the
But
problem.
the carrier's meant to be driving the filters.
Indeed. However, there's this pin matrix on it. Right? Now, if you go through the controls on the front, even though some of them are in German and some of them they just didn't bother putting anything on, so you don't know what they are. So you know you've got filter frequency sliders. Okay, cool. We got that sorted. You've got the various controls for signal coming in, processing, and signal going out. Then there's this this pin matrix system with several billion wires coming from it that distributes itself throughout the system. And you're going, yeah, but what's this do? And why? Is more to the point. And so far, not having a lot of luck because I've got a very spurious voltage running on it and I can't find where it's coming from, where it's going and why it's there.
Are the filters RC filters? So is the thin matrix switching out some like resistances or changing capacitance?
Well, it doesn't appear. It's really hard to read it. It's really, really hard to read it. It's if you saw inside it, you'd go, I don't know where anything goes or why or how. It really is bizarre.
We need photos or a video of it.
Well, I
Is
tell you
that
what. Once I
vocoder
got
more like the primitive one that used to be part of the old telecom system?
it's no.
Hi, Andy, by the way.
I think
Where
it's.
did Andy come from?
Hey guys, how's it going?
I tell you what, it doesn't sound like that. Put it that way. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm like a kid in a candy shop with this thing.
I'm still laughing at Ben Breslin's comment. It's only
Yeah.
codes in German.
Yeah. It's
What
what.
was it a joke on Ramsey that how many uses are there for a vocoder, or the number of vocoders sold?
The number of uses, right? Yeah,
The
that was
number
right,
of uses of a vocoder.
Actually, there's a billion uses for a vocoder, because the thing about vocoders is that people immediately think you sing through them.
Yeah, put
You want to try putting,
instruments
you
through 'em
want to
instead.
No, you want
vocode
a drum machine through it,
synthesizers
all
and
kinds
stuff.
of
Oh
Drums,
man,
drums, yeah, sticks
yeah,
drums, yeah.
some of the sounds that you can get out of them by simply pumping the instruments through them instead. There's a billion uses you can have for a vocoder.
Yeah, but it's no. You got
Yeah, but you don't sound
do-
like Robbie just did,
Yeah.
like Mr. Blue Sky.
Yeah.
What were you? Which vocoder were you actually singing into at that point?
Yeah, come on, we got money.
Microphone.
Oh yes,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, like Grace's vocoder. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
What is
It's
it?
So I
This
call
is-
it's
it's
the
Micro
Micro
Freak.
Freak, where it's the white version. It's the when they did the last
Thai
update.
Almond
They released
version.
it. There's a white one. Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
Yeah.
that was the genius thing about this, was that the original Micro Freak, which was in like black, still has all the functionality, because it just didn't come with a gooseneck mic as standard.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing that they charged you an extra $50 for the gooseneck mic. But you can just update the firmware on the original one and plug a microphone into the back. Yeah.
See, that's what
You have to have
confused.
an
See, that's what
adapter then, don't
confused me. You see,
It's a
because that's
TRRS, yeah.
because Microfreak is Fiona's nickname for my knob.
Until I actually got that silly microphone, I had a TRRS hack for it. It worked great. So
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing this back to sensibleness. Andy.
How dare you bring this back to sensibleness?
But it's a genius little thing. It's such a good little...
Okay, it's not a Micro Freak. It's a
What are you
genius
talking
little
about
thing now. Okay?
Genius little thing. There you go.
That's what I call it.
that's not.
That's what your next tag's going to be next week.
Well, it must be. It does all the thinking for me.
Yay.
I think things like vocoders, they sort of disappear and they come back again, a bit like talk
Yeah.
boxes.
Yeah.
I would love a talk box.
They're so easy to make.
I know, yeah. I just want the inclination.
Yeah, just put your head in a
You just want
cardboard
to
box.
drool down your chin, Robbie, don't you? That's what
Yeah.
you want to do. That's right.
It's actually fun to play with electrolarynx too. If you guys ever tried one of those,
No.
Even if you don't need it, they're really fun to play with.
Put them there. Yeah.
No. Big Troutman fan, so I'd love. Because there was
Yeah.
somebody online some years ago actually did a whole thing. That said, here's how you build your own talk box, and it's just like this little speaker and a cone with a pipe and stuff. It's very simple, and very cheap and affordable to do. It's just like finding the time and the inclination to sit down and do it.
There's a great
Yeah.
Stevie Wonder clip on the David Frost show of him doing vocal
Oh
with
yes,
the Moog.
yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah.
A talk box there with the Moog.
yeah.
But as with anything, it really depends on the talent using it.
Well, of course.
That's me
That's the
screwed
one-
then.
Sorry.
That's me screwed then.
But the one thing I found when I was messing around with this vocoder is I tend to try and sing the same notes as I'm playing, whereas I can just
Don't.
talk. Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
kind
yeah.
It
They
is
probably
adding
did
this.
past that. Yeah.
Yeah, it has this
Yeah.
added thing of, you have to learn this kind of disassociation, just like you do with like saying playing the drums or doing both hands on. You have to kind of disassociate the thing.
Well, it's just sort of like live auto tune, really, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
It's kind of like when you mime the vibrato on keys that don't have aftertouch.
yeah.
I have been guilty of that on a few occasions. I do it on CS80s in videos, and it really fucks people's heads up. I tell you. Wait a minute, so that's how you do the vibrato? Nah.
What just happened there? Don wants a link. Stick link up again.
Aye, stick link up
Stick
again.
link up again. Sorry,
Aye.
that was very northern, wasn't it? I do
Wasn't it?
apologise.
So I've sent it.
There's almost chips and that, you know. Right, there you go. Oh, what is this? This bloody Apple bloody keyboard keeps disconnecting. There, got link.
I don't use a lot of wireless mice or keyboards. The battery issue is a pain in the ass. So
Yeah, I will just get myself I'm going to get myself a plug-in one. Be bugger all this messing around.
I still use the 2008 Mac keyboard plug, like USB one. Because I got so pissed off with the Bluetooth ones just disconnecting all the time. It's like, bugger that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a wired keyboard and a wireless mouse.
Actually, I think CM Audio just well, at least
Mine's got a wire
I
on it.
assume they've
For the
just
same
announced. I assume they've just announced this, but I did get the email come through today saying, "Oh, we're now doing Bluetooth near-field monitors." I went, "Oh, are you? That might be interesting." I was set them in the workshop.
Why would you
Yeah.
want Bluetooth near-field monitors?
Are they?
What
Do you
Bluetooth
get
specs
latency though with
you get
Bluetooth?
latency. Yeah, I have
How-
Bluetooth 5 earbuds, and they still have latency.
Apparently, it's not a lot.
Not too bad with Bluetooth 5 or Bluetooth 6.
Yeah.
When you play something and you're trying to perform with something, it's kind of like the collaborating online with those apps. It's annoying.
yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
enough to piss you off.
Yeah. Thing is, I would use. No, it's only because they're quite a decent size. Is I'd have them in the studio, in the workshop, so I could run the iPad, play music from the iPad.
What's the full bandwidth on Bluetooth?
Bass. Bonjour, monsieur.
Hello,
Evening, Dom.
Oh, it's the kitchen.
Oh, it's the kitchen.
Go back in the kitchen. Go back in the kitchen.
Hang on, Mrs. Wiggly's here.
Posh Windows cam. Mrs. Wiggly cam.
Hey.
Hey, Mrs.
Hi,
Wrigley.
Mrs.
Hi.
Wiggly.
Oh, look at that kitchen, man.
Mate, that is a
Second
kitchen.
kitchen.
and
Yeah.
Do you know what? Every time
kitchen
Fiona
porn.
sees that, I get so much grief.
that is bigger than my flat.
I could make some food in there, definitely.
Show
Big
her the
food.
larder. Show her the larder.
Oh, yes, yeah. Hang on, look,
You have a walk-in larder.
One has a larder. Go for it. Come on, let's
Bloody
come
hell, how big is that house?
Not very big, no.
it has
No, that's it. We're
ADHD.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that space too big for you?
Fruits and nuts,
Oh wow!
seeds.
that's all
This-
Mrs.
It's like
This is-
the Master Chef
This
set,
is my
isn't it?
box.
It is the Master Chef set.
Yeah.
My God, how successful was Heaven 17?
East 17.
East
East 17.
No,
East 17.
no,
Never had
no.
Christmas
We're not allowed to say East 17.
Why?
There's a rule.
Is there?
Yeah, you've got to say Heaven 17, not East.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Credibility issues.
We've got that.
I think Martin might have something to say about that.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Put a cat close up on Put a cat, please.
He's 18 years old now.
Oh.
See, Robbie's the pussy fan.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else avoided it, and Kent went in.
Look, am I going to be the
That's
man
what
who
Fiona said.
avoids it? Good God, sir.
We're gonna have to show you.
Love.
And
love
definitely not
that kitchen.
magnets, right?
Play hide and seek in there for ages, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I just get so much grief from Fiona every time she sees that kitchen. She goes, "Oh, not a kitchen like that." I go, I don't know.
OT.
Is that
Oh,
skylight?
yeah,
It's one of the
Luna
bloody
May's got
skylight.
There's a lantern light.
Doing the Young
Young
Voices,
Voices tomorrow. So
Oh.
that's Grace Griffin is
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So Grace Griffin's doing the sound for this Young Voices thing at the O2 tomorrow.
Oh,
Is she back in the
brilliant.
game because she had COVID, didn't she?
Yeah, no, she went back a couple of days ago. So
Cool. Nice.
Cool.
Oh, good.
There you
I'm
go.
feeling better.
yeah, I think so.
So, where's the white grand piano?
That's the only thing we don't have. We've got the
Oh,
studio
come
upstairs.
on, Dom, mate. You got to have a
No,
white.
sorry.
I wanted the big white grand piano on the swing so I could.
Yeah,
play it and
a white Bussendorfer D6.
Sophia could just
Nothing
swing
less.
And the Rolls
swing
Royce in the
backwards and
pool.
forwards. We got Treehouse. Hang
Oh,
on.
blimey.
Oh, that'll do.
That's probably bigger than my flat as well.
You see it in the bottom.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. it
Oh
is.
wow, yeah,
Down the bottom. There's a little tree house.
brilliant.
very very nice.
Yeah.
Live
So there you
jamming
go.
from the tree.
Today's lesson is write some hit songs.
Write
Yep.
some hit songs and sell a company to William Hill and you're sorted.
Oh, there you go.
How do you?
That's today's business lesson.
No, just get lucky. Work
Mind
hard.
you, I've got a fully restored Profit 5 Rev 2 up for sale soon. I'll be able to buy a house like that.
Wow. Is that going to tie?
No. I
Not
wouldn't.
even Ty's that stupid.
No, see, the thing is, I know Ty.
He knows, and he knows
You're
where
not
you
allowed
live.
to say this
Yeah,
out loud.
I'm not selling it to anybody who fucking knows me.
You keep saying this stuff live on YouTube. It's
Me, I don't care, mate, you know.
You know he's listening in. You know he'll be listening
Oh
in.
yeah, he'll pop up and start swearing shortly.
We have invoked him.
That's what we need.
We need to play some music just out.
No,
of key
no,
to
I
what he's
don't. I
working.
don't think he'll be coming on because he is just so behind now.
he'll wait till I've gone.
No, honestly, he's
he'll wait till
so
Robert's gone.
tied up. Bless him.
Oh dear. Right,
Oh,
we're
what happened
gonna
there?
fly, but I'll jump back in again from a proper camera angle a bit later on if that's all right.
Cool.
So,
Oh, you just take it easy, Dom.
oh no, I've got my laptop
just,
though. I'm
just
not
lie
gonna
back.
do some work.
Is that still working?
Yeah.
Proper laptop.
So this is the work position in the evening with the I've got a cat there that
All right, yeah. I was wondering how you actually managed to lie on that sofa then. I'm like, wasn't there a cat there that didn't look like it was going to move?
Cat
Yeah.
All right.
I won't ask about the air conditioning.
See you later.
Take care.
Dom.
Bye, buddy. Oh, I don't know. No, my sound just cut out then.
Sorry?
My sound cut out. I think I've got a defective extension. Matron.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
He's not missing about. And all that.
I felt proper rough all day and I've only just started to feel a bit better. That's just weird.
I'm sorry, I'm just making up my own jokes as I go along here. Haven't felt any proper rough in a long time.
Me either, to be honest, but there you go. That's another story.
Oh dear. Oh God. Yeah, it's one of those evenings where it doesn't matter what anybody says. You just corrupt it.
Jim's going to play us a little concert now.
No, I'm
Go for it.
I was just.
C sharp. There you go.
You say it's not a proper pub with some salty language. So
Some salty what, sorry?
or
Peanuts.
Oh dear.
two. Yeah.
Peanuts. I got the peanuts.
We
Peanuts in
found
the
the
cup.
level.
Depends on the pub you're going to, I suppose.
Well, indeed.
Oh, right.
Unfortunately, Fiona doesn't like nuts.
Why's she living with you then?
Yeah, exactly. So, somebody got us, bought us a gift of some Ferrero Rocher.
Were they really spoiling you?
Yes, with these little squirrel shits wrapped in silver foil, you're really spoiling us, Ambassador.
Ambassador.
Yeah, because we always used to call them little squirrel shits, but
Wasn't there a big deal many years ago with a batch of those with bugs in them? They had to stop shipping them for a while.
yes, that's right. Yes,
I remember. Oh,
Right,
Good protein.
what has a hazelnut and
I don't
every
think they told
bite?
us.
Squirrel shit.
yeah, squirrel shit.
Hey, it's not in everybody.
Going back to
Topic
Bluetooth, it seems the best Bluetooth is called aptX lossless, but it's still only CD quality, 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz.
Talking of Bluetooth, the guys at CME have got.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got. They've used their Bluetooth expertise, and they've now got a Bluetooth speaker with. I think what the slowest was 7 millisecond delay compared to around 100 milliseconds that you get in most Bluetooth speakers. So that's not
still-
bad.
uh,
It's
It's still no good for doing any live music, really. I mean,
Well,
that is
again,
fine.
it's
That
use
is
case, isn't
okay
it?
in itself, but if you then add
Yeah.
in other latencies from other kit, you're
Oh, yeah,
going
yeah.
to be
But-
over.
You know, it's all based on a use case, isn't it? And I don't think they're trying to sell it. Well, I don't know. They're not trying to sell it to anyone at the moment. They're just doing proof of concept. But you know,
Which is so weird about EM audio near fields. Like,
Just,
really?
if you use near field speakers, it's not that difficult to run cable to them. I mean, you know.
No, exactly.
Well, the thing is, they have,
And you've got to plug them into the mains anyway.
but they have. Not only do they have the 1/4 inch and the XLR on the back as well. Anyway, they also have a headphone and audio in on the front, and yet they're being sold as Bluetooth near field monitors.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they're perfectly fine for listening. It's playing to them that's the problem. The round robin.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
because the Apple AirPods are horribly latent, but then they're fine for listening. You just don't want to play to them.
yeah, indeed.
Well, CME also showed a new product, I think either today or yesterday, which is a 1-to-5 Bluetooth Midi splitter,
Yes,
which could be quite interesting.
with Bluetooth capability as well. So 5 plugs, you can stick 5 instruments out of it, can't you? In
Yeah.
regular plugs, and have Bluetooth. And I think they're still working on the Bluetooth only hubs as well, which is interesting.
Yeah.
oh, you know that sound bank that was sent me?
Oh, the mod.
Yeah, for the mod
yeah,
by
Mr. Mark Barnes.
that's the one. I went, I must put that on the mod wave so we can talk about it. Yeah. So I dig out my 17-inch Toshiba Super Duper and fire it up, and it goes, I've got to do an update, restarting. I went, okay. And that was the last thing it ever did. Never came back.
Wow.
So I thought, I've got to buy a new laptop.
Is that the one with Windows 11 on?
No, she's
Oh.
10. No,
Wow.
she's a 10. And she's this beautiful quad core I've had for, 10 years, to be fair. I thought, well, I want something that is 17-inch again,
Don't we all, dear?
about as many cores, all the rest of it. Probably have a bigger drive, SSD and all the rest of it. And there was one at Argos, and I went, okay. And it's another, an Asus one. I went, cool. I thought, I wonder how much this one's going to cost, because that one was like £1,100. 200. 200 quid.
Yeah. Try buying an Apple laptop for that.
I wouldn't.
Wouldn't want to,
No, wouldn't want to. No.
because it'll last as long as that £200 laptop.
I must admit, none of the desktop Apples and all that really interest me at all. I love the minis. I love these Mac minis. I think they're lovely. But
I'm seriously thinking next time, because I was going to just go for the next iMac, the new one with the, when they do the big screen one with the M chip. But the more people I speak to, you can find an old cinema display, 30-inch cinema display, which is still HD, for about 150 quid.
And just
On
plug
eBay.
it into.
And then
Yeah,
just
I
get a
mean,
Mac
pop it
Mini.
in the back. Yeah.
I mean, I've got a 27-inch Thunderbolt display that's absolutely gorgeous, and I mean, they're cheap as anything, really.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I've got a 2018 Mac Mini, and I've never run out of headroom on that.
No,
just
that's what I'm
keeps
thinking. I
doing
might
what,
just...
what I'm asking. So,
Yeah, let's see how we go.
well, I just
wanna
stick
get a new
32
MacBook as well.
gig of RAM in it though.
Well, that's the first thing I do with anything is, just... So when I got this iMac, it came with 8, so I just put 32 in it. And
Yeah.
it was done with it, and it's been absolutely brilliant. But
Yeah,
a
cheap
bit of
Macs
a
are pretty
pain to
rare.
fit it, but-
My Mac Plus in college was quite old, and it was $350. So
No, I must admit, this OBX8 thing, I couldn't help noticing the what appears to be lovely stained and polished walnut end cheeks. on
walnut
it.
in cheeks, yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
And the reason I know it's walnut, because I put walnut on an OBX and a an OB8 as well. And it comes out like that, and it's like, it looks so nice.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear it.
It's beautiful
you,
wood.
You know, it's just going to be incredible.
Yeah, because
Isn't
they
it
are
nice
up the VCO count.
I haven't really looked at the specs. I was just like looking at the pictures and going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's supposed to be compatible or be able to reproduce. I don't know, like the OBX, the OB8, the OBXA. They can do all. So I think you can like send patches to it, and
Yeah,
it just looks amazing, and it's just great to see Tom Oberheim sat next to a new Oberheim synthesizer.
Absolutely.
After all these years, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, but I still think 5 is about right.
Yeah, absolutely.
For producing something like that today.
Bitimbral polyphonic analog.
Yeah,
made by Oberheim.
Yeah.
I
I think that's just about the right price. I know that yes, all right. You can buy, an OB8 for about that, but not an OBX.
No, and
they're still the sought after OB.
You might buy those, but you then got the running costs because it's inevitable that something that old is going to start going wrong. Whereas this one, we'll have warranty, and we'll have support, and we'll have modern components, and
MIDI isn't
like
a flappy board over the top of the old digital
and USB.
board.
It's got all of that stuff, and it's just like the Rev 4 Prophet 5. Why would anybody? I can't understand why anybody would now want to go and buy a 1, 2, or a 3 when you've got the 4, which does.
Well, the two can't be matched in terms of sound.
Right.
With the new ones. The 3, absolutely. All day long, not a problem. So why 3s are still going on?
But then as you know, the 2 is an absolute dog to keep alive. So again, it's just yeah. But
I heard a rumour on the grapevine about about somebody has gone, hey, Mr. Rossum, we do not give a shit, okay? We're going to make the SSM chips. We not care what you say, okay? So,
okay.
Which will be interesting.
But he's already making most of them as SSI, aren't he?
No. They're nothing like the old ones at all. If you put an SSI into a Rev 2, it goes bang! Fire.
So some Russians are cloning the original SSMs, though.
Well, Latvian, I think, is probably.
Can you tell the accent?
Yeah,
it's clearly a Latvian accent. Ken,
I put the Latvian accent on it. Yeah, the Latvian guys who do a lot of stuff, Mr. B, who is hiding behind the Chinese government, going, I can do anything I want. So.
I had a question about the old Oberheim MIDI stuff. Is it just note on, note off, and MIDI in, and that's it, pretty much?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit better than my SX240 then. Just a little bit better.
Ditchy-witchy little bit, yeah. But, very similar type of thing. But I always loved, when you get an OBX, an A, and an 8 next to each other, and you push auto-tune on all 3 of them. So you go, by the time you get to the OB8, you push auto-tune and it goes through the voices and comes back and it goes, yeah. And you hear it and you go, yep, that's auto-tuned it. On the X, it takes slightly less time and doesn't move them quite as much. And then on the X, you push it and it goes, yeah, I think you've got 8 voices there. I'm not doing fuck all with them though. Literally, that's all it does. It goes, yeah, there's 8. I heard 8. Yeah, you're all right. Off you go. Because it goes tuned like that. You go, what a waste of time that was. So you actually have to calibrate them, all the cards, to top C, bottom C, perfectly. Auto-tune's just there for, I don't know, psychological comfort more than anything else. You push it and you think, oh, it's in tune now. But it's done nothing. Absolutely bugger all.
Just as painful as the 8 voice where you have to manually do all the...
Yeah. Turn them all off. Turn on A, tune 1A, then 1B, then 2A, 2B, and tune them all up together.
Yeah, Dave Spears has that great video on 8 voice. So cool.
Yeah. So I was thinking about because funny enough, I had this conversation with Tiny because he wants me to mod his 8 voice to the hilt, and I said, well, why don't you go the whole hog and get it where you can read the pots, and then load and save patches into it, and have it auto tune as well. And he goes, that sounds brilliant. Could you do it? I went, well, yeah, but the thing is, by the time I've done it, some bugger somewhere is probably going to do it as well before I've done it. Because done it with the CS80, they'll do it with this. It's like, oh, can't be bothered. Yeah. It's easy enough to do. I say easy, as in it's pretty straightforward to design the gubbins to do it. But can you imagine the wiring to go into it? It looked like one of those 1952 IBMs.
Well, you can actually
Big
get
trunking.
you can get digital pots, can't you, these days?
Well, you can, but digital pots. There's something to be said for the good old-fashioned carbon linear pots. Yeah, they can go twitchy, but you squirt shit in them and it cleans them up and you can use them again. The digital pots, you throw them away. And there's fit more bloody new pots in it. So, yeah.
I just want to ask Jim what on earth he's doing, crawling under the table.
He's hiding.
I am indeed. I'm trying to get my effects loop back working because I'd steal some cables for my live rig, and I'm trying to put them back in and get everything working. And I put everything back as it was, and it's just not having it.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gremlins.
It's like Richard coming around today to collect a memory moog. And he goes, how is it? I said, well, I was running it 2 or 3 days ago. I said, and it was absolutely fine. He goes, all right. He says, I'll just run through it and then I'll go and take it to the customer. Cool. And he's playing it. And it just went like that. No, different one.
Oh, different one.
He pushed the auto tune. It's gone, not tuned. And he's playing it. It's going, yeah, but it's in tune. But it says not tuned. I went, that's probably the computer. One moment. Now try it. And he pushed it, and he goes up, 6 tuned. He says, no, he says, you can't have the customer doing that, though. I went, yeah, I know, but he says, so he pushed it again, not tuned, but still in tune. I went, see, I'll come back for it next week. Went, yeah. Bastard machine. So that's why I hate when you got a machine where you get something on the display to tell you things like that. Like for instance, where it says 6 tuned, right? If it didn't say that, nobody would take any notice, and they'd listen to it and go, "Yeah, that's in tune," and be quite happy with it. But because it has to say fucking 6 tuned, like a little sort of like stroke on the head, there, you're right, they are all tuned. Oh, thank you, like that. Because it was perfectly okay.
The advice to any synth builder is always have a button that says auto-tune and, flash up OK.
Yeah, done.
And everyone will be happy. The fact it doesn't, well, who cares?
I mean, to be fair, Windows updates will tell you it's done, and then all of a sudden a bunch more will come through. So
that's true.
Even modern shit doesn't work, right? So.
Yeah, but it's like with those virus killers where they go, your computer is now completely safe. No, it isn't.
No, Mr. Casey.
Because if it was, we could bloody pull the bloody thing off, couldn't we? So, I don't know.
That's it.
Go on, what's that then?
I got an 8.
Ah.
It is indeed.
I think I got one of them.
Because I know what you've got in front of you, Jim.
have.
Because you waggled it around
Hello.
once before.
Indeed.
No, come on.
Got one set just
Lovely
as well.
61 key.
Did you get that new sound pack? I haven't tried the one they released the other day.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
There's absolutely tons.
There's a sound pack?
There is. There's fucking loads. I just every time they announce one, I download it and I go, I'll try that tomorrow. And then about a week later, there's another sound pack. And I go, oh, I didn't try that one that I had in the other day. So, yeah, there's loads.
Midi
of stuff.
pack to go with your sound pack.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Midi chord pack.
A MIDI chord pack. Yeah, just drop these in and, well, listen to that. Let's tie. Oh, fuck off! Die! Yeah.
Oh, God.
Hey, I got no talent. I can drop these in. Look at that. Fuck off, will you?
You know what's sad though? The demos he has on there sounds like all the shit on the radio.
Yeah, that's exactly what people.
And they're exactly the people that will use it. You know?
Yeah.
So
They're
same
the
people
ones
that
who
use
are
Apple
making money
Loops.
out of it.
Midi call pack adverts.
I was
Bane
going
of my
through some Apple
fucking
Loops
life.
a while back, and I was thinking, I know that. I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before. Oh yes, listen. Oh, there's that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes they're used inventively.
It's kind of like,
but-
a lot of it's the subtext is like, you too can sleep with one girl by pretending to be a producer.
Yeah, but only the once because they'll find out.
Yeah.
So in the old days, you had to name a preset like, oh, that's digital native dance. Now you go, oh, that's MIDI pack number 5A. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, back in day,
Oh,
I
aye.
used to use twiddly bits all the time because all I had to start with.
Well, the bits is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I had my first kind of like computer based rig, it was just a sound canvas and my computer, and I think
I mean, I had Med, not even Octamed. Med. I
no,
only had
we just
4
had med.
tracks.
There was only one, not 8. But yeah, twiddly bits was great because you could just like load this stuff in, and it wasn't, obviously wasn't a MIDI pack with just like phrases and stuff. It was mostly NRPNs and stuff, wasn't it, that you could just mess around with and do filter sweeps and stuff. And it was just made using those kinds of modules a lot easier. But I've still got, I've got the programmer's toolkit. I've got Funk. A couple of others.
I have
as
the
well.
old Oberheim Cyclone, which has all those patterns in it and stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of that old bloody... Because I updated from the Sound Blaster 16 to 32, which is
All
the
32.
Creative Labs.
AWE.
32.
All
But
32,
then
yeah.
I went on to the next thing, which was like 499 quid. Saved
the-
up for ages.
Platinum Audigy EX.
No. This was before Audigy. It had the front panel with all the business. What was it called?
Don't remember.
It had it was 30 pin RAM slots
Oh,
in
right,
it.
yeah.
It looks like it was uploaded to 4 meg. And what was it called? EWS 64
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
by
Somebody.
a person.
I had the
Teratech.
Oz 64 with the
Teratech.
digital board.
Teratech.
Teratech.
I had an EWS 88 MT.
Oh, that's later, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, I had the breakout box.
Yeah. This had the little chrome breakout box in it as well. But it had a VSTI on it. And we're talking 97? 98, something?
Yeah.
And it was a huge synth that you could mess with. And it was like-
Yeah, because I think I got my... Because I had the All 32 when that first came out. I thought I was the dog's bollocks with that.
yeah.
And then my next one I didn't get until probably about 2000, 2001. And that was the Platinum Audigy EX with the breakout box and everything. But it liked to
baby girl.
operate in slightly odd sample rates that weren't compatible with Cubase. So I was forever fighting getting them to
Anyone else want
work
some
together.
booze?
Yes, please.
No, they all want
Some
booze.
IPA for me. Thanks,
IPA.
Fiona.
Yeah,
One IPA.
IPA for
One
Andy.
Pale ale.
Yeah.
I have a
Lovely.
1962 Barolo, thank you.
There's another one down there, isn't there?
I'm on Diet Coke.
Yeah. Brother's down there.
Glass of water,
Hidden
please.
it from
Glass of water for Matt.
Bottle of Port Ellen.
Diet
It's a bit
Coke.
strong, isn't it? Whoa.
Yeah, Jim and Diet Coke.
I'll take a Navy grog.
Okay, how about bits of nuts?
It's going to be a cheap round.
Yeah, it is. Do you want honey?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, when you come back, I'll have a cup of coffee.
Not a hot chocolate.
No, I'm all right.
Actually, I might just have a hot chocolate now I think about it.
No, you don't want to mess up the velvetizer just for that.
Oh, my hot chocolate isn't good enough, huh?
No. Yeah, just the one.
Just the one, Mrs. Wembley. Gravis ultrasound. Oh yeah, that was a good one. And what was was it Turtle Beach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Turtle Beach, yeah, Jesus Christ. But like I said, I still can't remember what the name of CME was before it became CME. It had a name, and they were selling those red keyboards that you could fold in half, MIDI controllers.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
supposed to have pull up on the aftertouch. Just I had a search for them. I
Oh,
can't.
is it Vax?
Was it Vax?
The Vax 99
vacuum
was
cleaners.
the keyboard.
Yeah, it might have been Vax.
I bought my missus a Henry today.
Did you?
Yeah. She got fed up with Dyson. She said, "Can I have a Henry? Because that's what I use at work."
Yeah, I got fed up with Dyson.
And Henry have got. If you buy direct from Henry themselves, they've got a big sale at the moment. And they've got 50 quid off. Which is not bad.
Our
They're
Henry.
good little Hoovers.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, our Henry, we got we put an uprated motor in it, and we got it from Epsom District Hospital in about '84,
Yeah, and it's still going.
and it's still going. It cleans the workshop, and it sucks the shite out of anything. I tell you, it's brilliant.
In Kent.
Oh yes, yeah. Let's go. That Hoover's a bit powerful, mate.
Including your microfreak.
Yeah, yeah. It made a mess. Well, that's why it's a microfeet now.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yeah, she got all excited. I think I wish I could generate that much excitement.
Yeah, but it's got a little
I just-
face on it.
Yeah, well, all I've got to do is just put a big hose in my nose and then maybe she could...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but you would look silly going around on all fours sucking the carpet, wouldn't you?
That's
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, well.
won't be the first time.
Isn't that a bit like the tractor position?
Oh dear, good. Right, let's see if there's anything on here.
I'm going to get my new toy tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
What's that? A car?
Yeah, get my new car.
What are you getting?
I'm getting a VW Arteon R-Line 190 4Motion, to give it its
Alright.
full name.
Say that when you've had a glass of rum or
Yeah, I
five.
know, yeah. Yeah, so,
Well, I joined the
Exciting.
Chrysler 300C club in the hope that I might find a 5.6 come up.
you know what, I was driving along.
I thought
the
you
other-
weren't going to get that.
Oh,
5.6.
it won't go away. It won't go away.
Well, I was driving along. Here's an alternative for you. The other day, and I was coming up, saw this car in the distance. And it was an estate, and I thought, that looks like a Chrysler. Let's get a little bit closer, which wasn't hard to do. And it was a,
It was a Bentley.
it was a Bentley.
Yep.
It was a Bentley estate. I've never seen one of those before in
Yeah.
the flesh. And I thought, that's a Chrysler. It just looks exactly like the Chrysler.
Yeah,
Or
see,
the Chrysler looks like it.
Bentley begins with B as well. So they just clone the Chrysler.
But I must say, I don't like cars like made by companies like Bentley that look like ordinary normal cars. It
No.
shouldn't be allowed.
No, it shouldn't. You shouldn't
Shouldn't
be
be.
looking like normal cars. The whole point of them is to not be
It's like
normal.
when Jaguar started doing estates. I was like, no, you don't. You're supposed to do estates. You're supposed to do massive fuck off saloons with
Well, they haven't done
massive fuck off engines.
Yeah, but they haven't really done anything really particularly staggering since the S.
No,
Really?
no.
Because that was such an impractical car.
My next door neighbour bought is it the F Pace?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
the SUV type thing.
Yeah.
Had it
Oh
about-
God! Don't
Had it
get
2
on
months. Had it 2 months and just said no, rejected it. It just had
Yeah.
all. Since like from a week after they took it home, it kept developing faults after fault after fault,
Yeah.
and eventually they just rejected it.
We need to get
Um,
my son in here because he works on those all the time.
Oh, I bet he does.
But he loves
That's
them.
what I've heard. They're bloody awful.
My soon-to-be ex-wife used to work for Jaguar Land Rover in
Oh,
their sort
right.
of digital department. But
Ah.
So it's all her fault then.
Yeah.
Is that
No.
part of the law? Is that part of the
well, everything's
decree
her
Nissan
fault, really,
and all that?
but,
Okay,
What,
right.
do you get half the company? This is the point. This is what we want to know.
I wouldn't want half the company, to be honest.
You can always sell it on.
Jesus.
Come on.
No,
Make a few
they're
quid.
absolutely plagued with faults. Those things.
Yeah.
It's just You know, they look nice, they're comfortable,
Yeah.
but they go wrong all the time. Literally all the time.
A friend of mine bought a Range Rover not so long back, but 7-8 months ago. And she took it in. She was going skiing. And she took it in to have some ski poles put on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy said to her, you might experience a bit of noise because of the way they are.
Yeah.
They were going through France. Apparently this was going on for 9 hours. They recorded it at 108 decibels.
What?
108 decibels. Car went back the next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's surprising.
She spent about 96 grand on this Range Rover, and she had it, like I say, 7 or 8 months, gone back, and she bought a BMW.
Yeah. The last decent Range Rover, I think, was the P38.
No, yeah, well,
Body filler, isn't it?
I think my son would have something to say about that.
I personally, I prefer the original classic 2-door Range Rover, but
Oh yeah,
Never liked them. Never. I just
or
No,
the
I've not
original
been a fan.
Discovery.
Land Rovers, Range Rovers. I don't know. Like my old man used to
Said
lust after.
follow the van.
Yeah,
But
he used to
don't
lust after the
dilly-dally
Range
on the
Rover,
way.
like in the
Sorry.
70s and the 80s.
Bum.
And I think it was more because it was a status symbol than being a practical vehicle,
Yeah.
or an attractive looking vehicle. And I kept looking at them and thinking, no, they're just too big, too boxy. I mean, yeah, you can't fault
They're
something.
fucking hideous.
Yeah,
They are vile. They all make me really, really angry. And these
Wow.
people should be taken out and given a
Shot.
damn good beating for killing all the fucking polar bears.
Has Ty turned up?
Well, someone's got to kill them.
I feel better now. Sorry.
No, give me a Series 3 Land Rover.
Here's a funny thing, right? I was adding my new car to all my like parking apps and the Dartford crossing thing, so I don't get caught out by those bastards again. I was adding this thing in. And I thought, I wonder if this new one, because it's about the same sort of emissions as the current one I've got, which is ULEZ
Lethal.
friendly. No, it's ULEZ friendly. It's very low emissions, and my missus has got a Corsa, a little 1.3 Corsa diesel. It's only about 10 or 11 years old. And it's 30 quid a year tax because it's low on emissions. And yet, her vehicle gets charged the ultra low emission as well as the congestion charge in London, whereas my big old VW doesn't.
Yeah.
And it kicks out a little bit more grams of carbon per kilometre or whatever it is than hers does, but mine is ULEZ friendly, which is I just couldn't figure that one out.
Have VW stopped lying about the emissions yet?
Yes, they've stopped lying about it.
Yes.
That you know of.
Oh, there's a lot of compensation.
Oh,
coming up,
trust
isn't
me,
there?
if VW was lying about their emissions still, everyone was doing it.
Yeah.
VW got caught. That's the only thing. No, to be fair, when it all kicked
Mercedes
off,
got caught as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't just VW.
but,
Well, they looked harder after BMW got caught.
because VW are just fucking huge. So yeah, it was easy to go after them and make an example. They had to make an example of someone, and it just kind of happened that way.
Yeah.
But when that all kicked off, we got a letter saying, we'll put the new software on. But even so, it's still, the emissions. They remapped the engine. It was just no change in the behaviour of the vehicle, and it was fully compliant. And then I got the new, the one that I've got now was built after all of that.
What the hell went wrong when cars need firmware updates?
I know.
Yeah, well.
This one's got AdBlue, my new one. I've not had a car with AdBlue.
Yeah, you're putting urine in it.
Yeah. Water and piss.
That and toothpaste.
It takes the nitrous oxide down as well, apparently. So.
Yeah, it's at the moment there's a massive war going on in the Ukraine and that, and you think, do you know what? Separating your cardboard from your fucking plastic isn't really doing much at the moment, is it?
I think that every time I hear about a volcano erupting.
Yeah. What's I'm saying? Some ridiculous amount, like 35% of the entire world's carbon is absorbed by the ocean anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does it naturally.
And trees sort of need it.
But we keep cutting the fuckers down.
Yeah, that's true
Certainly
enough.
the big areas of them. So,
Yeah.
Oh, there's big money going into forestry. You know, you
There
can
ought
get
to be.
grants for planting trees.
Yeah.
I tell you what you do find now that you never used to find is poor farmers.
Yes.
Really?
Thanks to
Yeah.
Brexit.
Although
Definitely.
saying that, the number of
Amongst-
brand
yeah,
new tractors I see around me,
Yeah, amongst some of the things, yeah, Brexit has obviously not helped a great deal. But yeah, so if a farmer has 700 acres, he's pretty much can't make a living.
Most of the farmers around here are selling their land off because they can't afford to do anything with it, so they're selling it off to building developers who stick another high-density housing estate on it,
Don't
and
talk
then
about it.
break the infrastructure. You know, we've had a housing estate go up over that side of the village. We've got another one going at the other side of the village, and there's queues at the doctors now. Queues at the pharmacy at the doctors.
But
just
this
to
is
pick up
what
the bloody
happens.
drugs.
This is what happens if you allow a couple of 100,000 people a year to come into the country. Sorry, you know, it's a
It's
reality.
not that. It's
Well,
not
you,
that.
you know our access to the garages here,
And
beside
Right.
us here, Robbie, you've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, sorry.
They're making it into a fucking road.
Oh god.
Making it into a road. Oh God, that's going to be good. People coming out to school and people coming out reversing their cars out of the garage. Yay, let the mayhem begin.
That's it.
Garage owners, ready. People leaving the estate, ready.
So the other thing, the thing that kicked off here just today actually was that our doctor's surgery and a doctor's surgery like 2 villages over are owned by the same partnership, and they've had to shut the pharmacy down at the other one for some reasons they won't disclose. So like now we've got 2 surgeries going to one local pharmacy, and it's struggling to cope with the extra demand.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because like I almost ran out of my statins, which is not a very good thing.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination.
They came through anyway.
Same in Brixham 2 years ago, just at the start of COVID, they closed one of only 2 doctor surgeries that we got in the town. So everyone goes to the only one that's there now, and it's nigh on impossible to even get a phone call out of them.
That's crazy.
And they're talking about bringing another 170 homes in down by the church, where one of the roads is 6 foot wide access. So how they're going to get all the fucking building materials and shit up there?
Crazy.
They will, trust me.
There's a dog walking park just up the road from me. One of the only green areas in Brixham now, and they want to build on that. They're just destroying the place. Destroying the place. And Brixham, a lot of Brixham's roads are, 8-10 feet wide because they're still based around horse and cart tracks. Killing it.
Yeah.
Place is ruined.
Yeah, but it's interesting how we watched over the years the development coming out of London working its way south, and you can see it in the sky because it used to look out of my bedroom window and it'd be like jet black, but then there would be a little sort of like dome of a glowing dome which was London, and it's slowly come right across the horizon now. But there's another one coming from the south coming up, and they're just about meeting outside my bedroom window now. So now it's all lit up, and because that field out the back, it was a kids' school field, and it's not big, but they still managed to squeeze 171 houses on it.
I'm surprised.
But
that's
they're next
all.
to each other. They are next to each other. You have to turn sideways to go between them, literally.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, for crying! And it's a floodplain, and they go, yeah, that doesn't matter, does it?
Well, don't
Yeah,
be sure.
good luck with that, mate.
A load of houses in Totnes are built on floodplains, and they don't give a monkeys when it floods up.
Yeah. They have everybody parks either side, and there's only enough room for one car at a time, up or down the road. And apparently out there with the school, because you've got the school there, the school there, and the school there. And it's in the mornings here, it's like, wow. It's just unbelievable. You just don't go out until about 9:15. but you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I do find it amusing when councils frequently will make a road one way,
Yeah.
and you drive down a road and there are cars parked on either side, so you can only just get down the middle slowly, and yet they still allow that to be a two-way road.
Mm. Yeah.
And they wonder why people get angry.
Yeah, there's been a few punch-ups down in Scotsman Road here. One guy's lamping the shit out of another bloke because he was coming the other way at the same time. Unbelievable, really is. It's like, but it's the frustration of it all, I suppose. It comes out eventually.
Yeah.
If I have to go up and down that road every morning, God dear. There's a lot for being a hermit.
Yeah. Right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to go because I'm going to pick the boy up.
Okay.
All right, dear.
I will
Cheers,
catch up
Matt.
with you later on. See you later.
See you, Matt.
All right,
Cheers,
sweetheart.
Matt. Take
Love
care.
yourself, mate. Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
But
Yeah.
I mean, when I were a lad,
Oh, yeah.
we never got dropped off at school by car.
No.
We walked
We
or
walked.
got the bus.
I used to walk to school when I was 6.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So did I.
I did.
Nothing unusual about that.
Yeah, about a mile and a half.
But it was mainly because, I mean, it's because today the kids are locked up
In
and the paedophiles
shorts.
are out on the streets. It used to be the other way around.
I used to
That's
ride
a-
my bike to school in the rain, so
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Rain, sleet,
Noah.
snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you telling him off for?
Well,
Actually,
no,
he's a real bully with Charlie. I mean, Charlie's what? 600 times his size. You know, it's like an X-wing taking on an entire Star Destroyer. It's like,
but it's like my two cats. The little one is the one that always picks the fight with the big one.
Yeah,
because they have to stand up for themselves. It's a, you know,
Small cat
yeah.
syndrome.
Are you throwing your
Yeah.
weight about, Gitface? Eh?
don't you call him Gitface or I'll come around and
Oh, yeah,
shoot you
I
out.
can't.
He done it again this week.
Oh, the
What he does, because he's got that broken leg, he's done it again, right? Doing this down
You
the
write
garden.
the next Blade Runner theme down there, Jim, while we're about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to back it up, yeah.
it sounds like 2049.
Yeah, so he's hopping down the garden with his front leg up in the air, then changes to hopping on his back leg, then does the front leg again, forgets about his back leg, falls over. It's so funny to watch him do it. And then him looking at you going, oh, well, I forgot about that. I can't float, can I? Ah, silly bugger. Oh, this one looks interesting.
There's a bit too much stereo separation on that for me.
I see.
That's good,
So I love
yeah.
that. I love it when it's moving like that. Ooh,
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah, that
What was that you were playing, Kent?
That was one of the presets from Batman Begins.
That helps me. I meant, what were you playing it on?
what instrument?
Hydrosynth.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. That was Zebra.
Oh, I see. What you mentioned earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a plugin, is it?
I heard about
Yeah.
that.
Plug in.
Yeah, love it.
Very, very JMJ.
It is a bit, isn't it? Mind you, there's some of the Howard Scar patches on them because he's a massive Jar, Vangelis and Tomita fan.
Right.
And he'll put up these patches that he's beautifully crafted that you go, oh, that's a Tomita sound. Oh, that's a
My
you know,
cup doth no longer overflow, so I better go for
oh, you got to do something about that, lad. Can't have
Did some
that.
nice stuff for the Matrix movie, the new one, but the movie was terrible.
Mm.
I still haven't seen the latest Matrix.
Yeah, the sound design and the music is the best part.
Yeah, do you know what? I looked at the trailer, and you know when you get that sort of like feeling at the back of your head going, I don't really know if I actually want to spoil things by watching this and leave it alone. It had the search for more money about it, that kind of thing.
Well, to be honest, I still don't rate the original Matrix film. I mean, the concept was interesting.
Yeah, let's not get too bogged down in the actual bloody science of like heat. Oh dear, yeah.
Yeah, mind you, I mean, Matrix is one of those stories where it's great when you're watching it for the very first time.
Yes.
But now you know, you can kind of enjoy it the second time, but the third time, now you're just watching it for the action.
No, I really liked all three of the original trilogy, shall we say? Because I kind of got into it so much that I had the films, I had the Animatrix animated stuff, I had the video games, which and everything connected. So like when you played Enter the Matrix on the PS2, that's where you were introduced to some of the characters that ended up appearing in the third, the third Matrix film. And I think that was maybe where it fell down, was that where you some people kind of didn't get the films just on their own, but if you filled in the gaps and some of the bits of the backstory with all of these animated things and the video games, all kind of fitted together as a kind of coherent package. And I still like the whole kind of premise and the concept, and because I still think, sorry, I still don't quite get what they're doing there, but makes you think.
The scene with the architect that was pretty insufferable.
I don't know,
Yeah.
The Will Ferrell piss take was quite funny.
But I must admit, though, they're all trying to be Ghost in the Shell at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was all heavily based on that kind of stuff.
And even when they made that sort of film version of Ghost in the Shell, even though they were literally doing it frame for frame, it didn't bring across.
The original's so much better. So
yeah.
No
the cultural nuances behind all that weren't coming through, although it visually looked almost identical to the original.
Plus, they're also going for like a PG-13 thing, right? Which sucks. So
yeah, it kick the shit out of it, doesn't it? So, but no, there's brilliant stories out there that haven't been made into films, and they keep doing all this other shit. That's the problem.
What about books that haven't yet been made into films that we'd like to see?
Ringworld
assumes that you actually read books,
yeah, read books, man.
Well, World War Z is a great book, and the film was terrible, so it shouldn't always happen.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't always
Well,
happen.
there's a certain truth.
Mind you, I'll be honest with you. I mean, Richard used to go on about how much he loved Rendezvous with Rama, and he kept going, "You got to read it," and I read it, and I went, no. And I think it's because I read Ringworld first. If that was the first book, if Rama was the first one I was reading, then fine. But no, wasn't. So if they made that into a film, it would have been 2 hours of my life I'd never get back.
Shining was better than the book, so.
What's that?
But then there was a lot of Stephen
film
King
of.
still.
Yeah, the film was so much better.
Yeah, there's a lot of Stephen King, but films based on Stephen King books that are absolutely atrocious compared to the book themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean Christine, Salem's Lot, The Stand, all could have been. They could be much better films.
I was really disappointed with Christine because I loved that book. Really loved that book.
The Green Mile, however, is brilliant.
The Green Mile, yeah, and so it's very hit and miss. Like when they did The Running Man and was it Lawnmower Man? They were all based off of King's short stories.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I remember reading The Running Man because that was part. I think it was originally released as the Bachman, under his Richard Bachman pseudonym.
Yeah.
And I remember reading that and was going, wow, this is fantastic. And even today, you still read it. It's a fantastic kind of. It's very prescient about modern day reality TV. Even back then, but then when they made the film, they just kind of went really cheesy and over the top with it, and it just didn't have the same sinister impact. It was just a kind of a sci-fi action movie, and
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Running Man was directed by Starsky, so
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, it's like I was having this. Shall I call it a conversation? It was more like a full-blown argument about the remake of West Side Story,
I still got to see that.
where I'm going to Fiona because she's going, "Oh, brilliant, oh, brilliant," and I'm going, "Why? Why? Why is this needed? Why?"
Why not?
But it's remade
Why?
almost every night of the week in some theatre somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
There's different people doing it.
It's
It's a piece of musical theatre.
Yeah.
The film is a different thing altogether, isn't it? So
It's like
Yeah,
War
exactly.
of the Worlds has been made 100 times under different names with, but pretty much it's essentially a story.
Yeah.
It's like Star Wars, for crying out loud, is essentially a fairy tale story that's been told 1,000
Well, it
times.
is,
in
Oh,
yeah.
yes, it
cultures.
is,
Yeah. But I mean, the thing about the War of the Worlds is nobody has plumped to make the Martians like they were in the book.
No, all the characters. I mean, even when the BBC tried, I think we spoke about it here before, that when the BBC did it, and I thought, wow, period, it's going to be like the book, and they just messed the story up. They got,
Yeah.
they got the situations, but they just messed it up and went off on a tangent, and it was just, sorry.
it was
But
definitely
there
more
was
fun than the Tom Cruise movie, though.
But that's not a bad version, to be honest, because it's kind of faithful to the book in terms of
In
its
many
characters.
ways, yeah.
Like the Tim Robbins character is very much. I was quite pleasantly surprised to see that in there. But yeah, again, it kind of takes a liberty. But there was a film company, a British film company, who'd obviously got hold of the latest home video editing software. I think it was called Penhaligon Films, and they made a version of War of the Worlds that was set in the late 19th century, and they'd use these really crappy when they superimpose explosions onto the screen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was done like that, and it was pretty poorly acted, and it was about 3.5 hours long. But it's horrible. But up until the BBC did their thing, that was the only one that I'd ever known that had been set in the time that Wells wrote it. But
Yeah, I must admit, the one film I watched that did actually, I remember when I was very, very small, even though I was watching it on a black and white TV around me nan's house, it scared the living shit out of me, and it was quite a mess, quite a mess in the pit.
yeah.
The living shite was taken out of me. I tell you. That was so. When you think about, it's black and white and it's literally on a sound stage and all the rest of it, but they somehow really got it across.
It's all in the storytelling, isn't it? I mean, special effects mean shit unless the story's there.
For me, the problem is I love reading, so the books are always, for me, much better than the films, because my imagination. Yeah, your imagination is always going to be better than any CGI. Yeah. So something like Heinlein Starship Troopers, I absolutely loved the book, and was so disappointed with the film.
But in its own right, if you disassociate the two, the film is kind of fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, the film does have merits, but
it has its giggle factor, doesn't it?
Compared to the book, it's nothing.
Yeah.
And same with iRobot.
Yeah.
I mean, Asimov wrote so many good stories, and then they go and put Will Smith in this. Well, just what can I say? It was just an action film.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? I suppose.
I was going to mention, it's not in your same genre. I mean, it is fantasy, but it's a different sort of genre. The film that was called The Golden Compass, which was the Northern Lights by Philip Pullman, and that was just truly dreadful. It was really bad, and yet the BBC did a version of the trilogy of the books, and they did it so well. It wasn't absolutely exactly like the books, but they stuck as close to it as they could in the format that they'd got. And I thought the BBC, well, I'm saying BBC, it was broadcast on the BBC, but they did a really, really, really good job of that, and translated some of the difficult ideas that are in it, like the fact that you've got this funny little thing on your shoulder. Could be a bird, could be a dog, could be I thought they did really well with that.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's actually the way these things are going to go. That people are actually liking more. Because my original question was books that I'd like to see as films. Now I'm a massive fan of C.J. Sansom and the Shard Lake series of books. If anybody's read any of those, they're basically historical fiction, historical novels, crime novels. Really, they're sort of whodunits, but they're all set in the period of the end of Henry VIII, the reign of Edward VI, and then into Queen Elizabeth I. So it's that Tudor. They're all set in that. So the first book is called Dissolution. So it's set against the dissolution of the monasteries, and then it's about this guy who's a lawyer who happens to be a hunchback. He just is. He has that, but he's a lawyer and he's well respected.
Yeah.
And he's connected with Thomas Cromwell. So Cromwell brings him in, and he's involved with all this. And it's sometimes how he's trying to distance himself from the politics. They're really, really brilliant novels. Really brilliant novels. In fact, actually, Robbie, the last one that was published was called Tombland, because it was set in Norfolk during the Kett rebellions.
Yeah.
Mousehold Heath and all that. Really, really fabulous. Really fabulous book. Yeah, it's and I knew nothing about that period. It's not something we ever taught.
So is it a bit like the?
There's actually a place called Tombland in Norwich.
Well, it is. It's next to the cathedral, isn't it? That whole area, that sort of old, nice, oldie, worldy, quainty bit of the central. Well,
it sounds a bit like Cadfael. There was.
Well, they were books, weren't they?
Based in the Roman Empire, wasn't it? Where he was investigating murders and what have you.
Cadfael was he was a monk. Cadfael is a monk in the medieval period. It's
got it wrong. So what's the Roman one? Set during
Claudius.
No.
Quo Vadis, etc.
Cadfael.
Cadfael is early medieval.
That's early medieval, right? Okay. I must find out what that one
Derek
is.
Jacobi and all those ones.
Yeah. No, this is something else.
Who was also in I, Claudius, if I remember right.
Of course it was, yeah. That's why you mentioned it.
Yeah. That's probably what it is.
I remember my dad watching
Claudius,
that.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, I remember my dad watching that. It was broadcast live.
Yeah, it was great. I love those.
Into the 60s. It was.
Yeah. But yeah,
not only was it a great show, but it was nudity on TV. As a kid, it was awesome. So.
It's true.
Oh yes.
Can't beat Father Brown though.
Hammer Horror for that.
Oh, Hammer Horrors, yeah.
Yeah, God.
Yeah. Hammer House of Horror on a Saturday night.
Yeah. Late Saturday night viewing.
Yeah.
Original Synth said Foucault's Pendulum. That's a really good suggestion. I've read that book 3 times. I've still no idea what it's about, but I still love it. Foucault's Bloody Pendulum by Umberto Eco. Yeah, God. Who knows why you end up sitting in a tank in some museum in Paris? Yeah,
there was a series of books that Fiona was reading. I say reading, but audio books, and she plays her audio books really loud. Trust me, everybody in the house gets to read these books as well.
So you all know it.
And it was a series of books, and it was about the human race has all but been wiped out, but they're teaming up with other alien races, fighting lots of other alien races and stuff like that. And there's a super AI that they've managed to have, and it's just the way it's written, the way it sounds. It sounds really good. It should be a film or a series of films. But do you know what? I don't know what they're called. I wonder why we had a doorbell fitted. Honestly, why did we bother going down the doorbell route?
What about games that are made into films or
Half-Life? Make that into a film. Yeah. That'd be good. Although technically XCOM was kind of based on it, but badly.
There was Cluedo.
Yeah.
Just don't let Uwe Boll touch any of them.
Escape from Colditz.
What else?
Oh, are you sure you got that the right way round, Sass?
I was joking.
The one I'd love, I don't know if anybody else has played it. It's called Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which is
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a game on PlayStation. I think you can get it on PC as well. And it's set in this fictitious town in Shropshire or something like that. It's a quintessentially, not a town, a village. It's kind of a quintessential English village.
Yeah.
And you are this character, and all you see are just like, you just see what this character is seeing. There's no hands or anything.
Yeah.
And you're moving around this village. There's nobody else around. It's just like it's been literally raptured. Everyone's gone. Everything's just kind of been left in place. And as you walk around, you experience like echoes of what happened, and you get these little things. And it's it's almost like the whole thing was written and produced by the people that do these brilliant radio dramas on Radio 4. And the voice actors all sound very, very kind of, Archers type thing. And it's so brilliant. And you have to kind of like move around this village, encountering these kind of memories that are just kind of you get to a point where maybe you see some sparkly outlines of people and you hear their discussion, and you have to piece together. There's no action, you don't shoot anyone, you just interact with this environment. And it's like a detective thing. And then you get to the end of it and you try, it kind of explains what's happened, but it doesn't fully explain it. But it would be amazing as a film, but I don't know how you'd pull it off, because there's no human, there's nothing in there, it's just an environment.
It's funny, just
brilliant.
as you said, how do you pull it off? I was thinking, what about Leisure Suit Larry?
Oh God, yeah.
The Seventh Guest.
Yeah, the Seventh Guest. Yeah, that was.
I don't know, Robarth. You're talking about games being made into a film. Robarth has suggested Pong the movie.
Pong the movie.
It's probably been done.
Well,
they
made
Grand Theft
Pixels,
Auto.
didn't they?
There you go.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Hello,
the
you
Guest when that
nutters.
first
All right,
came out.
zappers.
Yeah.
Well, if you
Seventh
guys saw
Guest was
Alphaville, it
brilliant.
felt like watching Pong. So
Oh man.
Very good, Sassy. Oh no, sorry, Andy. Sassy's not said it. Sorry.
Mind you, you get the impression sometimes that some game developers are just frustrated filmmakers.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nowadays, it's.
Well, it takes longer to make a game than it does to make a movie.
Yeah.
I was playing Call of Duty Vanguard again because I got the PS5 version, as I just thought I'll crack through it again. And it's not one of the best Call of Duties, mainly because it's so filmic. There's so many cut scenes, and they are just they're very, very well done.
But not much else going on.
Yeah, you sort of play the bits in between where you have to shoot people and stuff, but everything else is kind of done in cut scenes, and it's not one of their finest.
To be honest with you, I thought the first one was the best.
Sorry?
I thought the first one was the best.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially storming, was it Leningrad?
Yeah. Was that big
or
red...
St. Petersburg or whatever it was.
Yeah. And
Red Dead
Redemption. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would actually, because that got the balance right through action happening, but you are still playing as the character rather than all doing it in cutscenes.
You could do Brokeback Mountain the game.
Yeah, that'd be a good VR game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be a good VR game.
They exist.
No, if only.
Oh yeah.
But there's loads of.
They exist.
Yeah, there's that. Tentacles. That was a good one. Tentacles from Mars. Well, they've just done that, really, I suppose, haven't they?
God, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, but the storyline's a bit linear, isn't it? Mostly that way.
And goes round and round a few times.
From left to right, yeah.
But they've made Sonic the Hedgehog into a film anyway, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Original Synth just saying that he watched Sonic the Hedgehog 2. So obviously Sonic the Hedgehog 1 was a success.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, well, I think
it was only
Jim Carrey in.
Creative skid mark. What a great expression. I'm going to use that. Thanks, Original Synth.
But when they first did Sonic, and they released the trailer, there was a massive uproar from fans that said that the 3D rendition of of Sonic was awful and needed, and they literally they halted the release of the film, went back and did all the CG again to get it to an acceptable standard for the fans once they approved.
Okay, now we're officially a sad race.
Yes, indeed, we have been for a long time.
I think so.
Sonic is a brand that's been around for decades and should, like anything, it has its fan base, and if you dare to,
yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
It's just like if somebody was to do a version of Star Wars where they changed all the characters into things that they weren't originally, then
you can't touch Star Wars.
You can't touch it.
No, you're not allowed.
Another film I enjoyed was Ready Player One, which
that was good.
Quite faithful to the book as well.
The only Star Wars worth watching now are the despecialized editions.
Yeah, I tried some of those, and there was rumours. There was actually rumours that Disney were considering releasing the original theatrical versions of the original trilogy, especially the first one, because that has never been released commercially on DVD or Blu-ray. They did one. I've got it on DVD downstairs, and it was the ultimate rip-off.
What's been released then? What are the?
Well, basically, they've all been tinkered with to varying degrees because George Lucas just can't leave it the fuck alone.
But the ones they were doing used to show on TV.
Got an
Echo.
Sorry, that was
Echo.
me.
The one that they were showing on ITV regularly was the theatrical version.
But panned and scanned.
Can you pop the link back?
Not in its letterbox.
I've sent him.
Yeah, the one was never anamorphic. It was the laser.
Yeah, because when they did this thing after the Phantom Menace trilogy, they then reissued. They did them all on DVD, and then they did this special edition or special releases of the first three in what they said was the original theatrical thing, but they ended up just being pan and scans. So
I see.
You still can't get the original theatrical cut as it was.
They had the silver
shown
videotape series that had the originals untouched widescreen, but videotape only.
Exactly. Yeah. So Disney apparently once they acquired it, they said they're going to do it, but I think there was a bit of resistance from Lucas apparently, because he just can't leave stuff. There's this classic moment.
Spielberg too. He took the guns out of ET and gave him walkie-talkies.
I know. And the whole hand shoots first thing. Fuck off.
Oh, it's the South Park had that great
Greedo
episode where they're
first,
going after Spielberg and.
No, just leave it. And when they put back in that scene with Jabba the Hutt in the original Star Wars, it was kind of clever until the bit where he walks over his tail, and you think, no, not it just should have left that out of it.
Space changes and he pops up and.
Yeah, because I remember having a video cassette, a VHS cassette of behind the scenes and outtakes and stuff, and on that thing they had the original scene that they shot with the short, fat Scottish guy.
Yeah, the human Jabba.
Yeah, the human Jabba. And so when I heard that they kind of re-edited that in and then CGI'd Jabba in, it was just like, oh, this could be interesting. And then as he goes up to his tail, literally Han Solo just goes like a game character, like Mario over something.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. Leave it.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the original edits of Star Wars were absolute dog shit. The ones that Lucas did.
They're really bad footage,
Yeah, like really.
The original scripts are terrible. If you saw the original scripts that are online, the Luke Starkiller, they're just terrible.
Yeah. Some very good decisions were made after the.
Terrible. If you saw the original scripts that are online.
Well,
it took him a long time, though. He was working on it for a very, very long time.
Yeah, some very good decisions were made after the.
Terrible. If you saw the original scripts that are online.
Well,
we've got some echo, Dom.
He was working
Dom,
on
you've got YouTube playing in the background.
Right?
Yeah, some very good decisions were made after the.
Terrible.
What was I watching?
that is some serious bloody delay.
Oh, you're watching
Dom,
that?
you've
All
got
right, hang on.
YouTube playing in the background.
We're on a tape.
Hold on.
Yeah, somebody sample this.
This is quite good.
Try that.
There you go.
Sorry about
Sounds
that.
like Parliament.
That was
Just for a
great for
moment
me.
there.
I just-
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Like being in
As long as I
Parliament.
turn it down in my
Funkadelic
headphones,
and
it's
Parliament.
cool. I don't hear a thing.
I keep looking at Andy's name and thinking it says once porn, twice something or other. It's just like,
No, it's just one of my mum's sayings. It's stuck with me forever.
What, once porn, twice?
I have a dark past, Dom.
Don't worry, we all do.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if you didn't. I'd be somebody think you were lying if you didn't. So anyway,
Yeah, absolutely. No, I must admit, the next 3 Star Wars films were absolute heaven for me because of the ludicrous amount of CG that was in them. It was high quality, and I was just there with my nose up against the screen of the TV, going, "Oh, look at the
Well, it's all
reflection
that
map
green
on that."
screen pen, like over the shoulder, short walks, just
Yeah.
the worst direction on the planet.
Yeah. Trouble is, when you're that close to the screen, you really get to see. Oh, what's his name?
Look
Jar
at
Jar
Sin
Binks.
City. Use the same techniques in Sin City. It looks great.
Oh, 12 points.
Whoops.
I've got this big
That's
coffee
fucked that
table book.
guitar.
I've got this big coffee table book about industrial light and magic, and it's just massive hardback thing. And inside there, you've got these big fold-out colour pages of the miniature sets that they did for all sorts of Star Wars, but Indiana Jones, and it's just amazing the detail. And then they talk you through the process of how they shot all this stuff, and ingenious back then, absolutely ingenious.
Well, I mean, it started with sort of 2001, didn't it? With the rotating set.
Yeah.
Doug Trumbull's amazing. That guy's just so good.
Most of that, certainly all the physical stuff, what they call it, practical stuff, was all done here in Pinewood, and then all the fancy computer controlled cameras and stop motion animation, which is brilliant. I mean, even now you see an AT-AT walk and you think that's stop animation, but it's so good.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. It was just how it was.
It has a physicality to it. It's not this fakey thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's great. Because in CG you can do things that are physically impossible. I mean, those droids in the first of the third films, the next 3 films, what do they call them?
Trilogy.
That next 3.
The final
What were those droids? What are those droids called? Come on.
Which ones?
The yellow ones. Fucking hundreds of them.
The Roger guys?
Yeah.
Roger. Yeah, the Imperial droids. Imperial battle droids, weren't they? I think.
Battle droids, yeah. They are, physically impossible.
What, you're telling me the rest of Star Wars is possible, though?
Of course it is.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's a silly question.
Like sand in a vacuum. Yeah.
I did think that until I saw them droids, and I thought, hang on a minute, this is a
Haven't you seen
story.
Thunderbirds?
All those lasers and explosions, that you can hear in space.
Yeah.
Just a story, isn't it?
I was just keeping my gob well and truly shut.
It's like I
Dom,
say
but
to
you
my
went and
son, when my
spoiled it.
son picks holes in things, that could never happen. I said, it's not real.
Yeah, the trouble is we just base it on our own local system. The thing is, space is absolutely fucking teeming with gas.
It's true.
All right? Just absolutely bolt upright with it. Do you know what I mean?
Explosions just happen, don't they?
Yeah, it's not
You
a
always
vacuum.
get fireballs in a vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. Otherwise, nobody'd know there'd been one.
I mean, what about bank turns in space? Give me a break. What are they banking?
Yeah. G-force and everything.
That's why Babylon 5 was so great, because they had retro rockets to pivot the ships, and it had sound in space. It had a bunch of bullshit they have in space things, but
Well, that's one of the things I loved about Gravity.
The special effects were really good.
In Gravity, with Sandra Bullock, aside from the fact that you're looking at a half-naked Sandra Bullock, which is no bad thing, they got a lot of the scientific stuff, the sound, and they delivered that, so that you couldn't hear anything.
Yeah.
And it was
But the orbital mechanics are way off. They're flying around with a fire extinguisher.
Well, I'm not an orbital mechanic. I wouldn't know.
And the ships,
However,
the stations being that close to each other in orbit. And
can I just refer you to my previous comment? Sandra Bullock half naked.
However, I will stand up for this because.
So would I. I stood up for Sandra Bullock half naked.
Yeah. I bet you did, man. But the thing is that it doesn't matter how you look at it. True physics in space and everything like that. Okay. It's fucking boring.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's true.
Yeah? If an explosion is going to be...
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. You've got to have sound. Yeah, of course it makes sound in space. Yeah, you've got to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be a hell of a dull
2001
film.
did it without, and it was very effective.
Yeah, but 2001 was always balls out serious right from the go.
Right.
Yeah?
What with the man dressed in a monkey suit?
Yeah. Because let's face it, that's technically what Early Man was. Just a man in a monkey suit.
So some people still are, I've heard.
Indeed, yeah. Was
You're
it
really ruining it for me now.
Yeah, Dirty Knuckles where it drags on the lino. Yeah. Oh.
Well, the Martian was quite accurate scientifically.
Yeah.
It had some issues, but yeah, it was better than a lot of things.
Yeah.
Better than Red Planet, which came around the same time.
I don't think I've seen Red Planet.
I'm sorry, but I think for accuracy on Mars, Total Recall is...
Oh, it's spot on. It's spot on. Because as you know, if you walk on the surface of Mars, you go...
out of your head, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And your voice go... And all that, yeah, absolutely. I'll be back.
Yeah, and they nicked the triple-breasted whore, didn't they?
Did they?
Oh yes, from Eroticum 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trillion.
This is why sci-fi is wank.
The Hitchhiker's Guide was an absolute classic. Not
It's not
the film,
sci-fi though.
Not the
It's
film,
not
but
science fiction.
the book
It's
and the radio
parody.
series.
It's parody.
Yes.
It's taking the fucking piss.
Told through the eyes of
Sorry,
science
all right.
fiction.
No.
And it was
Someone's
really
grumpy
funny.
today.
Sorry, Dom.
Losing the plot here.
That would imply we had it.
Yeah, well.
That was
Me
better
and
than
sci-fi
Gene.
don't mix very well.
Oh, well.
Can you tell me if my microphone's working?
Sounds like it.
Is it loud enough?
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Lollipop Guild.
Oh, hello.
Mrs. Wiggly?
Yes?
Come here immediately.
Just like
Oh, yes,
What are you
Blake
messing with, Dom?
It's a RC505 loop station and it loops.
What?
Station and it loops. Station and it loops.
I'm sorry.
It's very hard to hear.
Sorry, Jim, can you just turn it down a touch?
Yeah, definitely. With
I couldn't quite hear anything then.
as I just said, was saying, check out Solaris, but preferably the original one first, before the George Clooney one.
I lied, by the way. I do quite like a lot of science fiction things. I'm just being a twat as I usually.
You're
am,
being
so.
facetious.
Well, at the very least, they're important for sociological issues and other stuff cloaked around other storylines. So
Well, yeah.
you talk about uncomfortable things in the guise of some alien thing or whatever. So
Yeah.
Or you could just do it direct, like The Colour Purple.
Yeah, don't be about those. Yeah.
be dour and depressing. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, well, yes, no, I know you're right. It's a vehicle for allegory. I get that.
Because isn't
Shut
2022?
up, Brooks. You complete not a potential twat.
Isn't 2022 the year that Soylent Green's set in?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Isn't Bill Gates working on that?
Probably. Yeah.
Well, Blade Runner was 2019, so we already passed.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, where's our flying cars?
Exactly.
Was it tomorrow's world? Tomorrow's bullshit.
Well, they could build them with as massive
On the
drones. The
bed.
problem is people can't drive normal cars.
Sorry, Chris.
You don't want them crashing drones.
There is flying cars, isn't there? Those drone cars, like you say. But they've probably got a battery life of about 2 minutes. That's the main problem. So, I need to go and get a top up. But I can't remember where I left the bloody oil.
Do you mean one of them top up?
Aye.
What's new, Dom?
I've kind of unwired everything. It's been a disaster. I went away on this holiday.
Did you?
Yeah, and nothing's changed. And if you see kind of below here, it's almost I got no trousers on, but I do have trousers on. But it's just like wires and crap everywhere. So I thought I'd wire everything up to be a kind of a bit more of a live jamming station. Hence my my new microphone, but we shall see. There you go. Hello.
Sorry, what is it that you're feeding the mic into?
The RC505 looper thing.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So it has this on the input. So if I hit record, I can do a board. 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 So I'm just a bit like Mark Rebier now, you see. I can do a board. 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 This is working. Sorry.
So
Come on, we're getting somewhere then.
have you ordered a sample track then?
I'm waiting for a MIDI pack.
Yeah, just drop that in. It'll be tight, man.
Apparently, you can just put it on the little memory card. And fire, man. Fire beats. Boots and guts and boots and guts.
Oh, I love it. Oh, man.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so I've got that wired up, but like nothing else is. So.
Okay.
And,
there's one piece of equipment in here I'm going to have to move because I'm not happy with where it is. And then I saw what was implicated in me moving it, and I've decided, fuck it, it's fine.
Is that the CS80 or the mixer?
No, it's simply this monitor, just this monitor. And it's what's involved in moving out of the way to put this where I want it. It's like, nah, I don't need it that much. It'll be fine. I'm not moving it because it'll take a bleeding week to put everything straight.
You kind of have to bite the bullet. The trouble is, whenever I move, I kind of was going to wire a couple of bits in, and then I started finding cables that had been unplugged, and then one thing leads to another, and that's it. You know, right, I have to start again. So it's not in a good place. But I got a friend coming around on Saturday, and I need to pretend that I live in a tidy studio, so something's going to happen. At one point
Just grab everything and put it into a big black plastic bag.
It's Thursday today. Yeah, I was just going to say, at some
under
point
the desk.
on Friday, the bag of cables and the bag of everything else comes out. That's
you just go
the end of the tidy up.
There you go.
Talking of cables, I went down to see Mac yesterday, down in Clevedon.
In Bristol, yeah.
And I went ostensibly to pick up a 12U Euro rack module, which he was selling, and came away.
A case.
Yes, 104 12U.
104 12. That's big.
Yes,
it
is.
Big.
It is, and because he's moving abroad, he had quite a lot of stuff that he needed to get rid of. So I think I've got about half a ton of cables and power adapters and all sorts of stuff. I mean, some fantastic gear in there. And Mac, if you're still listening, thank you very much, and it was lovely meeting you. But God, he had a hell of a lot of stuff. I think he's still got some modules left, so it's worth finding him on Facebook and
may contact him again and
hitting him up. And he's got some beautiful walnut desks that will be for sale. And
really?
If I had they're about
if I had the spare cash for walnut desks,
2.5 inch thick tops on them, and they're absolutely beautiful.
So is it that big case?
It's that big one, yes.
So you've got that now, Sassy. Because that is beautiful, that thing, and his pictures that he's put up on Facebook of that are really lovely.
Yeah, Yeah, with the power supply and the power distribution boards. And
Have you got any
everything.
modules to put in it?
No.
It'll take you fucking ages. It'll take you ages and cost you a fortune.
I got it because he obviously needed to get rid of it. It wasn't selling, so it's sort of.
So you've effectively bought space.
Yes, and it's sort of. I really don't want to get into modular.
But
that's the wrong thing to do.
You are.
Too
There's
late.
obviously no chance of that now, is there?
But you know,
What's well with you?
but
You look at that case and be going, I need to fill that hole.
Yeah, well, I've got a neutron, and so that can go in.
Oh,
I
72 HP taken up.
I will be buying a proton or two, so that will go in.
Load of straw up one end, buy a hamster.
Yeah. But also, I'm thinking the MIDI controller I'm building, I could actually build it into Eurorack size format.
Get you.
And put 64 knobs onto the case. So
You must be the only. The usual recommendation is buy yourself a small little case just when you're starting out, and perhaps a bit of extra room than you need, just so you can grow. No, not you. You've got a fucking wall.
I do everything big, Andy. You know that.
Well, you have to, don't you?
Yeah.
Hello, Mint Humbug.
Hello.
Evening, Ian.
Yeah, but I mean, even I've gone Eurorack now with virtual software. I'm not going down the hardware route. I'm not an idiot.
Kent, I wanted to ask you about that AE system that you've got. That little tiny with the pins one.
Yeah.
Because I was really intrigued by that when I first heard that. I thought, that's a way to go. That's it. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
So, how do you get on with it? Is it worth it?
Never turned it on. Never turned it on.
All right. That's a
Why, do you
wrong
want to borrow
question
it?
then, was it?
Why, do you want to borrow it?
Oh, yeah, of course I will, yeah.
All right.
I never play with it.
I'll post it up to you.
I'm quite tempted to. I looked at the Behringer 110, the 100 series 110 module.
Yeah, get it.
And I thought,
it's great.
Yeah, that could be a.
Get the envelope generator as well.
But then
Use
I
some
keep
VCAs
thinking,
to go with that as well.
really don't. I mean, I'm quite happy with digital synths. I really want to go down that rabbit hole.
The 110 paired with the 110 paired with a 141 envelope generator module. Those two, because it's got two envelope generators and it's got an LFO. That makes basically a synth voice, but you do need it.
I'll dust it first.
I love Icing's comment. Yeah, my first step to giving up alcohol was to buy an enormous drinks cabinet.
Okay,
stock it.
Yeah, we got. Let's have a look. What we got? We've just got a master I/O unit with buses and gates and shit. 2 hybrid oscillators, then a Logic dual NAND and XOR inverter.
Yeah, a Logic gate. Yeah.
A standalone VCO, a noise gen, then 2 LFOs, then a blank space. Fill it with a sausage or something. I don't know. A state variable filter, a WASP filter.
Ooh.
You know the filter.
Yep, that's one.
A double blank plate by a hamster. 2 envelope generator. 2 VCA, another blank plate, a 4x4 mixer, a beat divider, wicked tune, sequencer 8, blank panel, sequencer 16, a, what the fuck is that? Oh, quantizer.
What the fuck?
That's a great name for a
But
module.
it's done QUANTIZER, downwards, you see. So it looks, it's a QU module. Or an AN, or a TIS, or an
Does that use sort of little breadboard patch cables?
Yeah.
Tiny.
2 SHs, 2 attack CVs, whatever that is, a Selena string machine.
What?
So that's a little Selena string machine there.
Is that monophonic? Is it polyphonic? Is it?
Pass.
No idea.
I didn't know. I imagine it has. Oh wait, no, it does chord minus, chord plus, fourth gate, bus CV, bus gate.
And you've never switched it on? So
Nah.
What is it that you're describing there? I missed it.
This thing.
Oh, nice.
It's a little modular thing. It's from a company called AE. They're in Berlin. And
Yeah,
they've done
analog.
these things.
What's it called? Analog or something?
I
Oh,
can't
abused electronics. Beg your
That's
pardon.
it, AE systems. And
Modulaire.
but it's not Eurorack. It's smaller, and
Yeah.
it uses, rather than using those mini jacks that use in
Yeah, yeah.
Eurorack, it's the little pins, a bit like on the Volca modular.
Oh, yeah.
Right, there's also a multi-programmed multi-FX unit on the end with various routings and monos and CVs and shit all over the place.
They've crammed a hell of a lot of stuff into a very small
very
case.
small space, yeah.
Yeah. It was about 650 quid or something like that, I think it was.
It's kind of like the tiny sizer has those little cables.
Yeah. But I took it out of the box and went, nah, it's not for me. Talk about doing things arse about fucking tit. I mean, really, honest to God. Buy it and then go, nah, it's not my scene at all.
No, I can't even read the bloody labels. I need to get a magnifying glass. Yeah,
that's another. You need good eyesight as well because it's like, what the hell is that? You know, that kind of thing. So, so yeah, I'll post it up to you, bud, so you can play with that.
Well, actually, can I ask a favour then? If you're going to do that, would you be happy for me to give that to school?
Yeah, it's fine.
Because all they've got in school at the minute, other than soft synths, is a little Korg Volca modular.
Is that it?
That honestly, because everything's in the box, everything's in Logic and GarageBand. So
little Jimmy keeps sticking up his arse.
If you were happy, I mean, serious.
Sorry.
Where's the dongle again? Come on,
if
who's
you
got
know
it?
little Jimmy like I know little Jimmy, it probably isn't the first thing to go up there, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If you're happy for me to do that, I would.
Yeah.
I would absolutely. I would do that. I'd have a play with it myself, and then I would give it to. I'd give it to school, and then some of the sixth formers will be able to.
Yeah. Because I've already
find some use
I've already
for it.
Booked that out, as it were, on my tax return.
Cool. A donation to education, charitable, brilliant.
That's why you get the idiots.
Vote anything but Conservative.
Absolutely, I did.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Greens here in Sheffield got my vote
half an
today.
hour before we start getting predictions.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah.
So, well, that'd be brilliant, Kent, if you would, and I'm sure school will be very, very grateful, and I'll
Yeah,
make
no
sure
probs.
that you get suitable acknowledgement.
Yeah. No, it's fine if it goes up there,
Brilliant.
mate.
Name the Kent Spong wing.
Yes, Spong wing.
Spong wing.
Yes, on the condition that you name this corridor.
yeah.
You have the Sad Owl logo as well, though.
Yeah.
Yes,
We named this bucket after him.
That we start with the closet, but
that we clean corridor with. Right, give us a minute. I'm going to find some oil.
Some oil, yeah.
I used to know a primary school teacher, and she said that all the teachers always used to have a pair of forceps that they kept in their desk, because invariably there would be at least one kid in every class who would get a piece of Lego stuck up his nose, or a pencil eraser, or they would stick a pencil too far somewhere where it shouldn't go. And they would just whip the forceps out and extract whatever it was that had been put where it shouldn't have gone.
Dear, oh dear.
The 2021 equivalent of that is parents naming their children's Minecraft accounts, because they don't seem to be particularly savvy with a lot of the internet. So Lula May's fine, but like her best friend is called Odd Cheese 747 because literally, and that's what he came up with. So this poor little 10-year-old's like, oh, it's Odd Cheese.
I did this thing with my son. When he signed up for, or we signed him up for his PlayStation account, we put his real age in. and he was most upset when he couldn't play all these games. So when he got a bit older, we set up a second account for him under the premise that I would be able to put the name in. So I made his name, I can't remember what it is now, but I put his middle name, which is Bruno, which is after my father. And so now everyone at school calls him Bruno, and he really doesn't like it. And
It's better than being old cheese.
Well, quite,
Yeah, there's a whole sort of middle internet generation growing up now with kids who are just in a very odd zone.
Just in Zoe's put up here, my son once sneezed out a diamond.
Oh, hey Zoe.
But it just made me think. You know when you got a watch strap, the old watch straps that had those little sprung bars that went into
they still do, Robin.
Yeah. So not on modern watches, but so I was fitting a new strap, and one of these sprung bars went ding and just went somewhere in the living room. Couldn't find it anyway. Found another one, put it in, sorted it out, and a couple of days later, I'm changing my daughter's nappy. So this is about 18 years ago, because it's her birthday tomorrow. And
no.
Yeah, as I'm peeling the nappy off, a little glint catches my eye in this brown breed, and she'd picked it up and she'd swallowed it, and it had gone all the way through, and my blood ran freezing cold, and I literally just finished cleaning her up, scooped her up, went to the doctor and said, "This has just happened. What should I do?" And he said, "Is she okay?" I said, "She seemed absolutely fine." He said, "Was there any blood?" I said, "No blood at all." Yeah, off you go. And that was that.
Yeah.
But, oh my God.
My daughter once chewed on a plastic spoon when she got hold of a plastic spoon as a baby and bit into that. And we had to find the missing
plastic
pieces.
spoon in my mouth. Shouldn't have done that, Jim. Shouldn't take it literally. Didn't really mean that. It was an allegory again.
My kids both produced glitter poo.
People literally.
Oh, dear. Yeah, kids will shove anything in.
Don't let kids make Christmas cards with Pritt stick and glitter, because you will see it later, believe me.
Yeah. In funny places.
Yes.
I've just been reminded I was supposed to be editing a podcast today.
Sound on sound.
Yeah. Do you know, I know I talk a lot, and people probably get very, very annoyed with the sound of my voice. It's nothing compared to me listening to the sound of my own voice, which is horrible, over and over and over again, trying to edit bits out. Soul destroying. But this one will be worth it. It's a really good one. So.
Can't you outsource the editing?
No, because then I wouldn't get paid as much.
like the good socialist you are there, Rob.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do my own labour.
You can't get someone on Fiverr to do it for you.
Yeah, it's the dignity of labour. The dignity of labour, not farming it out for some cheap ass git to do it half as well as I could do it. So yeah.
What's yours, mine. What's mine's me own.
That's quite.
Sorry, that's Sheffield socialism for you. I just thought I'd put that out there for the crowds.
Yeah.
Yes, Waggy, you can snort glitter. You can also snort flour and also peanuts. That's a good one.
But it's not recommended.
No.
Makes your eyes water.
That's the experience, is it? Self.
I rubbed Bombay mix into my eye the other night.
Turn up, Ian. We can't hear you.
Yeah. No.
I don't think you're even on the right mic.
Is your mic on?
You're coming through a mic, but it's not the one you're looking at.
No.
It's almost like a mic at the back of the room is picking you up. Oh, there you go.
Yes, there we go. Got you.
Yeah. Good stuff. I was just going to say, I was listening to Brian Hodgson from the...
Brian.
Yeah. Do you know what his favourite synth is?
Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one. Go on.
Fairlight. He did it on Electronically Yours with Martin Ware.
Yes.
And, he asked everybody what their favourite synth is at the end.
All right.
Nice.
Nice. My phone's just started talking to me. Go away.
I had a this bizarre evening. I went to this thing at the British Library. It was a Delia Derbyshire thing, and I'd been involved in some session with Caro and a bunch of guys from Genelec doing surround sound stuff, and I ended up in the green room with David Vorhaus, Brian Hodgson, and Mark Ayres.
Wow.
Of radiophonic.
He hated my version of Doctor Who. He proper slagged it off.
And I'm just sat there talking, and I discovered that Brian Hodgson lives in Norfolk, so he's not too far away. But it was just this bizarre thing. Oh my God, these are giants of electronic
Legendary.
music. Absolutely. And I'm sat there having a cup of tea and a little piece of cake.
Oh, brilliant.
It was absolutely fantastic. I'd love to get Brian on the show, but I know he's not been well recently. So
I don't know when he recorded the Electronically Yours. It was probably a few months ago, maybe.
But Brian's getting on, and he's obviously.
He was on for 2 hours. Bless him. It was brilliant, and he did talk about doing a second one because obviously they didn't cover everything.
Well, Martin did this thing at the Queen Elizabeth Hall a few years ago where he interviewed Peter Howell.
Oh yeah,
another radiophonic guy. What was Martin's reaction to Brian's choice? Because Martin hated this fella.
All he said was, "Oh yeah, we used to own one of them, and it was all right." I think is what he said. Yeah.
Ian owned that one. Martin was a Synclavier guy, but yeah.
Can I say a thank you to Ian at this point for chucking out some of my tracks on his podcast the other day?
Oh, you're welcome.
His radio show. I was really thank you for doing that. It was really,
it's
really quite made up by that.
It's a good EP. It's great.
Thank you.
Oh, cool.
I've just been doing some working at our local art centre, and we've got Steel Eye Spanning tonight.
Oh, right, okay.
And this lady,
original members,
wicked.
Maddie Pryor's there. I wouldn't know the rest of them. I mean, the road crew were nice guys. I didn't hang around really. And this lady said at half time, she said, "Do you want to go up and have a listen?" I went, "No, you're all right, thank you. This is not my thing."
I used to work for a guy.
See, it would have been mine. I grew up with that. My dad used to have that on all the bloody time. The Steel Eye Span, the Waterstones, the whole bloody the whole.
So
lot.
So Andy, why aren't you in folk music?
It's really
probably
weird.
Because of that.
It may well be, but no, actually, I love it now. I've got quite a collection of that sort of stuff, and I do love it. I really do. But I don't. Why? What happened? I mean, because I grew up with all sorts of musical influences when I was a kid. I mean, there's my grandfather who was a brilliant classical musician. So I grew up listening to him properly playing Beethoven and Chopin and Rachmaninoff. That was it. I'd be watching the telly and he'd just be playing it, and so all that stuff's been absorbed. My dad used to play all sorts of things at home, and then I learned piano and got into classical music and that sort of thing. I was a chorister at Wigan Parish Church, so I had a lot of church music from obviously medieval and Tudor and Victorian, Tallis, William Byrd, right through to Charles Villiers Stanford and Edward Bairstow, and I knew all this stuff, and I was barely 11 years old, and all this stuff had gone in, and that had a massive influence on me. I mean, I thought, being in the choir, I think it was my first time realising there were other languages. For example, singing in Latin. How can there be only 3 words in Latin and 9 words in English? What's going on there? That was a mystery to me. And French and German and all these other things which we were singing it. I didn't understand it, but I was fascinated by it. And then the electronic thing started with a mate of mine came round at my house and basically, almost literally said, "I'm sick of listening to classical music at your house. We're putting this on." And he put a tape on of what he called 6 of the best, and it was 6 Ultravox songs. And I went, "Oh, synthesizers, yeah, I know those. I can play those, yeah." And I bought an album. I bought Lament by Ultravox, and that album sent me off on 2 very distinct, clear passions in my life. The first one, synthesize. It's all right. First one, synthesizers, because I was fascinated by synthesizers, and the second one was standing stones and ancient monuments, because on the Lament album there's a picture of the Callanish standing stones on the Isle of Lewis, and I was really intrigued by that, and I sort of found out where they were, and blimey, how do you get there? It's not a million miles away, but blimey, it's tough to get to the Isle of Lewis. So I've that path, going off on music in one direction and standing stones and ancient monuments on another thing. Two big passions in my life, all from one album, and I really got into it. But again, later in life, I just found these things again, Steel Eye Span, and
they're a bit too folky for me. I mean, I've played in a few folk bands. In fact, in the 90s, I played in a folk punk band, which was quite fun.
Why not?
Yeah, it was. I was playing accordion, one-handed.
But the folk,
where's Ty? Where's Ty?
Exactly. But the
you
folk,
still out there.
The folk and techno thing. There was a big crossover of that. I mean, you could even mention people like there was obviously Osric Tentacles.
Osrics.
Yeah.
And therefore by extension, Eat Static. There was Ultramarine. Was that what they were called? Ultramarine.
Yeah.
All these basically crusties, really. Let's be honest. And there was exactly East. Well, East
Born out
Static.
of Osrics. Yeah.
Born out. It was. Yeah. So all those things. So there was that. Sorry, Ian. I cut you off. I apologise.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, but I was saying, my story's the same as yours, Andy. Really, I come through the early '80s, listening to a lot of rock coming out of school and going into work, and then listening to a lot of rock music with friends and things. Went to a few concerts, and then through CB radio, I met the missus. And at the time, she was...
one sec.
Carry on?
Yeah.
Sorry. At the time, she was dancing for Morris' team, Morris' side.
No.
So I went along and watched a bit, and I could always knock something out on a accordion, a keyboard or something. And so I got a little accordion and started playing with the team side, then changed sides eventually. So I spent about 7 years with her dancing, me playing, and then we went to lots of folk festivals and saw lots of the Steel Eye bands and all sorts for about 7 years, and I've kept the interest ever since.
I'm interested in the sort of slightly later stuff. I mean the sort of bands that. I mean, I've been to Beverley Folk Festival a few times when it's back now, but when it was a proper festival at the racecourse there, and they had different stages, and but I mean, I'm a big fan of Merry Hell, who used to be the Tanzads back in the 90s.
So probably
like that.
sort of a bit after my time, because by about 91, 92, I think we'd maybe about then because we started collecting dogs. We couldn't get the Morris dancing and a number of dogs to work. So because we'd gone into the Huskies and we wanted to work and show them, we took that path. We'd done a good 7 years of the folk, and really, I still really enjoy it. I've still got friends and things like that, and I've not really kept up with a lot of the bands and music, but I mean, it's out there, and here is what used to be a good-looking Morris musician. But it's been about 7 years, I think, since I last played out for a team and things. So, I mean, it's good. I've still got my concertina, my accordion's buried, and I've got an awful lot of books of Morris tunes that I still enjoy playing because they're just simple melodies and they're tuneful.
Well, I mean,
in the chart, Original Synth mentioned this, so I'm going to hold this up. I don't know if you can see the name on the top.
Julian Cope, isn't
Julian
it?
Cope.
Julian
I've
Cope.
got that.
Have you got that as well, Mr. Wigley?
Yeah, I got it downstairs.
Julian Cope's The Modern Antiquarian. It's an absolutely stunning book.
It is amazing.
It
There's
is
an
absolutely
incredible website as well.
It is, the Modern Antiquarian website. It's updated regularly. Go on there quite a lot. Yeah. Hey, Dom, have we got a common interest there?
Isn't that so weird? I mean, I just thought it was so bonkers because I loved him as an artist. I think "Bless My Cotton Socks, I'm in the News" is the best opening line of a pop song ever. And
all the brass on that track was one guy.
Was it really?
Just multi-tracking all of the brass.
Such a good tune.
It's fantastic.
But then, I heard he wrote that book, and I was like, "What? This guy's
Into the Valley of the Stone Circle." upwards of
Really
45 degrees. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a fan of Julian Cope. I do like
singing,
Julian Cope.
and that story of him singing all the songs underneath the mixing desk on his back.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, that's proper rock and roll.
Do you know, it's funny, his books are great. Have you got the biography, Head On?
No,
and
no,
Repossessed?
I should get it, actually.
Get hold of those. They're absolutely brilliant. They're really entertaining. A real entertainer because it's not just Julian Cove. It goes on to Echo and the Bunnymen, Pete Burns and Dead or Alive, and all that Liverpool scene, and it's all swallowed. It's all sort of swallowed up.
Yeah, wasn't he in the big three with them? With it was Julian Cope and
Julian Cope, Ian McCulloch, Phil.
Was it the guy?
The guy who became the KLF eventually.
Yeah,
he was in there as well.
All right.
What's his? Oh, come on, Bill Drummond. Bill Drummond.
Bill Drummond. Yeah.
Bill Drummond of the KLF is very much one of the movers and shakers on that scene. In fact, Bill
it was a very
Drummond
incestuous scene, wasn't it?
Was
Everyone
part
played with everyone
of.
else, didn't
He
they?
was part of both the Teardrop Explodes and Echo and the Bunnymen. So yeah, Dom, if you have a look for those, Head On and Repossessed.
Totally.
There is a version of it where they're both in the same book.
Oh, cool.
You have to flip it over.
I worked. No, that's brilliant. Thank you. I definitely, because that kind of it's what wasn't part of that scene at all, but it just looking back at it, thinking, oh, that's so cool. I did do a mix with some guys once with Pete Wiley. I think he must have been.
Mighty Wow.
Yeah.
Like, what a nice bloke as well. Like, I mean, he did have one hit, but he always struck me as someone that should have. He's well known in the music industry, but I'm not sure how well known he is outside.
That futon behind me came from his PA. Bizarrely, in Manchester.
Wow. There's a story there, Jim Bob.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Bizarre.
There you go. No, well, he obviously did well enough to get a PA, so it's not too bad.
And a futon.
And a futon.
Yeah, that don't come cheap.
It's a brilliant absorber, that as well. Really heavy.
Oh, heck.
But yeah, there's a new Mark Hollis biography coming out as well.
I've just ordered it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's it was on pre-sale for ages, obviously, like last year. But and there's two versions. There's the signed version by the author, which is 60
Deluxe,
quid.
yeah.
Which deluxe, which I thought, nah. I'm 30 quid for the other version. So
I've got the new
If
Stephen
it was signed by
Wilson
Mark
book.
Hollis.
sorry.
Well,
Yeah, signed by my.
Yeah, that'd be good. I've got the new Stephen Wilson book coming tomorrow, I think it is, which should be pretty good.
I need to know more about Stephen Wilson. I listened to his last album, which I thought was brilliant. But I don't know an awful lot about him.
Yeah, it's because there's that, and then there's a new Porcupine Tree album coming out later this year as well. But oh man, I got into him, I don't know, probably about the time of this second solo album. I'd heard Porcupine Tree, but never really kind of associated the thing. And then when the Raven That Refused to Sing came out, it just blew me away. I went saw him at the Albert Hall. It's just one of the most awesome rock gigs I've ever been to, and I've just been a massive fan ever since. And I love the way he puts, when he does an album, it's a complete concept, both in the audio but also in the physical product as well. I mean, like I said, the last album, Future Bites, the whole concept of, you know, commercialism and limited editionism and all of and he did that one copy, didn't he? There was just this one version that and it had a mirror, and in the box set, it was this massive box set, and in it it says limited edition of one, and it was a mirror, and so when you hold it up, you know, it was just clever little things. But there was the one he did, was it the one before that, Hand Cannot Erase, which was all based on, do you remember there was a woman that was found dead in her apartment or her flat? She'd been there for like 3 years and nobody knew that she'd gone. And it was this big story, and she was she was on kind of so many lists of social services, and she just, the system failed her completely. And so he based this kind of concept album on, not, you know, the morbid nature of her passing, but how could somebody die and nobody knows that they died, sort of thing. And he produced this box set where there's this book and all of these, and inside the book it's not just pages, there's little bits of ephemera, little handwritten notes and Polaroid photographs, and it all ties in with this massive story of stuff. It's just incredible. He puts so much into it, and musically, I mean, wow. guy's modern day genius. But I've heard from other people that he's an absolute arsehole.
All right.
But I think it's because he is so single-minded that everything he does, he controls it to the nth degree that a lot of people just don't like that. But
I supported Porcupine Tree at the lead mill.
I saw that. I thought he'd win.
Wow.
Way back in the 90s. And
did you get paid?
I got 50 quid. And I seriously pissed off Richard Barbieri.
And the rest not difficult to do because he's pretty much there all the time anyway.
And the rest of them were just so fucking rude. Because I was just some guy who turned up and plonked his gear on the stage because I'd been told to do a support slot. I've been, do you want to support these guys? Who are they? Porcupine Tree. No idea who they are. Never heard of them. But I'll do it, yeah, because you're asking me to. The keyboard player is the guy from Japan. Oh, really? Okay. And, it was not a gig that I enjoyed. I did it. Why they asked me? Because I was doing electronic. So it was like electronic and techno, and they're like prog rock and stuff. It was just wrong. It was one of those ones that I shouldn't have done it really in that sense. It was not one that worked. Sorry.
I chatted with Richard yesterday, and he was telling me about that time when you supported him and how shit he thought.
There was this little stuck-up twat from Sheffield, and I'd take it all afternoon to set my gear up. And then he asked me if he could you move this to the left a bit so I can get my Atari in place.
Also, to be fair, Richard Barbieri, I would never, ever have overcome seeing the picture of myself in the gatefold of Quiet Life, to be honest. I think I've never
that is pretty,
recovered from that moment. So, he can be as grumpy as he wants to.
It is allowed to be, because, let's be honest, I'm not knocking him. I'm not so fond of Porcupine Tree, but I do love Japan. I can't help myself.
In other news, have you seen this? See if we can get this for you.
Timberwolf. A mini Moog in a box.
Look at the price it went for.
1,600.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
Are you sure that just wasn't a cancelled Reverb sale?
1,600.
Is that on Reverb?
Seems very cheap for an original.
1,600 for a memory Moog.
The thing is on Reverb that if that is Reverb, cancelled sales go through as sale prices at the end, and
right.
So you have to be a little bit careful. There was a big thing going about how it was, ironically, knocking prices down because they were getting crap bids in from somewhere that was obviously just scammy. Then they were shutting the sale down, but the number was still appearing at the end.
There's something about this. There's something about this is a bit weird though, because it was sold in. The guy who owns it is in Mexico, and unfortunately, one of the photos is of the back. This is the photo of the back with the tape on it. So you see that. I seem to remember this coming through my workshop last year. Oh wow! And it sure as hell wasn't Mexico. So, and that's quite a distinguished photo of it.
So it might be a scam sale.
Yeah.
Yeah. So makes you wonder.
Do you want to see something funny?
Did you leave a plectrum inside of it?
No, leave it away. Leave it away.
No, we get banned, mate.
Not again.
No.
Go on then. I did put down that this was suitable for children.
That was silly. Right. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Oh man.
11 cartridges. And look, he's dropped the price from 1,800 to 1,500 pounds.
It's taking the piss.
Wow. I didn't realise that Sysx files cost so much.
Exactly. All of that stuff is available.
No. You're paying for the EEPROM, Kent.
So I bought that, which is essentially it's just another, it's just another cartridge. This is for my RX5. 30 quid. So honestly, these people are just bonkers.
Yeah,
absolutely bonkers.
It will get worse. Trust me, it will get a lot worse. Beginning to see what's the next thing that I think there's going to be another rush on mini Moogs at some point. I'm starting.
Russian mini Moogs?
No, a rush on.
Oh, right, sorry.
A rush on. Yeah, I think mini Moog is going to be the next thing to go through the ceiling.
You reckon?
Yeah, don't ask me. Originals.
Why?
Because I'm starting to get a lot of calls from people asking if I can refurb their Mini Moog all of a
Hello,
sudden.
Georgie. Yeah, Mini Moogs. Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. Yeah. So yeah, and that seems to be a thing now. But they want the cases done and stuff like that, and going, hang on a minute, is this 2008? Yeah, it's all, and these people are looking. They're clearly looking to flog them. So there's something going on where the originals are the next big thing. Again,
it's all cycles.
I've had a
few
few
people who bought the Boog Model D and have now actually earned enough.
The ones
money
that just
to
got
try
the
and
new
get a real
Cherry
one.
Audio one.
Yeah. It's like I had a guy offer me a CS80 that wasn't working for £30,000 without a smile on his face, and I was like, "Why aren't you smiling?" And he went, "What?" I said, "Shouldn't you be laughing at this point?" He went, "What? No, I want 30 for it." And just went, "All right, it's my turn." Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 30. Fuck off. Good God.
Wow.
There's no reason at all.
Here's another unsurprising. It hasn't sold on Reverb.
Oh, go for it. Dun dun dun.
Again, drop the price.
Oh, we gone back up again?
No, this is what was it? That's 133. It's down to.
Is that a
112.
60 above it?
I tell you what, that's one thing I wouldn't do.
What is that above it, Kent?
That is a 60 over the top. Well, it's either a 60 or a 50. It's hard to tell. There's too much of the picture cut out. But it's something I wouldn't have done. No, it must be a 60 because it's nearly the same length, isn't it, as the DX1? So, no.
That's just taking the piss.
It's got them both on an X stand. That's brave.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do that with a T8 and never work again.
I mean, think of it this way: if I went to Kent and said, "I've got 112 grand. I want you to build me a synth," I think
no problem.
I could probably get something that sounds a lot better than a vintage synth.
And
What, for 112,000? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ! Yeah, I can
Yeah.
put you something serious together for that.
But this is it. You could get a unique. I mean, it's like the Colossus synths. They're expensive, but they are effectively unique. I mean, obviously they're not, but they are hand-built synths.
Yeah.
It's a piece of furniture. It's a work of art, and it happens to be a musical instrument as well.
Is there a Cherry Audio version yet?
But for that sort of money,
Give it another 3 or 4 days, mate.
I would much rather pay an engineer to create something unique and different and beautiful than buy a piece of vintage hardware that you know is going to break down.
It's going to have to go to Kent anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
How do you think I buy all this shit?
Yeah. 10 years of ownership with a vintage synth, and you've effectively paid Kent the price of that DX1.
Yeah. See, the thing is, shit vintage is basically my business model. I rely on that. I rely on vintage gear being dodgy shite.
But there is going to be a time when people like Kent will no longer exist because because the amount of vintage gear that will still be in circulation will have dwindled to the point where if somebody like Kent did exist, it wouldn't be enough to support a living. Eventually, it's all just going to be disposable rubbish that when it breaks, we just go out and buy a new one. Surely.
Yeah, we will. But that's that transition between, how antiques come about, because you can go to any shop and buy a table or a chair, but Louis the 17th is going to cost you a few quid,
Yeah.
But it's still a chair you stick your ass in. But
I have some so-called vintage digital, and people
Louis the 15th, Louis the 14th,
There you
Louis
go.
the 16th.
Yeah.
But you're seeing the same now with getting back to the old classic car thing, where the value of old cars that you can still actually fix is increasing at a much higher rate than a really good modern car because you can't fix them. the cars we're buying now are disposable, whereas cars up until the 70s and maybe early 80s, they're not disposable. They can be fixed.
Mm.
I mean, look at Cuba. Look at the way that they managed to keep all those 40s and 50s cars going, even if they were ripping out the engines and effectively putting lawnmower engines in, but they were still able to keep them going because they had the capabilities. With the introduction of the digital electronics that we have access to now, it's going to get to the stage where it will be impossible to fix them.
Plus, even the digital side's picking up. Where you want the 12-bit and your 12-bit digital sound and all that kind of stuff. It's all got its thing. I've just spent 20 minutes trying to peel the sticky bit off the back of a super strong bit of Velcro. Just wanted, in case anyone's wondering why I'm looking increasingly frustrated. Hello to Grace in the chat as well.
Yeah. Hello, Grace.
Better.
Hi, Grace.
My daughter will be with you tomorrow.
Oh, excellent. That's good.
I saw a DX7 in really good condition. It was like 1,100 quid.
Really?
For a DX11?
For a DX7.
Oh, DX7.
Yeah, in really good condition.
That's what they were new, wasn't it?
Was that the one with wooden end cheeks?
Yeah. No, it had everything. It was literally like it had, as it came, so you had the keyboard, you had the music stand, you had all the manuals there. There was a foot pedal, a couple of cartridges, and it was all in very good condition. And it sold for about 1,100 quid.
Okay.
Well, Grace is better. Well done, Grace.
Yes.
Glad to hear that.
Good.
So now that Grace has turned up, I'm going to piss off. Sorry, Grace, but I am. Because I've got a whole day of GCSE speaking tests to do tomorrow, which is.
Oh, they used to call them orals.
Jimmy with his Volker.
Yeah, they do, but we call them speaking tests now for obvious reasons, Sassy. So
a whole day of oral.
Have you come for your oral?
Stop the giggling. Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, they come in and they do their thing for sort of 12 minutes, and then clear off. I've got to do it. I've got to be on my game for a whole bloody day, because I've got to. You've no idea that. I love it. It's a great day. It really is a great day. There'll be smiles. There'll be kids who are absolutely over the moon. There'll be tears.
From you,
everything.
Yes.
Not just from me. I'll be running the gamut of emotions tomorrow. So I'll be watching Pro Synth Network in sort of through glazed eyes tomorrow, going, what are they talking about? So
would everybody else on it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's me tomorrow. So I have to jump into the old depot, the old sack, and get some sleep. So bye, Grace. I'm disappearing. Yeah.
Hope it goes well for you, Andy.
Yeah, it is. I'm actually, to be honest, I'm quite looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good day tomorrow on the whole. But, blimey, it's a look. What's that? What are you wafting at us?
An accordion.
The accordion.
That's me. My folk mode.
Now say the Lord spray backwards while you're showing that, and Ty will turn up.
No, sorry. We love them all. Right, anyway, I'll see you all soon, folks. Actually, Ken, just because Dom, you're not on Sunday, are you? You're going to your mate's birthday party.
So you're going to have a.
Kent, are you doing an impromptu one on Sunday?
Yeah, Dom's already asked me if I'd do a little stand-in. So,
right.
Yeah. A guy walks into a bar.
We'll see you Sunday, folks.
See you later. Cheers, Andy.
See you later, bud. Oh dear me!
I cannot believe I cannot get this blooming stuff off.
Velcro.
It's that really hardcore Velcro that I need to stick a bit of kit to here, and I can't do is get one tiny piece of plastic off the back. It's pulling the sticky stuff off as well as the cover. And I'm just running out with less and less sticky stuff now.
God.
Never mind, such is life. First world problems and all that. I could do another loop.
Use a bit of gaffer tape to try and lift the back off the.
I'll give it a go.
Major breakthrough!
I tell you, they don't make it like
God, that was awful.
Now you can record that, and you can now start your chord pack.
Masterclass.
Be the first preset in your chord
That's
pack.
my MIDI loop pack.
Yeah.
That one's called Mrs. Wiggly Boots and Cats.
Keep doing that, you might summon Gaz onto the show.
Goodness me. And now I've lost the bit of Velcro. I was trying to de-Velcroise. Crazy.
I'll super glue it. It'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm trying to stick an eye out on my old iPad to the
Oh, you did that with a nail.
Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, 2 nails, and then you stand it on the 2 nails. Sorted. Oh,
Oh, that was scary.
The year is 2249. Oh, that's better. I can't go that low.
The world is devoid of digital synthesizers.
Yay!
Kent is our only hope to save the universe from the invasion of the Puricellis from the planet FM.
Episode 1. Where's my screwdriver?
Chase me, Ken, come on!
Oh God, it's like one of the Mr. Wiggly birthday ones. This is. We need Ty now and a rabbit. We're laughing.
Ty in a rabbit.
I would say, hold still, Robert,
hold still.
Good evening, Grace.
Hey, Grace.
Hey.
Hey, Grace.
Hello, everybody. That sounds like young voices.
What do you call a rabbit? What do you call a rabbit with a bent dick? Fuck's funny.
My God, what Christmas cracker did you get that one out of?
It's got to be M&S, hasn't it?
Yeah, they do all the good jokes.
I think it was
the cracker from the back of the cupboard.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Are you fully recovered, Grace? How's it all going?
Yeah, it's a weird virus, isn't it? I was fine. Monday afternoon, I felt 60% great. Tuesday, did full load in, show load, full day's work. Absolutely fine. Wednesday, felt rotten again. Exhausted.
You burnt out your reserve.
Yeah. Incredible. Today's all right, though. I'll probably be a bit weird tomorrow, but then again, when am I never weird, it's a weird one, isn't it? I've got a really flat out month this month. I've got another gig on the go as well, and
Wow. Is the voices going okay, though?
Yeah, actually, we just done the big London show number 3. Getting ready for your daughter tomorrow. It's cool. 7,500 kids in the choir today. It'll be the same tomorrow. They got
holy crap
today. They've done more shows at the O2 Arena with young voices than anybody else ever. I think today was their 63rd night at the O2 Arena over.
Whoa!
Well, since it opened, since 2007, and today they passed another milestone, which was they have now had 500,000 school children in the choir at the O2 across all those years.
Wow!
Right, 500,000 kids, and
That's
the
incredible.
O2, in their memory and honour, have named the end of the room where we put the stage, which is the other end of the room to where the stage normally goes, is now officially known as the Young Voices End.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was a little presentation and a do today on stage just before the show started and stuff.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Fantastic.
cool.
I'm glad
So
you're
proud to be a very tiny part of all that. But yeah,
It would have been such a shame to have missed the whole thing, having got to this level. So I'm glad you're back working.
Yeah,
anyway, which is great.
No, I was always coming back. It was just they wanted me out of the way while I was contagious, and I couldn't work. I was for 4 days. I'm just like, no way am I working at the moment.
Yeah.
So
How
eight of us got it. So 8 people on the crew had it at the same time. So it was all right with that break.
How many times have you had to mute a channel?
Not as many as
I mean, if you've got 150 mics, there must be at least one kid singing really out of key.
Well, we use these. One of our former front house engineers, is a dear friend, came up with a really good idea, and he designed some asymmetrical parabolic dishes. So they're kind of there's a tighter angle on the bottom and a gentler angle on the top, and they're just a reflector, and you reflect into like a something like a KM184, a small diaphragm condenser mounted in, pointing into it. So it's like
a boundary mic,
kind of,
but parabolic. Yeah,
it's like a satellite dish, basically. The same principle, but putting a microphone in instead of a radio transducer, and it works very well to even out the sound coming down the bleacher from where all the kids sit. So we actually use them. We use half a dozen of those to gather it in, and then we also have a lot of spot mics dotted around the choir as well. Yeah. But it's really a dozen channels in total of choir mics. Wow. There's an awful lot of other stuff going on the stage, band instruments and guests and lots of things. But
I thought you were going to say you fitted a laser so you could just point the dish and just take one of them out.
Don't do laser yeah, that'd be quite good actually. We had that today. The conductor
from the right.
Can you work out which one it is? Because that kid's really annoying me. It's that one. But yeah, PFL in the odd channel to find out where the noisy kids are. We do that from time to time. They're really raucous and not on program.
What are the mics that have got lasers built in?
Wow, what a great idea.
I don't know, but they should be called Death by Audio ought to make them, wouldn't they, really?
No, but they've got lasers built in. So
a new definition of a shotgun mic.
Yes. We do use lasers at the other end of the PA system. We use lasers on the top of the hangs. You put them on the top of the hangs of the PA, so that you can trim the height, the top of the hang, to where you want it to point at the back of the room.
Yeah.
So the top row of seats, you have a laser on the top of the fly frame, which points out, obviously, and you just take the PA out until it's hitting the back row. And we can also use the lasers for horizontal angle inclinometer purposes. So you get quite a precise science, the numbers behind hanging PAs.
The Aston Starlight is the mic I was thinking of. It's basically, it's got a laser built in. So you can
they also have those slide laser mics where you can record off of window vibrations.
Sounds like tight.
Yeah, they're great, Andy. Yeah, absolutely. That's another spy technique, isn't it?
Yeah.
The vibrations of the window thing.
No.
But yeah, we use lasers. Don't use them for killing kids, though, thankfully.
No, that's what the trap doors are for.
Man.
It's going all right. It's we're halfway through already. Can you believe it?
Wow.
11 shows in.
What are they singing?
A right mixture of stuff.
Who's humming?
Yeah, somebody got a buzz on.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's me. If I mute me.
Is it me?
It's gone.
You've gone. Oh.
No, it's Dom. Yeah.
Oh.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Yes, it's you.
Might be your vocoder.
Oh, it is. I think it probably is. Hang on.
1 second. Let me see what's going on.
Crappy Roland gear. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
It's Young Voices choir impersonator.
Has it gone now?
No, it's still there.
Okay.
Dodgy XLR somewhere down the line.
Yeah. It's your fake SM57 from China.
You know all those cables you were messing around with, Dom.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to work. Something is definitely still connected. Oh, damn. It hasn't. It must have been there from the start, surely.
No, it wasn't.
No, it just sort of come along.
Oh, really?
No, I noticed it sort of like just sort of like in the last 30, 45 seconds.
Oh, no.
I went, there's a buzz there.
Okay, all right. Give me a sec. I'll see what I can do.
And I don't know about anyone else, but Dom, there's quite a delay between Dom's lips moving and the vocals.
Oh.
Sad look. It's like a little puppy.
Wow, what is going on?
Anyway, yes. So Grace, what is it that what songs are they singing?
Songs. It's always a bit of a mixture of stuff. There's an element of greatest hits this year because it's their 25th anniversary. So they've pulled a few favourites out. There's a few sort of standard ones. They open with a version of Carmina Burana, O Fortuna, which is very dramatic. Then they do a sort of Lion King medley with all the songs from the Lion King.
Oh, yeah.
Then they do a song which has been written especially for them. And then they do let me think, Living Years, the Mike and the Mechanics song, a version of that. They do...
Not doing another brick in the wall. I mean,
it has been mooted in the past, actually. I don't think we're going to do that one. They do a Mambo Italiano version of that on this show. There is a pop medley, which is actually this year the pop medley because all the teachers have been involved in choosing the songs for the pop medley, and they wanted a medley of all their favourite pop medleys, which is it's an institution.
Slade.
But historically, Young Voices used to take place around Christmas, so it always had a Christmassy section in it, and things like Slade would actually have there'd be a Christmas sort of silly Christmas song medley at some point, but it's edged away from Christmas over the years, and now it doesn't really have any association with it at all. But
better off doing the Darkness's Christmas song.
Or the Pogues.
No, oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, they did Fairy Tale once. They just edited the words a little bit. Yeah. What else are they doing?
They really should do Bohemian Rhapsody. They really should do another brick in the wall.
They've done loads of Queen stuff over the years. Loads of it. Dad Rock, always goes down quite well. They've done a lot of Queen stuff. They did this year though. It's a bit of a mission. The finales of Beatles medley, and they ram them all together and just do a big old mosh it all on home. But the kids love it. The pop medley stuff's always great fun. It always goes down really well.
So they've put quite a lot of effort in then. The kids themselves as well.
Well, on a normal year, I mean, this year's very unusual because of the break with the pandemic and stuff. But on a normal year, they get the teaching pack at the beginning of the academic year in September, and the shows are in January or February. Yeah. So they have a term and maybe a bit to get it together, and it's always just a well-motivated music teacher who gets a choir together from the school, and the schools kind of buy in at quite low cost, but they buy in, and then. And then it comes to the show. They book
I think it's a fantastic idea.
It's phenomenal. Brilliant. It's a really wholesome thing, and I'm really, really proud to have been involved in it for quite a long time. Actually, it's not rock and roll. You need your rock and roll chops because we're doing quite a big show, but at the same time, it's nothing like rock and roll. Really, it's a totally different thing, and it's a lot of good vibes.
But it's a technically challenging show.
Oh, it's bonkers! Yeah. Technically, it's not rock and roll. It's like nothing else out there. It's really weird and unusual. Oh, I love that. I like anything that's a bit challenging like that. It makes you think outside the box, and it's not straightforward, and it's never been easy. But we always
corralling that number of kids to get in the right place at the right time and do the right thing. That's a hats off to whoever's doing it.
The conductor. There's a guy who's the conductor, who's been the conductor forever, who's kind of the centre of it all, as a conductor should be. But we spend the afternoon with him with a radio headset mic on, instructing and running through all the pieces with the kids and instructing them on just fine tuning it. And obviously they get really excited, and it's just there's a lot of pantomime banter goes on between him and the musical director. It's quite good fun and witty from a kid's point of view. It's very dad jokey, obviously, but and so that sort of happens in the afternoon, and he's the sort of the last session before they get to do the show, really. And in a way, the afternoon's almost more important than the evening because it's when they get to have their really good time, and the show's just bonkers.
I would say
2 hours.
When doing Carmina Burana, watch out for any kids on tricycles. Especially the lighting guys. The Did nobody get that reference?
I didn't get that one, Jim. Didn't get that, Jim.
The Omen.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's a long time since I've seen that film.
Up to speed now.
How's my buzz? Is it still there?
Yeah.
Still there. Yeah. A bit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. We got such a cheap studio, Dom. I mean, put some proper gear in it, mate.
I know. It's crazy.
Stop buying all that cheap crap. Oh,
Good job
man.
you're not playing the O2, isn't it? Really.
Do you know what? I need to have a very, very, very stern talk with myself. I do not have a grand piano.
You haven't got the room for a grand piano, that's why.
No. I mean, an instrument, a plug-in.
Oh.
Right.
Mind you, as it transpires, everything has got an enormous latency on it, for no apparent reason whatsoever, and the whole thing's falling apart.
You've got a Kurzweil K2000. You don't need a plug-in.
Well, I do, because MIDI cable doesn't reach all the way into the attic.
You heathen! For God's sake, man.
What can I say? Absolutely. What a binder.
What about
I've got
now?
this UVI one.
Buzzy.
Still Dom.
Yeah. I've got this UVI one free with my Presonus
Oh, dear.
interface, and that's pretty good. It's not bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The Ravenscroft one is nice.
The UVI Model D, I think it is.
Yeah, do you know what? I've listened to many, and you think, oh, that's nice. And then you try it out, and you go, yeah, but it's not the piano I'm after. But if somebody says, well, what are you after? I go, well, I can't tell you. I just know, I'll know it when I hear it. You know, it's weird.
There's one by Acoustic Samples, which is in the UVI format. It's a Yamaha C7. It's just called C7 Grand, and it's really, really nice.
Yeah, that's quite bright, and it's brighter than a D6, that one, isn't it?
And it's got it's all round robin samples and all this, but it's also got mechanical samples. The mechanism, and you can adjust. And to me, when I first heard a piano sample library that had a sample of the mechanism, that was the moment I thought, we're there.
And it's by whom?
Acoustic Samples, all one word.
Acoustic Samples.
And it's incredibly reasonably priced, as you will see.
We shall see. UVI.
Surely Spitfire do a grand, don't they?
Oh, there's...
Yeah, but you probably have to buy a lot of other stuff with it.
Yeah, I think it comes in bundles with things.
Well, you got Piano Book.
Yeah, there's loads of free.
Which is really,
it's
how weird.
Is it?
Oh, what have we got here?
In fact, I was just going to look up Labs because
here we go.
Isn't there a piano on Labs?
There are, but they're kind of quite specific.
Yeah.
There's the messed up pianos, aren't there, on that?
Yeah.
Right, pianos.
Piano, Philip
Right,
Glass.
C7. Yeah, they've got C7.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Pain.
Is that
Academic Grand.
Spitfire do an orchestral grand, $49.
Oh, let's have a look at.
The thing is, a piano's not a piano. Well, not all pianos are equal.
No.
109 quid.
Is that all? Yeah, that's not bad.
All right, let's have a look.
They do an intimate grand piano.
All right, let's have a look at this and see what they reckon. Oh shit!
What samples of that as well?
I've put the Spitfire
somewhere.
Put the link to the Spitfire stuff in the chat, and there's felt piano, orchestral grand, cinematic soft.
Yeah, I got felt piano.
Hans Zimmer piano.
Yeah, I got them, but they're affected pianos. If you know what I mean.
Mills piano.
I've got that on when Propellerhead had the license for all the Abbey Road stuff, which they then subsequently lost to Native Instruments, I think. But yeah, I got the what was it called? Abbey Road keyboards, I think, which had the Mrs. Mills Had a
Yeah,
Mellotron in there
yeah.
and stuff.
Mrs. Mills. God, my nan used to have reel-to-reels of her singing in the old.
Addictive Keys grand piano, which is a Steinway Model D.
Yeah, Steinway. I find Steinway's a little bit too bright.
You're a Bosendorfer person.
Yeah, I do lean that way, I must admit. Mind you, there again, it depends on what I'm bloody playing at the time.
Ivory used to be good. I don't know if it's still considered a decent piano library, but they had a Fazioli bundle. They had a bunch of other ones too.
Oh yeah, no, I remember them. So, that's interesting. Right, well, it looks like somehow or other I've just bought this.
Oh God, if he doesn't like it now, I'm going to feel really. Actually, I won't.
Mate. I mean, I offered to lend that modular to Andy, and now I've actually donated it to his school. I'm going, how did that happen? Which is fine, because it's better than it's sitting here gathering dust. If they can get some bloody joy out of it, good luck to them. Right, let's have a look. I wish to subscribe to the Audio Samples newsletter. Yeah, okay.
Disposable email address required.
Yeah. We'll continue then.
Have you got Falcon?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll
Somewhere.
I mean, it's all. I mean, it works in Workstation as well. It's very well scripted, but.
Why? Nice. What's wrong with it? Warning: email address is already registered. Oh, fuck off! Really?
There's a Synchron piano bundle which has the Bosendorfer Imperial, Bosendorfer 280 VC, and Bosendorfer Upright, as well as a Steinway a Concert D274 and a Yamaha CFX.
Oh, I think I've had the Bosendorfer 280 before. There's something I didn't like about it. It's in the mid range. I didn't get on with her.
I think
I'm really, really fussy about grands. I mean, really, really stupidly, anally particular about them.
That acoustic samples Kawai, I think, is quite good as well. Although I'm not as familiar.
Yeah, I've heard good things about them as well. I think I'll probably end up having to buy every single one ever made and then go, I'll take a bit of this one and a bit of that one and mash them together or something.
Yeah. Do you like prepared
trial
piano?
A load? You know, just I know piano libraries are often quite sizable.
How about the Arturia piano?
Oh, that the model one?
Yeah.
No.
It's nice, but it's. Yeah, I think it's their weakest.
What about that one called the Giant? Was that a good one? It's like a two-story piano in the house.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what's another one. Is Unicorder.
Unicorder?
Yeah. I think, is that on Native Instruments?
That's on Native, isn't it? Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Well, look, before we get too carried away, then
let's have a bunch. That's
because Niels Fram did a whole bunch of stuff.
I've probably already got that. Then let's go and have a look, because I've got Contact Ultimate 13 or whatever it was. I can't remember. Let's see. Right, let's call this girl up. Let's have a look. So it was called. What was it called again?
What's that?
The piano.
Unicorder.
That was it. Unicorder. Yeah. Let's have a look. Unicorder. The Gentleman. Okay.
That's it. I've heard some good things about that. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, except that's an upright, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you really wanting a grand?
I'm looking grand, like cotton, felt, pure. Oh, it's a material piano, apparently. All right, let's have a look at it in pure. Okay, call it up as pure. Well, that loaded up quick. It's one of these weird model metal and stuff pianos. Okay, let's have a look. Let's put it through a pace. We'll put RAM on it. Bring the decay down. Sorry,
Sassy, can you pop the link in again?
Yeah, I'm just doing it.
Oh, thanks.
No. It's a bit soft, isn't it? So, why am I such a wank when it comes to pianos? Why can't I just be, oh, that'll do, that's great, I'll use that. No, everything's got to be absolutely...
For being discerning.
Oh, it's a bit brighter, hang on. Yeah.
Why not contact Ty and ask him which
Oh,
is
no.
the best?
I did that. And
How long
Ty
was the
said, Ty said, you can
Gets a
never
grand
have
piano.
you can never have enough pianos, lad. Listen to me, all right? No. Yeah. Oh, in other news, you know that detuning I was getting when I was using the Hydrosense?
Oh, yeah.
It is the Hydrosense doing it.
You're joking.
Is it?
No.
Is it a known fault then?
Well, put it this way: I've sent an email to them telling them what it does, and they're scratching their heads over it at the moment.
Have you got Glenn's email?
Or just beat up on Ken?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know if I have or not.
I'll
Let's get Mr. Buzzy back. There he is. Hello,
Am I
Mr.
buzzing?
Buzzy.
Am I buzzing?
No.
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 Not on
I
your
mean,
microphone,
metaphorically.
anyway.
But we can't hear you either.
What?
What? Okay.
Really, you did not fall for that, surely, sir.
Of course I did.
Good God, sir.
Well, that was my microphone cable. Well, I'm getting echo. That's not me. 1, 2, 2.
2, 2. 1, 1.
Someone is echoing, but it was lying across the 110 volt converter for my spring reverb.
Nice.
Oh yeah, like matey boy with the. He said, "Oh, you know, my CS8 is buzzing," and he's got a fucking. Oh, what was the bloody echo unit? That big box.
Space Echo or something.
Yeah, it was Echoplex.
Oh.
Sit
What
around
happens
top of
when
it.
you put a big inductive
Motors in
motor
it.
on
Yeah.
top of something?
It's not the world's most expensive 110 volt converter. It does remind me of the guy. There was this big thing in probably the Daily Mail where vape sets fire to pensioners' house. And there was this big fuss about vapes. And it's, don't leave your vape charging. And it turned out that this guy had used a non-standard charger, which he'd just taken from something else, which was completely wrong. And he'd chosen to plug it in next to his oxygen machine.
Holy shit! It's effectively made a bomb.
The headline was, vape disaster. When it's just like pensioner disaster.
Well, to be honest, if you need a really good 110 converter, get a variable frequency drive, and then you can program in both the frequency and the voltage.
I've got a Varactor thing. Is that what they're called?
A Variac.
Variac, yeah.
That I've had for a while when I try and fix stuff. But yeah, that's a good idea.
But they don't change the frequency.
No, of course.
It's funny because I remember when I started off doing synth repairs, somebody pulled me to one side and said,
Variac light bulb.
You must get a Variac because you can't just turn on these very old keyboards straight away. Turned out to be horse shit.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've ever used mine.
Yeah, absolute total bollocks on a stick.
No, the Variac and light bulb works well if you're trying to bring back an old valve amp or valve radio.
Oh, valve radio, yeah. I used to restore a really old valve radio.
Absolutely,
because you can slowly reform the capacitors so it doesn't go bang.
Yeah.
But with a synth, to be honest, if you plug it in, if something goes bang, that needs fixing.
Yeah.
Because normally, they're fused.
Yeah.
What if it's a sample of a bang?
Well,
at least
it's a disc. Save it to disc, mate. That's what I do.
It's at least repeatable then.
Oh,
very, very good.
Oh, very good. Mind you, did have this thing with because I said, normally there isn't any problems because obviously the fuses in them will go before anything else. He said plugging in a CS80 one day and it came bang, big time, smoke pouring out of the grills, the works. I opened it up and somebody used a fucking wood screw as a fuse.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. You used a wood screw in your CS80 as a fuse. You don't deserve to own this, you little shit. Piss off.
Since we've got some electrical experts in the room, can I ask a question?
Yep. Oh, come on.
So, I had an AV receiver, so home cinema amplifier, and we had a power cut.
Was it a Yamaha?
It was a Yamaha.
Okay.
And
was it Quadra or Pentaphonic?
No. It's Dolby True HD DTS HDMI.
Yeah, there's a set. Yeah, the fuse is gone.
No.
Variac. No? You need a Variac.
Go on. Then.
So what happened was we had this power cut, which wasn't a power cut. It was actually a massive drop in voltage.
Drop. Okay.
Yeah.
So corrupted memory then.
So it's dropped the thing, and the amp went off.
Right.
It made the power supply. You made that clicking sound, and off it went. And it never came back on again. So I've checked the internal fuse, and I've checked obviously the external fuse in the plug as well. They're all absolutely okay. Couldn't see any other fuses anywhere else, so I'm pretty convinced that it's not a fuse per se. And I was doing some research about the power supplies in these things, and they had it's like a 2-stage power supply. So the first stage kind of senses the AC, makes sure that it's all okay before it then passes it through to the main power supply.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that it's something on there because literally nothing happens. It
could be a bridging diode.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be a bridging diode.
Or an
I think you've got the exact same amp.
Blown.
Yeah. No, I think you've got the exact same amp I've got.
The RXV 373, I think mine was.
Yeah, I think it's the same amp.
I think
the thing was, it forced me to do what I was going to do, which was buy an Atmos receiver, which I've been promising myself for ages, and eventually, after 2 months of waiting, one finally arrived last week.
Yeah,
that's in place. It's a Sony, and it's brilliant. It really is good. But I wanted this Yamaha one to stick in the room where we have the PlayStation, so because the one that you've got in there at the moment is not very good. And I, for the life of me, just couldn't figure out what was wrong with this thing, and so I've ended up buying a second-hand one from somebody on eBay that I'm going to pick up on Saturday, because I phoned up an AV specialist and recounted my story, and he said
£500 service fee.
He said it's just not. Yeah, it's not going to be. It's going to be worth fixing because the cost of the replacement is just So I spent £80 on this new one. So
well, if you want to post the old one up to me, if I can't fix it, I can at least use the output transistors for something.
Well, what I was going to do, because I've got a collection of about 5 AV receivers and some multi-region DVD players that I don't use anymore. I've even got my old Mitsubishi M1000 Super VHS deck that needs some repair work doing to it. I'm just going to, £20 each, just for spares or repairs, and just stick them out there. So once I've got a list, I will let you know.
I just read what Grace has said in the chat. We often use multi-tap transformers and re-tap depending on how the incoming mains measures one on a day-to-day basis. That's insane. That's brilliant. Wow.
Well, no, because if you monitor your mains voltage, I mean, where I am, it can go anywhere up to about 245 and anything down to about 227.
Yeah, but you don't re-tap your house on a daily. I presume this must be for.
No, I use dedicated power supplies for everything these days. So.
Wowzers. I interrupted were you talking about piano samples? Because I've got this UVI Ravenscroft or Ravenscourt, I can never remember which one it is. About 5 years ago, I went through all of them to try and find one I liked, and that's the one I ended up with, which is a UVI Ravenscourt, I think it's called.
Well, I'm not really gelling with the Unicorder at all.
It's Ravenscroft 275, is what it's called.
That's the one? Yeah, Ravenscroft 275.
Okay.
Kent, I put one in the chat about the Ivory 2 grand pianos. Check that one out.
Right.
See if Rich has got any ideas, because he's a, let's face it, bloody good pianist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's in the airport lounge. Didn't I see? Aren't you playing? Isn't Niall doing a gig somewhere, or Sheik's doing a gig? somewhere in Europe or something. So
quite possible.
They're asking about piano VSTs or piano samples.
Yeah, grand piano specifically.
Yes, she needs to be. I don't know. C7. Okay.
See if I can get the Ableton, the Ravens Court going.
Problem I'm having with this is it's insisting that I sign in. Oh, what's this? Hang on a sec. Oh, what's up, Dave? What's going on, man? What's going on, man? Matt Hancock needs to.
It's a good thing we can't see you typing in your password there, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spong 4.
Password.
The cool thing about Ravenscroft is it's also an iPad, and it's very nice on the iPad.
Oh, is it? Oh, cool. I'm glad I follow. I literally kind of got all the ones I could try and ended up.
And the one Jazz,
liking that.
the one that Gaz had on his show is really awesome as well, with the movable mic and the different effects. I forgot the name of it. It's a very simple interface, but it sounds beautiful. You can even do reverse piano with it, with this kind of fader thing.
There are quite a few of the grand piano plugins where you can choose mic positions and such.
This one's really unique though because it also adds effects and stuff while you're moving it. Gaz had a whole show on it. It's really cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that from Matt Evans. Could you tell me what's wrong? All lowercase.
Yeah. Have we got enough room for Dave?
Yes, I think we'll do 10, won't it?
I can buy out if you like.
No, I think we've got enough room. No, we've got enough room, babe. I wouldn't worry.
Space for 2 more.
Right, there's the link. Fruit bat. Commons it in. Yes, so, okay. It insists that I sign it. Fucking thing. It really is a pain in the arse. I must be a member of every single one of these things, but don't know what the passwords to any of them are. What's that one?
This is the Ravenscroft, UVI Ravenscroft one.
Okay. Give me a bottom E. Okay, E above. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I like that. So this is Ravenscroft.
Funny enough, the top end was the bit that stuck out for me, which is
yeah, it holds together, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's really nice. I bought it when I was doing the sleep music app, and I needed to do some really nice, real sounding piano sleep music-y things. So.
Let's see. He hasn't noticed it. So, right, okay, so we're going to have a look now for this Ravenscroft.
Welcome to the Kent Spong Spends Tons of Money on Pianos Hour.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? Here we go. Oh, Ravenscroft Investments for everyone.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've just bought the company.
It's a Bitcoin thing. So.
Yeah. Got to be fun.
If you get 5 more friends in, then...
Yes, and people wonder why it's called a pyramid scheme. Yes. Or multi-level marketing.
Yeah, Ravenscroft 275. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, I see.
How much is it?
Plus that.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but it sounded
I mean, they do a trial. I'm sure they do the trial.
I'm sure they do. So it's what?
Start with the iPad app. It's cheaper.
Well, before you do any of that, Go on Facebook Marketplace because people are giving pianos away for free.
Yeah, but it won't fit on the hard drive.
Well, it will, but the hard drive won't survive.
Yeah, you guys have Recycle over there where you get free stuff posted all the time?
Good evening, David.
Hey,
Hi, David.
Hi, buddy.
Hi.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Good man.
Hello. How you doing?
I don't know where. Where's Busy?
Where do we get going? We got a full house.
The browser won't let him in.
What browser is he using?
Don't know.
It's probably
Works
using.
Works on Safari and
No, it
Firefox
doesn't.
and-
It doesn't work on Safari. It works on Opera, Firefox,
Chrome,
It
and
works
Safari on an
the
iPhone, but not.
That's
on
how I joined from the road.
Yeah, not on a Mac. Though.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird. Yeah, they do an iPad version. There you go.
Should be able to do it from YouTube straight, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
I can never get Safari to do it. I always have to swap.
I thought they'd fixed it.
No.
Yeah, but they probably did an
No, I
update
thought
and then broke
StreamYard
it. Yeah, no, they probably
StreamYard
broke it again.
fixed it.
No. So what was it? The 275, Dom?
Yeah. Do a trial just to make sure you're happy.
Okay.
I don't have they've obviously released an iPad version since mine runs in a UVI free player. So it's a proper audio unit.
Do you know what? I'm such a tart, really, but I'm always sceptical of stuff that can run on an iPad. Of going,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Then how good is it then?
Yeah.
Kind of thing, if you know what I mean.
Well, there's so many good apps like Borderlands and stuff on the iPad. It's just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apparillo.
One bass string length, 80.5 inches. This is good to know. No, I don't want to buy an actual piano. I'm glad I looked now.
Yeah, they are
This isn't the instrument. I'm trying to buy a Ravenscroft piano. I'm trying to buy a 12-foot grand. No. Come back one. Let's go back to... Oh, here we go. UVI. That's better. No, I'm actually at the site trying to buy a grand piano. Holy crap. Because I'm going, wait a minute, how can it be $37,000? That's not right. That sounds a little bit too much.
And $80,000 shipping, yes.
Yeah.
Be careful too, there's a toy piano library from UVI, so...
Yeah. Wait a minute, this isn't anything like as good as I thought it would be. Oh no, not my UVI. I don't know if I've got a... I know what'll happen. I'll try to buy this. This web address already exists. Yeah, okay. Let's have a look.
That sounds really nice, Dom.
I can't be new to UVI. Don't be stupid.
Did you buy the C7 then?
No, not yet. I was just about to, and then Dom started playing the Ravenscroft original. Oh, hang on. Ears pricked up.
Let's see if I can demo that.
What would everyone demo on a piano? What's the equivalent of
Chopsticks.
Morning. Vivaldi's Morning.
Prelude and C sharp minor.
Or Spring. Try Spring. Vivaldi Spring on it is pretty cool.
How does that go? You nod it and I'll...
Okay. Yeah, Dad, you know the piano's on my foot.
No, but you want it, I'll play it. Surely you want Moonlight Sonata.
Oh, yeah.
The club version.
I used to be able to play it. There was something to do with... Is it in E or F? Oh, yeah. No, it's not that key.
Oh, the account using this email address has already been registered. But I don't know what the password is.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
If this is what it would sounded like if I'd written it.
Go for it.
That's the Les Dawson version, sure.
Yeah. There is only one tune to use to demo a piano.
The Morecambe and Wise.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My fat fingers are not. That's the
All the right notes in the wrong order, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but not necessarily in the right order.
That's
I mean,
C7, Kent.
is it? Okay.
So what piano sound is that?
Yamaha C7.
Yamaha
That's the
C7.
Yamaha
Oh, right,
C7.
sorry.
That's the UVI Yamaha C7. Well, not UVI. It uses UVI, but it's acoustic samples.
Pretty similar. We can do dueling pianos.
Andre preview, yes.
How weird.
Well
it's not
done,
here.
Matt.
What have you lost, Kent? You can't find it?
Yeah, the only grand it's listing is the Austrian grand.
Hold on, because I found it a minute ago.
I'm not quite sure why.
Well, if you find the link, Dom, just post it in the private chat and then
Oh, yeah,
Kent can pick it
okay.
up.
This is where Kent finds he already owns all of these things.
Yeah.
Do a tie.
Yeah.
Still can't get in.
I'm sure that I was here.
See, but for some mad reason, Chrome ain't letting me in. Really? How bizarre. You can't get in, bless him.
Well, I'm going to go just in case it is that. I'll make room down here.
No, I don't think it's that, because it's
No, I
1,
don't.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it takes 10.
Yeah.
We've had 10 on here tonight already.
I'm willing to be a half. You can just cut me in half.
You can't have a half. You can't.
Careful, Robbie, you're sounding too musical.
Half of
This
one
is
Dave and
synth
half
show.
of another Dave make a whole Dave.
No, just a half a Dave. Half Dave.
Helps with the microphones.
Maybe half Jim, half Dave.
Jave. Yeah.
It's great. No, there's no. But hang on, Salt Boy. No, I don't want a Salt Boy.
Paper, scissors, sticks. Remember the
Go on then. Let's do it.
No, it's not here.
Oh.
I don't believe it.
It's it doesn't seem to be available for direct from UVI.
How weird
They've
is
turned
that?
it into but you can get it, I think, through like a couple of other resellers. That's really weird.
Yeah.
Because they've turned it into a. They're obviously making tons of money through selling it for the iPad.
Robbie, have you still got that C7 there?
Yes.
Can you give me a
Yeah, that's
botany?
it. The 275 is available on the App Store, so that's for iPads and such like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's iOS only for the Ravenscroft 275.
Yeah, no,
Do you
mine
know-
isn't. Mine
Do you know
isn't
what?
doing
That C7's pretty nice, isn't it?
Well, if you want the C7, go for the Spitfire lab. No, sorry, the Spitfire plugin.
It's showing off now, look. I can't do that. That's like 10 fingers at a time. I can't do that shit.
It doesn't sound far
Well, I
off,
can,
to be honest. It doesn't sound that far off.
What's that madness track?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
I
it looks
am
like
gonna
they
go
might
anyway.
have stopped selling it.
So,
See you there,
Don't
Jim.
go!
Cheers,
Hey, Jim, don't go.
All right, buddy.
No,
Don't go.
it's on VI Labs. VI Labs Audio, Ravenscroft by VI
And here the
Labs.
fuck he is. Look at that.
And it's $199.
Oh, there you go. Can you
He
post that
arrived
link?
Yeah.
I had
Can we
to
hear him? There he is.
restart.
We found it.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yeah, no, I can't hear you.
Right, so I've put it in the YouTube chat. And
What's
Yes, Dan Fandango, I can hear you.
what's this?
right, I've put it in the private chat for you, Kent, as well as the
Oh,
YouTube
lovely.
chat. VI Labs Audio, Ravenscroft. 275.
I've got a Fazioli in there somewhere.
I beg your pardon. There's a cream. There's probably a cream you can get for that.
Where is this? Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
F brand 278. There we go. Let's have a listen to this. Wait for it to load.
How are you, Dave? You good?
Yeah.
I'm all right, and you?
Yeah, good, thank
Have
you.
you had a haircut? Have you just
Mr.
tied it
Spears, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, there you go.
It's up here now.
You look like one of
Needs
those.
a haircut.
You look like one of the bad guys in one of those really, really cheap kung fu films.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all like, oh, you go, I can beat you. Are you going to send me those EPROMs, dude?
We're coming up, hopefully Monday.
Oh, okay. You won't recognise the place.
No. I did. Did I see a picture? Did you send me a picture?
I can't remember.
Anyway, looks good. I was
Yeah.
just calling in for a nightcap and to say that I listened to pretty much the entire last week's episode.
All right.
Wow. And I thought it was really cool. Really cool. Especially Robbie talking about guns.
I don't remember. I must have left after that. I don't remember that.
What?
You're mad.
Sure you didn't dream that bit?
No.
You're not confusing guns with Gran Turismo, are you?
No, it's Robbie talking about guns and quoting the Dirty Harry movie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
That my mate's dad, who was was a copper with replica
Yes.
Magnum and Colt 45.
Yes. That made me stop working for a bit.
Well,
No, but really good, really nice, man. Really good vibe. Liked it.
This week, believe it or not, Dave, I dug out my old Fat Boy MIDI controller.
Whoa.
And I still have the box.
Wow.
And I used to use that with my old CS1X.
Wow.
He's a bit of an order, isn't he?
I would have shrunk that box. Or either me or Chris. Hang on.
Somebody posted a picture somewhere. I'm going to try and find it. They'd just been up their loft and they found their Fat Boys, silver Fat Boys.
Silver. We only did 100 of those.
With a box, with the original box and the original manual, gmedia.com.
Yeah, that's what I've got, but it's not the silver one; it's the black one.
I'm going to try and find it now.
Do you want to see something mad? I found this in the container.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Very nice.
Number one.
Bloody hell.
I remember you showing that to me when I came over once.
Amazing.
Can you release the PIC code for that, please?
If Chris has got it, yeah, it'd be really cool. I think.
Because I think it would be eminently hackable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to Chris. There you go.
How is Chris doing, buds?
Yeah.
He's all right.
You okay?
Snowed under. I haven't really spoken to him. In fact, that's one of the reasons we wanted to come up to you, because that's when we get to talk.
Yeah.
In the car on the M25.
Yeah, that's how Robbie gets to talk to Ben.
Yeah.
Mates here.
Come from two different sides of the country.
Yeah. It's
Everyone
really
all right?
weird. Yeah, all ticking over.
Good.
In one form or another.
And you're working in your new...
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, you're going to like that, Dave. It's lovely.
It's mental.
Has it got room?
Yeah.
Got shit out of the house yet?
Yeah. Well, the aircon isn't actually powered up yet. No, the guy isn't due till the 10th. It was the earliest he could come down.
Shocking.
I mean,
Is
I
he
could do
gonna
it
rewire
myself.
the rest of the house as well?
Yeah, we showed him some of that, and he just literally just like, I've got to go to the car now and change my trousers. I showed him the wall socket for the oven, and he goes, yeah, he says, that don't look right. I said, have you heard it though? He went, what do you mean? I said, well, look, hang on a minute, I'll turn the kettle on, put your ear up to it. So I turn the kettle on over there, and he goes, and it's going... and I turn the kettle off and it stops and it goes, mate,
That's
you've got to do
not
something
good.
about that. Yeah, I've got to do something about that. I said, you should hear it when the washing machine goes on. So, but if you turn the kettle and the toaster and fire up the boiler, I said, smoke comes out of it. And he says, yeah, he says, you've definitely got a problem with your earth in the front room, because when you turn your lights on in the kitchen, the lights that aren't turned on in the front room flash on. He goes, who done the wiring in your house? I said, my mum's boyfriend. He reckoned he was an electrician.
When you flick the switch off and the LED lights are still on, you know that there's a problem.
Yeah. So, because he looked at me. He goes, yeah. He says, I saw all that electronic equipment you got there. He said, you didn't do the wiring, did you? I went, no. No, and if I did, it wouldn't be fucking doing this, I tell you that. Fuck's sake. So he says, yeah, you got a problem with there's no earth on the ring main of the downstairs sockets and lights.
Oh, Jesus.
And we've got metal fronts on the switches. So he said, he goes, eventually what will happen is if you hold the radiator pipe and turn the light on, that sort of thing. I said, yeah, but we've never done that before.
He's got to wear welly boots.
But I'm going to ask Fiona to try it out and see what happens.
Is that before or after the life insurance policy's been signed?
Yeah, I tell you. Oh, God. No, it was oh man, it was just mad. It's just mad. Okay, look, I said we really need to have something done about this. He's going, yeah, no shit, mate.
Yeah, as Matt says in the chat, when you realise that half the broken synths in the house actually work, it's just it remains electric. This fucking thing's up.
Yeah, but I mean, I've had 3 or 4 CS80s running at once, and I'm going, how did we get away with this?
Yeah,
you know, because that's thinking about. What, it's about 650 watts.
Yeah, but you only need live and neutral, because neutral is effectively earth. So, you know.
Well, I don't know. Have you ever tried sticking it in your mouth?
I have, yes.
I wouldn't, mate. No, because neutral is effectively live as well, but in the opposite direction. It's a big difference. So,
well,
yeah,
which is Earth. I mean, neutral does go back to Earth at the substation, so you know.
Yeah, but you don't want to go with it. That's the problem. You want to stay where you are. You don't want to go that way. Trust me. Yeah, it's just been lots of. I don't know, because we've always had this thing where if you run the back of your hand down the side of the washing machine, you go, oh, that ain't right.
Get a little fizz on the fingers.
That's a bit tingly.
A bit of a tingle, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's not right.
It's like cheap 5-volt USB chargers, and you wonder why the phone is tingling in your hand.
Well, the other guy has wired a new 30 amp line up across the attic, down and round, and all the way down to the workshop, and it's its own separate line. And the juice in there is just it's just lovely. You just turn it on, it's like smooth. Whereas in the house, the house is just bollocks. It really is. You turn anything on in the house and somebody else goes, huh, what? Did that telly just come on for no apparent reason? So yeah, it's not good. So roll on the 10th. That's all I can say.
I'm going to have to go, guys. So lovely to see you.
Where are you off to, Fruitbat?
Just going to get some sleep. I've got early start tomorrow. Got to do some more wiring. Very exciting.
Do you want to come around here?
I might come around next week, actually, depending on what's going on. Certainly, if not next week, then the week after Super Booze. But good to come and say hello.
Yeah, because Luna May's supposed to be coming down and meet the dogs, wasn't she?
Yeah. So she's at school, so either we do a weekend or I'll just come up and say hello or whatever.
She says she's looking forward to meeting them. I'm not quite sure how she'll think
every other
10 seconds after she meets them.
She'll be in heaven. She'll be absolutely loving it. Really cool.
She'll be wearing Nelly like a coat within 4 seconds of her walking in, because Nelly loves to jump up and say hi.
Scars to prove.
Or she talks about poor old 18-year-old Frank the cat, who's not particularly well. I mean, he's had an amazing life, but he's on his last legs, and we've said there's no dogs to be thought about whilst Frank's still around. So he's doing well.
But bear in mind, our old cat Witters was on his last legs and went on till he was 22.
Well, end stage kidney disease. So I don't think it's going to be too. It's going to be too long. Although he's had a stroke 3 weeks ago, and he's perfectly back to normal again. So it's a lovely puss. So, but I think bringing a dog in at this stage of the process is definitely going to finish him off. So,
well, I tell you what, we're just lucky to still have Noah with us.
What
we nearly lost him last week.
What happened?
We had some green and black 85% cocoa chocolates. I don't know how he got hold of them, but he got hold of them and managed, well, according to the vet, at 3 times the lethal dose. And we just happened to find that he'd eaten these things. So they induced vomiting. He's throwing up entire chocolate bars. Little bastard. And then they had to give him this black shit to eat that flushes all the kidneys out and everything.
Like Narcan.
Yeah. And then he had to have another blood test yesterday.
Oh, gosh.
So that was.
Is he all right? Is he fully back to?
Yeah, no, it was absolutely. We got him well in time. He was actually still eating chocolate when I walked into the front room. What you got there, dog? He's eating them, wrappers and all.
Oh gosh, you got to be so careful, haven't you? Wow, wow, that's horrendous. Well, at least it's at least he's all right. Wow.
Because it's funny.
They're as bad as children.
Yeah, but if he'd eaten a dairy milk, Cadbury's Dairy Milk Family Bar, it would have been fine because there's hardly any cocoa in the bust.
Yeah, green and black.
Yeah, I think it's 1% short of being classed as chocolate flavoured.
Yeah. Oh well. All right. Well, I will see. I might dial in on Sunday and see how it goes. But yeah, see you later. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Cheers, Dom.
Take care, darling. Take care.
Take it easy.
See you, Dom.
So, are you finally going to get some bloody rest now, Dave?
No, fuck. No, I'm going to bed in a minute.
Yeah, but are you still going full tilt?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's right. I'm energised, he says. Energised by the young people.
Oh, okay.
What's the synth to the left and slightly behind you, Dave?
That one.
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
The 80.
That's the 80. Yeah. Wow.
With the drum tracks on it.
Ooh. Get you.
Ooh. I've just got dust on that one, I think.
It's amazing. It came in the original, but we've had it for years and years and years. But I'd lent it to Dean and Jared, my monster guys. And then one of our guys came down from Sheffield and brought that and the cat they'd had. In fact, the cat's coming up to Kent's to be rebushed. But other than that, yeah, it's beautiful. But yeah, no, I was interested in trying that out. Yeah, it'll be good.
Is the 80 all right still?
Yeah. Needs a good tune, and we need to get that thing sorted out. But
why don't you get that upgrade for it?
As Native says, is that a MIDI board to your right?
That one, yeah.
Can I come around and steal that?
Yeah, weirdly, it might have to go to Kent.
I can go to Kent's and steal it from him.
No.
It double triggers. Sorry, it doesn't double trigger, but it triggers the adjacent black note on some notes, and I'm wondering whether
what?
The felts
Yeah, there's something going on.
She's a bit. It's only certain notes, but it's like, oh
yeah.
I'm wondering even whether to get a piano guy around and go, can you do something with it?
I would actually give a kidney for that.
It's beautiful. It really is beautiful.
I know.
It's It's weighted. It's just lovely. I didn't use it for a long time, but in fact it was when we were doing the Mark II because I needed the full 88 notes, and I was like, I know, get the MIDI board out of the studio.
Wow.
So that was good, lugging that up here because I'm upstairs here, which is why the 80's still here because that came here at the beginning of lockdown and. No one's going. In fact, I was thinking of getting a piano movers to move that because they did the Mellotron from here. But hey ho, first world problems and all that.
Do you know what? It's one of the highlights of my career is playing War of the Worlds on that 80.
Yeah. We really should get the provenance for it at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that.
It's the.
Well, It's not the one.
It's one of the ones.
Yeah, this one was given, and I love that. Given. In fact, it was the only reason I managed to sort of persuade my missus to let me have it, because it was given to Jeff Wayne by David Essex.
Wow.
And they used it for War of the Worlds, but it wasn't the Ken Freeman one with all the super mods. And then I think they toured with it, and it fell off a truck, and it was fucked.
Yeah, it wasn't a happy bunny when you brought it to me, I know that.
Well, I was filming it, wasn't I? And sending you the video going, can you do anything with this? Because of ribbon control.
Just going up the keyboard and stuff like this. I'm watching this video going, oh, fuck.
Yeah, it was like, can you do anything? How much?
Jesus Christ.
So every board needs to be pulled and repaired. Yeah.
Fiona's behind him, adding it all up, thinking,
Yeah, do you know what? She's getting really bad now. There's this guy up in town. He bought a you'll love it, a ARP Pro Soloist. And what he actually bought was this fucking piece of shit. It was really awful. I opened it up and it was like, I'm sure it's supposed to have more boards than that in it. I'm really sure it should. I said, how much do you pay for this? He said, I paid 200 quid for it. And I went, yeah, you fucking bought a box of parts, mate. And it got to the point, what we had to do, I went out and bought him a Pro Soloist that was, complete, but not well. And I completely restored this thing for him. And the works, new touch strip, the works, right? And it's beautiful. Can we get him to fucking pay for this thing, come collect it? No. So it's been under the stairs now for about, I don't know, 8 months. And Fiona has emailed him. I didn't know she'd done this. She'd emailed him and said, oh, you have until, I can't remember where it was now, but I think it ended about end of February. And she said after that we're charging you £10 a day storage. So good luck coming to collect that now.
Yeah, it's lucky you don't charge me that.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, she gets the arse with me because sometimes bloke turns up out of the blue, and and he said,
"You are too soft."
Yeah, and she really, really getting the arse with that now.
But I think that's
good.
Yeah, but
I think legally, after a certain time, you can contact him and say, look, we're going to give you another month, and then you can dispose of it.
Yeah, there is a process that has to be
there
followed.
is.
Yeah, but
you have to write to him.
Yeah.
I think it might even be 2 or 3 letters or emails.
Yeah.
You have to be able to prove in court that you have made every attempt to contact them and provide them with.
Well, we got one issue, which is I got one synthesizer here where convinced the bloke's popped his clogs. And so we can't get hold of him, and we can't seem to get hold of any member of his family or anything. And now the emails just bounce back.
Is that what? That's not
CS80.
Oh, is that 80? Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the one that's downstairs? DX.
Let's go. No, I think the guy must have seen how much they're apparently going for, and he just wants me to tart it all up now. And
no, the DX one here.
Oh, there? No,
you
nothing.
Can't get out. Yeah.
No, nothing.
It's like falling off the face of the earth. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's been years, hasn't it?
That's donkeys. I mean, they were still a good keyboard when he dropped that off.
Excuse me?
Dig.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Let's have a little bit of FM jollity. Yeah.
And have you fixed it all up, Robbie?
The power supply is being refitted in the next week or 2. And then I think that's everything. But
that's the bastard thing about it. I got it all going.
And then it went.
I got it all going so well, it was in Thai studio.
Yeah.
It was going well. And then it just went when you turned it on. It just made that noise permanently. Yeah. And then we recreated it, didn't we, with that other DX1?
I brought all the boards down.
Yeah.
And we swapped the boards out in Kent's place just to determine whether the boards were at fault, and they weren't, because they were absolutely fine. But as we were doing it, the one that Kent had got started to exhibit the same problems
the one
that I've got here.
And while doing it, was able to work out what it was.
Yeah, and we found out that on this one, on the one that Kent had, it was dry joints on the power distribution board.
And they didn't look dry.
No,
but they were.
Yeah, fixed them. So we tried that here, and that didn't work. And
I can't remember whose was that.
That was the Dire Straits one.
Dire Straits one, yeah. Well, it's gone back now because we can talk about it.
Yeah, okay.
Fuck off.
Fucking Dire Straits.
NDA, fuck off.
But then I had my mate Howard come over, who's a whiz with electrical stuff, and he tested the power supply. And there's like a +5 and a -5. There's a +15, -15, and then there's a +1.7.
No, 1.2.
1.2. So, yeah,
for the
and a 12 volt.
Yeah, and the 1.2 is kicking out 0.12 or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
So Howard has taken the power supply and has just reconditioned the whole thing. And
I think the 1.2 is for the VRAM or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So, that'll come back, and then hopefully that'll be. But then there was the DX7 that I picked up from Kent the other week, which now is fixed.
Yeah.
New keys, new key contacts.
Yeah.
The only problem is the memory. The RAM is still. I need to figure that one out because there's a battery in there.
Yeah.
And there's a battery holder that's held in with a ton of hot glue.
Not good.
Sounds horrible.
But you turn it on, internal voices are all messed up. So you copy the cartridge voices over to internal, and they stay, and you turn the power off on the keyboard, and it stays for about half an hour. And then when you turn it back on again, they've all scrambled again. So something not quite right. And I think what happens sometimes when people swap the regular cell battery, which comes in that little wrapper, for a battery holder.
Yeah.
The contacts for the battery holder are too far apart for what's on the motherboard, and they sometimes, when they're soldering it in, they mess. There's a little diode or something near.
Yeah.
On the DX7, isn't the battery rechargeable?
No.
It's just a wrapped CR2032
exactly
or 2025. Or
Mind you could say it's rechargeable, and within about a year there won't be any DX7s.
Yeah. But yeah,
because then somebody put a normal battery into because it's Lindrums. It's the one that people were making mistakes with, where they put in normal batteries in them.
But rechargeable.
And then we're going bang, fire, and it's like, oh dear.
No, it's just a regular CR2032, but with a little wrapper with 2 pins coming off, and that just slots straight into the board. But if you want to put a holder in, which is obviously much more convenient when they eventually do go, the pins on the holder are just too far apart generally to go in. So you either have to jerry rig it in somehow.
Surely it's not beyond the capability of most people to use some heat shrink and a JST connector or something.
No. Oh, you'd be surprised, mate.
Shall I actually? Let me see. I might have the picture of this.
Mate, I have seen things that you would go.
Wires sellotape together.
No, I'm sorry. There's just no words. I can't. No, I've seen stuff. I had a what's the little one with the little tabs on the front? SH. I think it was an SH2000. Bloke had bought it off eBay, and he said it's really weird. You play keys and they're all over the place, and some of the presets work and some don't, and all this sort of stuff. He goes, I've looked. He said, I opened it up and had a look. He said, it looks fine. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, all this sort of thing. And I went, I'll have a look at it anyway. And I've opened it all up, and I go, yeah, it looks fine, but it's all doing just incredibly weird things. Like you turn on reads and you get bass, but it's not on. So I start taking boards out to see if there's anything wrong on the other side. And as I take one of the boards out and turn it over, I go, there was nothing wrong with that board, but it probably shouldn't have all this solder in it. This is fucking big fucking coils of solder just laying under the board, touching everything.
This is the DX7 battery.
Oh, isn't it pretty?
For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Whoever did that should be taken out and shot.
Yep. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But you see, the thing is, and this happens quite often, I'll have a machine come in and it'll want something like a new key or something like that. And so I put a new key in it. Now, it might have a battery in it like that. But I'm not looking. I'm going, all right, put the key in, done. Yeah, sorted, screw it all up and get it out. And then they sell it, and then it has memory problems, and then they open it up and they go, well, the last person it went to was Ken at KSR. And they go, Yeah, he's really good at fitting batteries, isn't he?
That just get a hot air gun, remove that, and do it properly.
I don't think it even needs a hot air gun, mate. I think you can just tug on it; it'll come away.
Yeah, I just want to.
I replaced the axial battery in my SX240 with a cordless phone battery. It works great.
Yeah.
But, so that's the only thing. Other than that, so all the keyboards perfect now.
Yeah.
What DX1, DX7 did you get?
Sorry,
she's Mark 1, isn't she?
That's a Mark 1, yeah. And there's the Mark 2s up there somewhere.
He is Mr. DX, man.
Yeah,
DX1,
seriously.
DX1, DX5, Mark 1, DX7, Mark 2, DX7, TX7.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Sen.
yeah. I see your sim.
Yeah.
Where's the DX9?
No,
missing of a collection.
that'll be the last one.
What about the DX100?
It's the worst. No, well, I had the DX27, which is just like the big key version, and I sold the fucker like an idiot many years ago. So yeah, I wouldn't mind getting the 21. I've got an 11, which is like the TX81Z.
Cool. Yeah.
The TX81Z with the keyboard, and the 21's quite nice. And then of course you've got the 27 and the 100, and then the 9 will be the last one I get because it's the worst. It's awful. But I haven't got space.
You've got to take the good with the bad, Rob. You know.
Is this true? Is this true? But I'm not a collector, really.
Yeah, but
right. I don't have a problem, says the addict. Yes.
Yeah, but you haven't seen a huge lump of shit in the form of a synthesizer until you've had an SK50D.
Okay.
Well, that's an organ, isn't it?
It's you'd think it was.
It's often been called a cock.
Yeah, I think organs sound better. That's the thing.
SK20's cool.
The SK20's fine, but the 50 is like, what the hell are you trying to do?
That's like it has the same livery as the 40M or 20M, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dual manual.
Yeah.
I nearly bought one cheaply a few years ago.
Yeah, you got away lucky, mate. It nearly weighs as much as an 80 anyway, and its synth section is
terrible.
Just filtered resistor versions of one sound. The string synth is pretty gnarly, really. It's quite aggressive and it's not very smooth and nice to play. And then it's just a horrible big lump that it's like, why?
Dual manual. Is that the dual manual one?
I think it's dual manual, yeah. And it's just horrible. It's just a horrible, horrible, horrible thing, and it weighs so much. You know, so there's step-down octave dividers for the polysynth and for the string synth. They couldn't be bothered to use one and retask them for the other. So,
but do they use the same master oscillator then, or is it different master oscillators for?
I think it's the same master oscillator.
But then, two sets of dividers because.
So you can use on each keyboard. So you can pick up on different keyboards. But the thing about it that was because you just have like this master signal, and then just everything is broken down from there. And then, but so when you go to the Quadra, because I used to come away from the Quadras going, God, it's a horrible piece of crap in a case. This really is.
But when you come,
I'll tell you what, the SK50 is worse than a Polymoog. Much, much worse. And from a reliability point of view, even gives Polymoog a run for its money, actually. And mate, but like I say, the garage now is just, God, it's just to the door now. You open the garage because you've been around there, haven't you, Dave? Yeah, when you open the garage door, it's right up to the door, right across.
Well, the reason it's not overflowing the door is because you send me shit like this all the time.
I mean, I'm happy to help everything out of the garage.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at
but this
that.
is the thing.
That's nice. The
trouble is the stuff that's in the garage is the stuff that you just wouldn't want. You just wouldn't want it. I mean, I thought it was 3 Polymoogs. It's not. It's 5. There's 5 Polymoogs in there.
Well, you might be able to get one working out of this.
No, they're Polymoogs. You need more than 5 to get one working. Trust me. Jesus, they're horrible bloody things.
You don't by any chance have anything that has a metal panel and 64 10K pots already fitted, do you?
What, a Yelling House programmer?
Actually, we've got a metal case that has 125.
I'll have it. Right, put that aside for me.
So, Ken, knowing the Polymoog, do you like the Cherry Audio Polymoog?
I like anything that's not an actual Polymoog. Just as long as it's not a real one, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Polymoog keyboard?
Do you know what? The Polymoog, this is the problem. The Polymoog keyboard is great because it's all those sliders on the front panel that made it really, really dodgy. Because they would short out directly, and they'd short the minus and plus 15 volt rails together, and just blow shit up everywhere.
But we have a classic Northern Moog of using the cheapest, shittiest component they could find.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Polymoog keyboard, the one that's just the presets, is actually pretty solid. It's all right.
I mean, but then again, the only thing there you have is the Vox Humana for all the Gary Newman fans. But then you don't have all the Kraftwerk sounds, which are the real Polymoog.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is you can really swap over that you can do the Vox Humana. You can just update the strings preset card. Just update the card with a few resistors on the card, and you can have the Vox Humana. But but even then, if you can get it as a plug-in, get it as a plug-in. Fucking, don't piss around with this bullshit that weighs, what was it, 90 pounds or whatever it is. And there's nowhere to hold a Polymoog neatly to carry it anywhere. They're awful things to move around.
Yeah, I'll take that and give you a Kurzweil 2600X.
Yeah, well, see, basically what is out there is the original touch digital controller, which will work on anything, and that does because we had to get it to do all the CCs, retask all of the CCs, because there were so many pots available on Dave's Imposca software, Imposca 2 software. Plus those buttons. Isn't it funny though? Remember that, Dave? Remember you said, I remember you saying to me, can you keep the buttons? Those, the little red buttons?
Yeah.
And you said, oh, can you keep them? Because, the guy had done on the, that prototype that he'd done.
Yeah.
And you said, oh, can you keep them? So I bought the very, very same ones, except I made those ones light up. Whereas his didn't do anything, remember? Yeah. And that was the fucking thing he picked on that said that I was copying him. It's like,
it's the design of an Oscar.
Yeah, kind of had to, because he goes, oh, they've copied my design. Hang on a minute, we're copying the GUI of a piece of software. Of course it's going to look the same as yours, you dickhead. For fuck's sake.
It was mad, that whole thing was...
Oh, the whole thing was a bun fight, wasn't it? It was just... it's just mad.
It's one of the only people that I ever said, don't call me again. Never call me again. I don't think I've ever... I can think of like 3 people off the top of my head this week. No,
you don't even know me yet.
But it's just, it was mental. Yeah,
let me plug this.
Actually, he'd approached us originally saying, "Oh, I'll do this for you. You pay for the parts." Actually, it was funny because when it turned up, it was amazing. I was like, "Well," in fact, I think I sent the picture to you, Robbie. I took it up to Wonders. And we were trying it out when they were working on an album, and it was like, whoa. The best bit was I took it down to John Fox in Bath, and it was made of kind of balsa. It was nothing like Kent's. And I knocked it, John's was in this little terrace house in Bath, and I sort of had it under my arm when I left and sort of knocked it against the gate, and it just spuriously transmitted loads of CC controls from that moment onwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember saying to Kent, if you can make it roadworthy, the best bit was saying to Billy, because actually that's kind of what started it off, wasn't it? When I'd done the Ultravox stuff, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't look the same, Billy, when you're wrestling with an Ovation controller. Maybe it's really rugged.
I tell you what, though, the whole experience was a very, very valuable lesson in R&D and what it was like to work with other people who are working on different parts of the same project. Because one of the things that we ran into, because poor old Dave, I was literally phoning him every week, is the software ready? Is the software ready? Because we needed to sell the controllers because we'd spent everything. You go, is the software ready? He goes, no, it's not quite ready yet. I go, oh, poor old Dave, every bloody week, get the phone call.
That's why we did it Mac only to begin with, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because just to get it out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was like, fuck, so there was this thing about, cause at no point did I go, right, what we need to do is do this so it synchronises for when the software will be ready. But of course, when you say it'll be ready in June and it's November, that's not a guarantee. in any way, shape or form, And we're going, all right, we've got to get this ready by June. It's like this, and get it ready for June like that. And it's like the software's not ready. And
but
it's
also,
like, spend all the money.
If you're developing a product for someone else, it's always better to get paid up front.
We had no idea how much it was going to cost.
Yes, I know, but that. How do you think Silicon Valley operates? Oh, yes, we can do this. It will only be $2 billion in stage one
this is
funding.
The thing, right? This is the thing, and like so many things, right? I was going to be Mr. Come up with the ideas, how we're going to do it, and then Richard would come in and go, yes, but how can you do it cheaper? And then I'd have to find a way of doing it cheaper. And he goes, yeah, but can you find a way of doing it even cheaper?
Yeah,
but it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper.
But that's where you just say no.
This is the first time. This is the first time. So,
but the best thing in business is to learn to say no. And if you're developing a product, whether it's software
not
or
just
hardware,
that,
it's saying, right, we will set down a specification. We will not allow any scope creep. So you define what you are going to do, and you deliver just that. And then, if anything can be added later, that's a bonus.
I spent 2 solid weeks on the internet finding the right kind of fucking screws for the end caps. Right? They had to be black. I don't know why they had to be black, but they had to be black.
Anodized, yes.
Yeah, so. They had to be 12 mil. They had to be Phillips head, fair dues. They were going to need to be metric. I'm not going down that fucking road again. And all these different things.
But if you're going to sell to the American market, it's got to be imperial.
Right. Well, here's the thing. We go, well, that can't be that hard to do. Yeah, it ended up being hard to do because I then had to retask the CNC to do the indentations because you didn't want them to see the screws.
Oh, you were countersinking them.
Yeah. So there was all that. But why did we need to write touch into the end cheeks? Because that added weeks. Weeks. Plus my workshop looked like the inside of a fucking chipmunk's nest. There was fucking sawdust and shit everywhere. Because I had 200 end cheeks to carve out.
Jesus Christ.
But not only was I carving 200 end cheeks, there was all the little wooden bits that went on the front panel and the strip, right? But you had to
think about just stamping them in with a hot iron.
No, that would be sensible.
It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but the thing, so we get these bits of wood. Now we're going right. We need to get wood. So Richard's going. All right, we need to get oak. Oak is good. I mean, oak doesn't look good. We need mahogany, right? It's going mahogany, yeah, and it's got to be 1 inch thick. Or more. And he's going, oh, okay. So we go hunting around. We find a guy who makes snooker tables, and he had a load of oak, but he also had a ton of mahogany as well. And we go, we'll take it. We had no idea how much mahogany was supposed to cost. Well, no, we did that all here.
Okay.
And how hard mahogany is to cut.
So me and Sue were out in the back garden. We had one of those rotary sanders each, and I'm doing one in 40 grit, all the edges and beveling, handing it to her. She was doing it in 80. Then she'd bring it, we'd do all 200. Then I'd put the 120 grit on mine, and she'd put the two 40 grit on hers, and then I'd do all them and hand them to her, and she'd hand all hers to me, and so forth. And then the 360, and then the 600. So they were nice and smooth. Then we had to stain them all. Then we had to wax them all. Then we had to polish them all. And then we had to carve touch into all of them. And drill all the holes.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That's just the end cheeks. That's just the end cheeks. I had to hand wire every single controller. Hand wire every single one. All 100. Was it 110 pots? Was it or something?
They weren't PCB mounted.
No.
Why not?
Well, they were PCB mounted. Tell a lie. They were PCB mounted. But we asked around all these different PC manufacturers. I said, look, we need a circuit board that's, I'm trying to remember now. It was something like about 30, is it 39 inches across or something?
Jeez.
Width. And they're all going, we don't do boards that big. And we go, okay.
But then so we had split it into chunks.
Yeah, so we split it into chunks, right? And then each one had to have a header.
Yeah.
A 25-pin header on each one, which was more cost because now we've got headers. And then I had to make all the ribbon cables.
They didn't just buy the cheapest ribbon cables from China.
No, it wasn't available back then like that.
This MIDI controller that I'm looking at putting together, I started off with the idea of multiplexing 64 knobs, which it's fairly easy. And then when I started pricing, I did a circuit design, started pricing it up, and it's actually cheaper to do strips of 8 pots with a multiplexer, a 4051, on each panel, and it just reduces the price exponentially.
Mm.
And I might end up just doing 16 pots and use the 4067, and instead of using teensies, just using something like an ESP32 on each panel, and actually make it a modular system rather than a single board.
Mm.
And you then reduce the amount of coding you have to do because you're just doing it's almost like a MIDI channel per 16 pots.
Mm.
And then all you got to do is the MIDI merge at the end. So breaking a project down into chunks just makes a heck of a lot more sense.
Yeah. But you know what? The one thing that we had more than anything else was, like, for instance, Hans wanted one, but he wanted it to be 0001. And
yes, one of 5. Yes.
Yeah, well, say 1 of 5. It was probably more than that, but there was several that was 0001 in the end.
I remember.
Yeah, I think. So what we did, we were clever. We weren't going to be sort of like shady about it. So what I did was, like, for instance, Richard's one is 0001 RH. So it's personally his 0001, as it were. Because, to be honest with you, I think the one that's in the garage is the real original one. But it's only because it was the first one I built. That's all. But that was the thing. See, when you, Dave, said to me about it, it needs to be strong for the road, and I kind of took that on board too much and ran with that for too long.
5 mil steel.
Yes. Yeah, it was. It was 2 mil steel.
Well, the best bit was when I went back to Billy with it and went, "Do you want to use it for the next tour?" And he was like,
"Too fucking heavy."
Yeah, we're not fucking carrying that on cargo. Fuck
off. I know. It was like, but it was a really good exercise. I learned so much from doing that. I lost 25 grand, but I learned a lot.
And it's a work of art, man. We had somebody come in a couple of weeks ago in the studio. And they were looking around everything, and I was, what's this? And I went, just pick it up. And they were like, holy shit, man, this is amazing.
Yeah, but you remember
even the knobs done bespoke?
Yeah. Yeah, it was specially done. Specially anodized aluminium.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Did you guys never actually speak to anyone who had done manufacturing before?
No,
obviously not.
We done we talked to some people, but the thing was we weren't listening because we were saying things. We go, we want to do this, this, and this, and they go, whoa, no, I don't think that would be a good idea. They go, well, what do you know? We're going to do this because we've already set our hearts on doing it. You know, it's that kind of thing. So, is there things I would do differently? Fucking everything. Fucking everything. Number one, do not finance it with a fucking credit card that's at 34.9%. That's definitely like that. Rule number one, right? Fucking hell. Do you know what? I finished paying for that controller in 2017. You know, they were literally vintage by then.
I suppose I'm lucky. I know people who are in the electronics manufacturing sector, and their advice is always invaluable. And they used to work on the 30-30-30 process. Now they're working on the, if the product is 10% of the final retail price, it's too expensive.
For fuck's sake.
And it is, they are literally value engineering to the point where, well, I mean, they know that what they're producing will not last.
Yeah.
But it's not designed to. But once you get above that 10% cost margin on hardware, you can really encounter some massive issues.
No, yeah.
It's amazing. I mean, when we did the Fat Boy originally, we took it to NAMM. Do you remember Richard?
It is a fantastic product, and it still works today. So
I think that's what I love about it. I mean, we did say, because ultimately John Price assembled it, Games and Electronics. We did say to him at the time, we want it to kind of feel right and we want it robust. But I mean, these were early days and people were prepared to pay. But what made me laugh at NAMM was it Richard Watts? Remember Sims Watts? He was kind of a big wig in the whole manufacturing thing, and he came over and he said, "What's the price?" And we told him what the price was of the Fat Boy. And he was like, "Okay, what's your cost?" Because it was the buzz of the show that year. It was quite amazing. We kind of kept it under wraps, and but he was just like, "Mate, if you're like, that needs to be $99 in the store, and you need to be making that for $20." We were just like, well, we're tiny.
Yeah.
It's just not feasible.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I mean, even if you tried talking to a company that's got some, sort of ties with manufacturing in China and stuff like that, unless you're talking big volume, they're not hearing you.
Well, China wasn't even a thing.
It wasn't even a thing back then, was it? No.
One of the big things for me and Chris was we were constantly looking at ways of getting it made cheaper. And I think at the time, obviously, Dopefer came out with their thing. They were getting stuff manufactured. I think they might have been getting stuff in Romania or somewhere like that.
That was all Czech Republic.
And then they were talking about Poland. And anyway, we had these guys come to the house and they were like, yeah, we can set you up manufacturing, blah, blah, blah. It'll all be amazing. And it's kind of a little bit wary. And we said, so how do you do it? And this is the thing.
Slave labour.
Well, effectively, what they said is that they create these towns in places like Mexico. And the first thing they build is a football pitch because everybody loves football. That gets people to the area. Then they set up the factory. Then they set up the shanty around it. And they literally just exploit the shit out of these people. And then they close it and move to somewhere else. As soon as they start asking for more money. And Chris and I were looking at each other going, man, this is like everything we hate about the world.
Yeah.
But at the time you made the Fat Boy, I remember, getting a PCB made cost an absolute arm and a leg.
Yeah.
You know, there was none of this JLPCB or, you know, PCB way or whatever. It was, you know, you found a company that was connected to Ferranti in Manchester, and they'd make a PCB up for you, and, you know, you pay, you know, 15 quid per PCB.
Yeah, but this is the thing about the controller, right? Was that, for instance, like when it was come to making the PCBs, right? Never done PCBs before, never used PCB software, so I had to buy PCB software, and there wasn't free fucking PCB software like there is today. Yeah. I had to buy Eagle at Christ knows how fucking much that was.
Yeah.
And then learn how to use it, then make the PCB, to make up the Gerber files. But I had to do it in such a way where it had to be right, because the prices of doing a test on a board was ridiculous.
Yes.
And I go, right, I'm going to keep testing this and testing it and testing it. I kept testing it and testing it, and I went, I think it's right. And of course, there was all these separate boards. I went, okay, let's do it. Make us 50 sets. And it made us 50 sets. And I'm plugging them in, and there was one board. You go, you bastard, where the track just happens to go to the wrong pin, and I've got to cut every single fucking one of them and join it up the right way around on every single board.
Did you ever do the Electroset style X resist?
No.
You see, I used to do that, and it was
it's terrible.
I did attempt it, and I made a complete dog's arse of it and destroyed a kitchen table. And my mum was really pissed at me because it was a really nice kitchen table.
Yeah, ferric chloride and stainless steel sinks is not a good idea.
That's another one.
If you ever read Wolfgang Palm's story of how PPG started and ended, it's like basically most of the circuit boards of the 300 modulars were done in a flat in the bathtub.
Yeah.
They were all in a bathtub. And apparently after they left the bathtub, had a nice rough finish to it.
Oh yeah.
I must admit, he even was etching those the boards for the Sonic Carrier in the bath as well. Boards look beautiful. They were beautiful boards.
That is the same generation. I mean, you could mount a Sonic Carrier in a 300 modular if you really hate it yourself.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's the only way to get them to work, because the keyboard controller is just a stack of TTLs. That high, all wired up. He goes, that's your CPU, mate.
Well, I can remember Stefan Pasek, who is probably one of the most renowned people in Germany for having a lot of PPG stuff. He like just said, he built like 7 of them, and 20 of them didn't work. That's about it.
Yeah. Because I remember I befriended Wolfgang, and I asked him, I said, look, I'm working on this 1003. And I said, and every time you go up the keyboard, you get up into the 3rd octave and it just explodes. I said, do you have any schematics? And he goes, I'll have a look and see what I've got. And he emailed me the scan of a bit of A4 lined paper. And it had like a single op amp on it and some lines. He says, that's all I could find.
Well, I mean, he bit most of his stuff in the 90s.
Yeah, and what was worse, it was part of the VCA circuit. And I said, there's fucking nothing wrong with the VCA circuit, and that's really easy to work out. It's this digital board you've made that isn't digital, that you've made from TTL and CMOS and just wired it all up to be literally a processor before processors were really available.
I would highly recommend anybody to read that on his website, or I think it no longer really exists since he sold it to Brainworks, but you can still find it on the website.
The guy was a genius, an absolute genius. What he could do with just a few chips and just make it do something really outrageously brilliant. It's like, how do you even think that?
Also the 360 ultimately as the culmination of learning with a 340. Well, of a 340, of course, famously is just, so the reason it's the 2 units, you have the actual wave generator, which is basically the voice cards of a 360, and then you have the what is it? The 340A, which is the computer, which was basically their custom designed Motorola 6800 development system. So he designed with I can't remember. one of the early guys who told him, here, this is the manual for Motorola 6800 microprocessor. This does the thing that you want to do.
Yeah.
And who was he's now a professor of computer science in Hamburg again, I think. That guy who prodded him along that way. But yeah, he built his own Motorola development system after making the 350 sequencer with the official Motorola one and being disappointed with their expensive assembler board that we had to buy that wasn't very fun to use.
Well, look at what the people at Acorn did. I mean, when they developed the first ARM system, and Sophie Wilson is there drawing out the processor design on tracing paper.
Yes, but they actually sort of studied it and thought about it. Whereas, I mean, Wolfgang going from a generic engineering degree, back then you could still do a degree at the uni called engineering.
But that's when they actually taught engineering.
Yeah, but you see, the thing about Wolfgang, I mean, Wolfgang was probably on a CIA watch list because the guy could take a baked bean tin and a clock and make a fucking tactical nuclear weapon with it. The guy was a genius with anything you gave him, and he'd just be there.
Then ultimately, what killed the realizer, I mean, when Wolfgang Duren made the contact with him for Steinberg, I mean, there's a reason Steinberg immediately in 1987 hired half the development team from PPG, because they were just like, yeah, this is the future. I mean, it's not going to work on expensive custom hardware, but with PCs getting better, this is ultimately the future.
Yeah.
On a slightly different note, while you're here, Dave, because I haven't had the opportunity to talk to you, when you're setting out as a company to do something like the Oberheim or the Mellotron plugins, how the hell do you start? And have you got have you developed an in-house custom framework, or are you using Juice or an off-the-shelf package? Because when I look at the products and and they are world leading, they sound absolutely fantastic. It's sort of with I have a dual hardware software hat, and I think, how the fuck do you start doing something like that?
I don't know. I don't know. Tron was easy. We were very, very young as a company. In fact, we had an intern working with us. I wanted him to do a JD800 in software. This is like going back to the 2000s.
Yeah.
Which was obviously beyond his means, beyond most people's means. And then Chris and I'd done a ton of Mellotron stuff with Steve Hackett and various people, and I had loads of stuff on that. And I just said to Chris in the car, we were having a discussion because it was obviously too much for the lad, and we were just like, well, hang on a minute, why don't we start him with something like Virtual Mellotron? I mean, no one will want it, but it's a good learning curve because, pitch it up, the tape plays faster, nothing complex. Let's just try that. And we had honestly, we had no plans of selling it, and we played it to a couple of prog rockers after it was finished, and they were just like, you should sell this. We were like, what? Really? So we did. OBE was very, and obviously other products in between have been very different. They're all really different. OBE was, I've wanted to do the 8-voice forever. And there's a couple of very cool DSP guys that we've had, and we kind of made an abortive attempt at a kind of hybrid expander, OB something. But it never sounded right, so that got shelved. Stuff gets kind of put on simmer for a while, and then occasionally we'll go, hang on, let's take a fresh look at that. But it was funny because Hugo, the main engineer, he'd come here. I had all the gear in the room here at the time, and he'd come here kind of once a month, and I'd talk him through all the gear and what did what, and there's a 2040 in that, and that's why that sounds great. SSM versus Curtis chips. He's young. And then at one point, he just said, if there's anything in this room you really wanted modelled, what would it be? And I was like, that. And then he kind of went away and he said, actually, if you scope envelopes and various bits and pieces, and maybe we'll get one of the high-end DSP guys to do the filter. And he went, can I run with it? And I was like, yeah, but you could waste like 3 months of your time, because if it doesn't sound right, it ain't getting used. And then he played me something, and I was like, whoa. And actually, I don't think I've repeated this outside of a select circle, but the first thing he played me, he's a complete FM fanatic. And the first thing he played me with the 8 voice in its very infancy was, it was all generated in FM. And I was like, nah, come on. Pulse width mod, how are we doing that? And it just sounded amazing. And I was like, anyway, it evolved from that. But it was that was the pivotal moment. So yeah, they're all different. Right. But we're a lot more organised now. We kind of...
The skill set is phenomenal because, DSP programming, if you're not using an off-the-shelf framework, is... absolute hats off to those guys, those coders.
He's been developing this, what we refer to as a secret weapon, for many, many years, and OBE was kind of proof of concept. But the reason it was Mac, I've repeated this a million times, sorry to bore everybody else, but the reason it was Mac only was because his secret weapon is Mac, and we wanted to prove that. And if that worked, and because everybody else is like, no one's going to want an 8 voice, no one else except you is going to want an 8 voice, you're the only person who's going to buy it. And then if it worked, then we would incorporate the secret weapon with Juice. And that's what took.
Yeah, because I remember somebody messaging me because when I did that, when you sent me that that one of those final builds of OBE, and I did that video of it where I recreated Blade Runner with it.
Yeah.
And go, look, here's a piece of software that can sound like a CS80, bitches, go for it, right? And I got somebody message me and go, no, you were using the proper 80. No, that's why I actually showed the screenshot of it bloody running, so you'd know that it was OBE doing that. I was like,
I can't really talk, can I? Because I'm notorious at bullshitting people. Hey, it's this.
That launch video was fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what got us in front of Tom. I tried to talk to Tom. He didn't know wouldn't know me from a hole in the road. But somebody brought it to the attention of Marcus Ryan went, this is the best bullshit video out there. And Marcus watched it and drove straight to Tom's house and played it to him. And that's what got us the attention.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because remember when you sent me one of those early builds? Because you see, gentlemen, this is the man who bought me a Mac Mini. So I could use it because I didn't have a Mac. I go, I can't do anything with it so they bought me a Mac, a little Mac Mini, so I could bloody use it. To which I did aggressively.
You were about the only other person I thought, we might get some good sounds out of him.
Well, testing with any software is the absolute key.
Yeah, but this is it. I mean, it was quite bizarre because I'd always known that the CS80 presets they're all right, they do their thing, but it's in conjunction with the poly aftertouch and everything. But it was only until I was doing OBE how simple those presets are to recreate with OBE. Because you could literally take OBE, put it into a controller that looks like a CS8 and go, it's a CS80, mate. Because literally it's only that far off. You just fiddle with the filters a bit, so you've got like set scopes on them. And it was like, I'm playing this thing, I'm going, I can't believe that this is software. And I'm the prat sitting there with the computer in front of me playing it. Exactly. It just doesn't sound like...
It sounds too real, Yeah.
It's almost like, it's a bullshit video that you're actually in and not know about it.
It was so funny.
You think that there's somebody somewhere with an OB8, somewhere. Or an 80 playing it,
I remember when we started using the outro music on the show.
Yeah.
Sounds nice for FM.
Because everyone thinks it's FM. It's not. It's OBE.
To the point that I didn't recognise it was OBE.
No. And And that's just a preset. That's not me messing around with anything. That's just a preset. Is that that's the Blue Nile one, isn't it, Dave? I think
that was the one. That was
Yep.
the one that did it
Yeah.
for me. As soon
Yeah.
as I did that the first time, I was like, "Oh fuck, I love this fucking
Yeah,
thing."
yeah, exactly.
Go, everyone, go.
And then when we redid the opening titles, I thought, well, I've got to have OBE in there, so it's in there as well.
Yeah,
in a couple of places.
Yeah, it's become very much a go-to synth for me now.
It's funny. I've been fielding emails all evening from various people because obviously the OB thing.
Yeah, John Simpson's just asked that in the chat.
Yeah, dish.
I can't, unfortunately. Until it's officially announced, I can't really say anything. But
do you have one? Does it sound that good?
I don't have one. It sounds fucking amazing.
Is it nice and exy?
It's I can't really.
All right.
In fact, that's the whole. Yeah.
Honest, trust me, nobody's listening here.
No, the point. This evening, people. I had an email from Jimmy Jam going, "Hey, what is this? What is it?" And I know he was on the list that they were going to approach. And I was just like, I want to tell you everything, but I can't tell you anything. I'm really
I know there's
sorry.
quite a few people shitting kittens over it being 5K. I'm thinking, no, that's not expensive for this. In all honesty,
compared to a real one that you don't need to send off to service first.
Exactly.
That probably only has 4 voices in it.
Yeah.
And it works every time you turn it on.
Yeah, and it's auto-tune. Actually, auto-tunes things.
I mean, the OBX auto-tune is fascinating. I mean, it's not an auto-tune, but it's still very interesting.
No, it counts to 8 and goes, yeah. There's 8 there, yeah.
But I can remember looking at that circuit once, and it's really interesting how they did it. But it's definitely not an auto-tune.
No. But I mean, it's like that thing on the OB8 where it's same with the memory mode, where it has a sample of white noise rather than with a shit loop as well.
Well,
I mean, you could get a better loop on a 612. Honestly, you just go, yeah, that'll do, and it'd still be better than what's in that bloody thing, you know. Here we go. Jeez.
What, on the OB8?
Yeah, it's sampled noise. Listen to it. You can hear it go.
I knew they did all the portmanteau and LFO and stuff in software on it. I didn't realise.
Yeah, but that's cool. That's cool. But actual using white noise rather than buying 2 transistors and putting it on the board and having them fight each other.
What? 2 transistors? That many?
Yeah, as many as that.
But by all means, shoot
one.
me down. But how much inputs do you think Tom Oberheim's actually had in the hardware design?
I think a lot. I mean, I talked to Tom.
Bearing in mind that I'm guessing it's not purely analog. And there's probably a fair bit of DSP on a custom chip in there.
But already in the modern SAMs, the envelopes were digital anyway. So I mean, he has already there done some digital stuff again.
Yeah, but I mean, not on the X though, were they? I mean, the X were using.
Well, the Curtis, it's like the first Curtis envelopes.
I don't think the X was even using Curtis, was it? I think it was.
I thought the exports, the envelopes are the only thing that's not custom. I thought of those.
No, I'm trying. Do you know what? I'm trying to remember. It'd be ridiculous, and I've bloody got one here.
I mean, it's going to be incredibly complex.
Yeah, we see that the big lower board that did all the demuxing and everything like that. That can be a nice tiny little board now, and it'll be on the one board with the computer now.
Yeah,
and it'll be nice and tidy. It'll be surface mount, obviously. I think from the wording I saw in the advert, they're using what was the chip? 3046 or 3086, which one it is. But in surface mount form, because I don't think you can get it in a through hole, and even if you could, why bother? So it'd be the surface mount ones. So obviously a synth that won't be coming to me.
Yeah.
That I don't have to try and fix. So although people go, are you going to start doing surface mount? No, I fucking ain't going to start doing surface mount. See, these they only fucking work and they're really old. So, but
also pick and place manufacturing is now so much cheaper. You know.
Yeah, as opposed to me with a pair of tweezers shaking like this.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
you would like to see me trying to do surface mount repairs. It's just like, luckily I now know a person who's really good. Somebody I met at uni, old uni, was just like, great, now I have a person I can give surface mount shit to, and he actually has the reworking tools, and he he doesn't have the shakes at all.
Yeah. So because old Daniel, what's his name? Simon. You know Sumo. Daniel Miller's assistant. He keeps bringing me all this very, very, very new gear to repair for him. You know, when he's bringing Daniel's more older analogy stuff that I can handle. And he's saying, "Oh, this doesn't work, and this doesn't work." And it's tiny, tiny, tiny little things. And I'm going, "God, I don't know what I can do with this." Because when I put my soldering up to it, my soldering iron up to it, I go, the tip of my soldering iron is 4 times bigger than the component I'm trying to. And I go, and it's like, where'd that component go? Oh, it's stuck on the end of my soldering iron. Which way round did it go?
Well, that's of course paste. But that's when you need to use paste and the reworking station.
Yeah. But when you've got a QFN chip that has 128 balls. And measures 3 millimeters square, it's sort of no.
Put the circuit board in the oven, get it hot enough that you can then locally go around with the heat gun quickly and then try and pick it off.
But you can't reball it. It's gone are those days where people were using spark processors. It's a completely different world now, and it's going to get to the stage where the repair will be. Take out the motherboard, put a new one in, and that's it.
Now that I can handle.
But that's where we're headed.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's good.
Yes, but then you've got people on the other side of the fence going, right to repair. Fucking knock yourself out, mate. Off you go.
I mean, as I said, there are people who can do it, and more and more so. However, the amount of time it takes obviously goes up massively. So I mean, your repair bill, you're not paying for components at all. With most surface mounts and stuff ever, you're just paying for repair for a person to spend a lot of time doing it properly, testing it, checking it. Oh, this is wrong. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again, and hopefully by the 5th time, it's all perfect.
I've only ever reballed one chip, and that was for a PlayStation 3 for a friend. And it was a challenge, and it really was a challenge. And I am never, ever, ever going to do that again. Ever. And if anyone asks me to, I will shoot them.
I mean, realistically, you just need to get to reflow the board. You need to know somebody who can do that.
But if that fails, you are stuck with the choice of, what the failed component is, and it's sort of, you've got to weigh up, how long would it take me to take that off the board, clean it, reball it, then reflow it, or alternately, throw the board away and just put a new one in. It's purely down to economics.
It's user serviceable. You just replace the small boards. It's very easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
To go back to OBX, looking at the service manual on the original, it's 3310s for envelopes.
It is 3310s on the X.
On the X.
Oh, okay.
So filter is discrete with 3080s.
Discrete, yeah. Well, at least 3080s are available again.
What other fun stuff do we have? 4063s and the oscillators. We're boring. 3086s as the exponential converters.
Yeah, same as the 8 voice.
Who needs exponential converters anyway if you have a competent process at the front of it?
I had a quick comment on the Fat Boy thing. I was pulled away by work for some crap, but it seemed like a really cool device. I never got to try one, but it looked like you guys spawned a bunch of copycats too, because there was the Deptford mini control thing and the Kenton Spin Doctor. So you guys are like way ahead of the curve. That's super cool.
Yeah, it was funny actually. I fucked up. Chris said, why don't we put it with a keyboard on it? Why don't we put a keyboard on it? And I was like, everyone's got a keyboard. No one's going to want a keyboard with a bunch of knobs on to control other things. And then we went to Frankfurt, like the March, and it was just like everywhere. All the Evolution stuff just everywhere. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, but mate, do you remember the conversation when I phoned you up and I said, why don't we put a keyboard on this controller and then put the software on a board in it?
Oh yeah.
And you were going, no. Okay, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, great. If it was all self-contained, that'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
Well, I do find it funny that on a lot of the Behringer threads, where Behringer is sort of encouraging people to put ideas through to them, and
well, it's cheaper that way, isn't it?
But there are all these suggestions now for what I've been talking about for the last couple of years, which is just a really good MIDI controller, because I lust after that thing to the right of Dave, and having a fantastic keyboard, preferably poly aftertouch, but just as a MIDI controller, and lots of knobs and lots of displays, and just something that you can plug into all those little shitty modules we all have, and actually be able to control them from a decent controller rather than using a laptop.
What do you mean? Like a proper master keyboard in the old style where you can assign split zones, layers, and all.
Like the Kurzweil MIDI board, 4-channel split, and you can program it to do SysX, NPRN, whatever you want.
Well, I mean,
you've just described the Studio Logic SL88.
Yeah, and how much is that?
Now,
$2,000?
No, she's about $850.
What?
That's with a proper wooden.
Haven't seen one that
keyboard.
cheap.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, hang on a minute. I think I did get mine direct from a friend.
What was that weird poly after? Oh my god, Robbie. God, well, that's what spawned program Fat Boy. I think I said that on the show.
Yeah.
SL88 grand, 645 on tour, man.
So funny, floppy.
There you go. That's a wooden. Well, you get the mix face with it. You get the mix face with it instead, and use the mix face as which is the controllers that they have for the SL88 to give you all the sliders and buttons and Christ knows what else. Yeah. Or you could probably put a ProSonus multi whatnot on it. Lay that on top because there's bags of space, and you get 3 joysticks. I mean, what's not to like?
Yeah. What was the poly aftertouch keyboard that folded in half?
The Vax. It's come up earlier. We were trying to remember the bloody name of it because then it became CME.
Yeah, I think Wagyu said that they did the Kickstarter, but it failed or something.
No, the Kickstarter happened for the thing. I was really disappointed when I missed out, and then from after the actual product not working out after the Kickstarter, I sort of no longer cared too much.
Yeah, it was Vax 2 that fell through, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Vax 1 happened. It was just very expensive, and it didn't sell a lot. But they sold all they made in the back, and then they decided to.
Yeah.
But it was a horrible keyboard action, unfortunately. It was a bit
Sledge Yellow.
Celeste-y.
I just think if ASM can make the Hydrasynth Deluxe for 1,700 quid, or retail it at that, then actually having a decent 88 key poly aftertouch keyboard with 128 knobs and full MIDI split, 16 channel, but no audio, no synth capability. I really think a controller would sell. Yeah, well, that's it. You want lots of little.
Yeah, but you won't get a piano. You won't get a piano style keyboard with poly aftertouch.
I mean,
the two don't.
But a poly AT Hydra keyboard.
Yeah.
But
yes, but why do you want it 88 if it's
because
not piano action?
Because that's what I'm used to.
Yeah, the TS12 was just normal aftertouch, right? It wasn't poly.
No, it wasn't poly.
Yeah, TS12.
Yeah, it was. The 10 was, and then the 12 was more hammer action
was just a
type thing.
standard 76 FATA keyboard at the time.
Right. Yeah, I have the 10. The 10's great.
Yeah, I mean the MIDI board is unique in the fact that it had the poly aftertouch, but also had that kind of heavy hammer action to her as well.
Yes,
quite unique.
Well, that's what I'd like, just with more knobs. You know, it's sort of because
all those 128 knobs, they cost a lot of money for the circuit boards behind it and everything else.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's theoretically,
and all those holes that you need to punch.
But
you need to make a big punch for that.
But if you look at something like,
well, the height within the punch is quite small.
But if you look
that's very much intentional. That,
but if you look at the Hydra,
the
software development costs, you know, it's sort of, I think it is doable, but no one currently is thinking that way because everyone is thinking synths, whereas I'm thinking I've got shitloads of synths. What I really want is a single controller that I can plug everything into.
The problem is that they cut costs to put all those encoders on there. End up with something.
No,
like
I don't want encoders. Just pots. Pots work perfectly well.
Yeah,
but if you want to do it really cheap, you just do an iPad app to do it. Just have an iPad app and just sit the iPad on it.
Yeah, I don't want a computer. That's the thing. I want a physical keyboard with lots of knobs, and I can just connect it to all the shit that I've got, and just sit and play at one keyboard.
You can do it, but it will be pricey. It will be pricey.
I don't think you could sell enough for that product ever. I mean, it's probably more than $2,000, and then not in the amount, so it's probably going to be more than that. So you're looking more at $3,000, and who is going to pay $3,000 for MIDI controller nowadays?
It wouldn't cost $3,000. It wouldn't.
Well, how much is behind the like 1,700?
Yeah.
So the sound engine, I don't know,
so
maybe 40 quid, 50 quid for the sound engine, so you get rid of that.
No.
Yeah, but that's after
you've got to factor in the software.
Yeah, that's after it's developed, isn't it?
Yeah.
The thing is that
okay, maybe 100 rand per unit, but it's still
design it basically, and what a company should do is design it, list all the parts and everything like Powertran did, and then just sell the designs and make the money that way, and then have people just build them themselves, especially if it's not, a very financially viable thing to build in a commercial world. Because half the musicians on the planet don't even play keyboards.
The key is the poly aftertouch keyboard.
Yeah,
and the control aspect of that. That's, that's what you can't DIY.
If not ask CME or Waldorf. I mean, Waldorf in the past did the CME keyboards like nearly 20 years ago. The really nice CME keyboards. And now that they have, with FATA, developed their poly aftertouch, maybe they would be again in the market of making some top-of-the-line CME keyboards.
Yeah, I must admit I've made it a sort of like a rod from my back by actually either owning or trying out at least every poly aftertouch keyboard that's ever come out, and most of them have been shit in one form or another. They all have. But I must admit,
the SQ80 keyboard is great. If you're wearing very good ear defenders, you can even play it.
No.
Most channel aftertouch sucks. Look at the D50.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. The only thing is,
what's the Roland? What's the big Roland of the?
Oh, the AAC.
AAT, where they fucked it up, so you need to put a MIDI process in between because the poly aftertouch is 2 octaves displaced from what it should be. So you need to write yourself a MIDI processor that can align them again and align the events.
Plus you needed to have to play it with boots on because it was such a fucking heavy action.
No, you just change the resistor. That sends the voltage down to the aftertouch.
No, I mean Hydra have produced a polyphonic aftertouch keyboard that is completely and totally acceptable. on every bloody level since the 80. Nothing's come anywhere close, not even vaguely.
I'm glad you said that. I don't want to send mine back.
I mean, when you put it up against how much they're actually costing as well, it's like, you know, getting this kind of facility for, you know, 1,700 quid is like, fucking hell.
So when you're buying an Iridium keyboard, just to see what the new Fatar polyaftertouch keyboard is?
Well, if they've sold their tech to them, it should be similar, shouldn't it?
I mean, from all that I heard from Wolf is that it is what Waldorf developed that keyboard with Fatar, the new polyaftertouch.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing to do with.
It's not.
No.
So Glenn was alluding to what, a different sense altogether.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I just assumed it was that because it was kind of announced shortly after that. And I was going, maybe it's that. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, I mean, the thing is polyaftertouch is one of those things where when you put it on a keyboard, it just puts it onto a different level. I mean, if you put it on an M1, people would still be using M1s today.
Really? Nah.
Yeah.
But what would you control an M1 with it?
You could put polyaftertouch on any synth, and it will make, to the right player, make it sound like a completely different instrument.
But there again, I mean, you know, there's a negative side as well to this, which is polyphonic aftertouch makes you play down a particular route.
Yes.
Well, don't use
when you want to go a different route, polyaftertouch doesn't even need to be fucking there.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't need to use it.
Mm.
You know,
well, I mean,
but
if you're paying for
but
it,
you don't need it.
Yeah.
But there's always a thing that if you're paying an extra grand to have that keyboard.
It's May, June, July, August, September, October.
But November.
It's fucking 7 months before I get my new Rolly.
It can't be £1,000 because they couldn't sell the Hydra for the price they do. I mean, even though I think it was Steve Elbows or Cress had pointed out in the chat that that they've amortised the cost of the software development side over a number of keyboards. But the cost of the polyaftertouch keyboard and the control hardware and stroke software is still it's probably only going to be about $100
No,
in the final product price. If they're retailing at $1,700, you can knock off 30% for retailer profit and shipping costs, maybe 40% now.
It's a bit less, actually.
So you're looking at half the retail price, and then manufacturer profit 12 to 20% at best.
But we don't know whether they do a low profit margin to get the brand out in the first place.
No one's going to be making hardware and putting hardware out there for 5% profit. No one. I mean, you'd have to be absolutely crazy to do that. You've got to be looking at 10% minimum, and I would say 20% practically. You've got to factor in returns, you've got to factor in, service costs, etc. So the manufacturing cost of the Hydrasynth is going to be around 30% max of the retail. So,
well, I've seen inside one, yeah.
The PCB, the main PCB, is all pick and place. There's no manual intervention. It's literally, take a board off the production line.
Well, it is only one board. It's just one board like that. That's your lot.
Plug the cables in, and that's it.
Yeah.
So it is value engineered, so that the keyboard and mechanism is only going to be a very small. I mean, the case probably costs more than the keyboard.
Yeah. See,
it's sort of.
Well, what Poly AT on this has done for me is it made me want to now revisit some of my old machines that would receive Poly AT.
Exactly.
I want to dig my motif out now. up my old ES and see what that sounds like with Poly AT on it.
Yeah.
There's a guy who hacked his, well, not hacked, but just tweaked a certain way to get his Matrix 1000 to respond to Rolly Seaboard.
Very
expressive.
That's trivial. You can put the Matrix in guitar mode and channel 1 of MPE. You basically copy over to channels 2 through 7, and you set the Matrix to receive from channel 2 onwards in guitar mode.
Right.
So because the guitar mode is basically MPE minus channel 1.
Sure, but it's just another expression of how cool it is. Like Equator synth by itself is a perfectly fine synth. You put a Seaboard on there and watch out. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it jumps into a whole new level.
Well, I like Equator. I mean, I've only got the Equator 1. I haven't got Equator 2. I mean, I never got on with the Seaboard. I mean, like Daz Williams said, it felt like dead flesh.
I remember getting into trouble for saying it was like playing with a sex toy.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
It's like messing with a sex toy in the dark.
Yeah, I just love it.
I mean, what it is. It's made out of the same materials.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
it's like the David Cronenberg movie, Existenz, with a weird interface.
You know, I'm still in love with the instrument. I think it's just, you know,
it
works for me, really.
That's all that matters, really.
Now that continuum, because I've sung the praises.
Continuum.
Yeah, well, I've sung the praises of the Rolly because I own one. I spent a fucking long time trying to master it, and I get people they say to me, "Oh no, the continuum's better," and I go, "No,
it's a completely different thing.
The continuum is like playing a table."
Yeah, it has no landmarks. There's
nothing there.
No.
And then when they showed me the tiny one they do.
Yeah.
And it's a strip, and it's just suspended by springs.
Well, I mean, that's how the continuum is done.
Yeah, but it was like, at least that's got, it comes up to the edges. The little spring one, there's a fucking gap. You can drop screws down it, and it's like, oh God, what are they doing? How can this be better?
I certainly felt with the Rolly that I'd have to unlearn to some extent what I know as a keyboard. I am as a keyboard player.
Yeah.
And I actually preferred the idea of going off and trying something completely different, like an instrument, and learning that. Felt better to me to do that.
The one thing about the Seaboard is you can tune it, so you can make it less drifty.
Yeah.
Kind of like training wheels. You don't have to go full bore.
Well, you can on an instrument.
Yeah.
But
see, it's funny because I never even mentioned it in the bloody video, and I should have done because it would have made me look pretty cool. Was the fact that when I did that Blade Runner-y thing with OBE and did that video, it was polyphoning after such, and of course I didn't have the Hydra, and I was using a Rolly to play that. But the Rolly allowed me to really play it. I mean, it really comes across like you would. Well, Dave will tell you, when you sit in front of a CS80 and play it, you are one with the instrument. You play a CS80 and you become the 80 and the 80 becomes you, and there's a bond. You get that with the Rise once you've mastered it. Yeah, I don't get it with the Hydra.
Right.
Because it's keys. And it's weird. The 80 being keys doesn't do it, but the Hydra does.
Yeah,
you separate slightly.
You're not stroking the Hydra unless you're playing the ribbon controller. And to be honest, I think every synth that has a keyboard should have a ribbon controller.
I mean, it's not very hard to make yourself a ribbon controller. I mean, what's this? Three quid?
Yeah.
I mean, when doing... trying to do a good pitch bend code for it has been more effort because the voltage drift has always been a bit too hard for the things I've been lying around to actually get it to. And then, of course, if you want to do the CS80 style, it's really annoying to try and do it.
Yeah. Well,
I made a ribbon control by rubbing graphite on paper and using the op lab. So.
Always.
Well, you pretty much described the 80s ribbon controller. That's pretty much the 80s ribbon controller, isn't it? It's just a ferrite spring strung across a bit of carbon, and good luck, mate. And then a couple of 30A effects on the end. Yeah, stop it from wandering around too much. That's all it needs.
These things that just a conductive plastic track stuck to some more plastic. I mean,
yeah,
it's trivial.
They're just linear touch resistors. I mean, it's nothing to them.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, it's like with the 80, and this is where a lot of companies miss the boat because they concentrate so much on saving money. But you get that twizzle felt on the 80 on the ribbon controller.
Lovely velour.
Yeah, it's a woven velour on it's like a nylon weave, and it's just if that was just a plastic strip, you're like fuck off, don't. There again, on the other side, you've got the one that you had on the Polymogs and the Multimogs, and they are dreadful. When they wear out, they are horrible. And
the only thing those are good for is if you want to play a trill. Apart from that, they're quite
but,
good.
I mean, I hate to sound like the Kurzweil equivalent of Robbie Pacelli.
Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go.
There he was, sitting up there, quietly minding his own business.
The ribbon controller on the 2600 and the MIDI board, where you can split it into 3 different controllers, makes a heck of a difference, because you can put portamento on one, you can put filter on another, you can program it how you want, and that makes a difference.
And that expression mate is even better because you can use it on anything.
Did you know?
Have you seen the price of the expression mate now, though?
Well, I got it when it was cheap.
But did you know you could do that with the CS80 one? Because it's in 3 sections. Yeah, it's in 3 sections with 3 cut-off points.
So Kurzweil obviously copied it. Yeah, they copied it from the.
But they never utilised it on the 80. But it is there. The tags are still there for you to connect the wires up and everything.
Did they use it on the organ, the YC45?
No, the YC45 is exactly the same. 1 octave out, up, and as low as it will go going the other way.
They might have used it on one of the actual home organs, where you could play it for like your birdsong and other stuff. Because
no, do you know what? They didn't even do it on the D85. No, they kept that same design, even though it was always there. Never utilised it on a single Yamaha product. It's bizarre.
Yeah, but, what's the combo organ? I mean, it's not the D85. It's the slightly older one that only had 2 manuals and the rim as the 3rd manual.
They might. I'll tell you what. Actually, thinking about it, they might have done it on the EX. Might have done it on the EX.
On the EX1, the one that looks like a yacht.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah. I just thought I would bring that up because when you think about how many keyboards Arturia has sold as MIDI controllers, the KeyStep Pro, the BeatStep, etc. Yeah. And I just think that there is a gap in the market for a really good, solid quality MIDI controller keyboard. And I don't think anyone is meeting it, and yet there are some fantastic manufacturers out there, including Behringer.
No, they won't.
People hate them.
No, they won't.
Someone has to do it.
No, they won't. They will not.
Who is your target audience? Like the players who really would want it live. They either use a workstation or or mainstay. You can appeal to the mainstay people there. Realistically, so you already alienated like 2/3 of all the people using workstations live. So that's your customer base massively reduced. And people in studios, they don't care about the knobs. They just want a nice keypad.
I think it's the domestic market. Arturia sold the KeyStep 49 or whatever it's called. I've got one sat by my feet. And it's sort of, it was $100, £100 MIDI controller, and it just works. It's sort of, you don't need to have software to use it. You can plug it into anything. You can change the MIDI channels without using a computer. All this sort of stuff. It's quite solidly built. It's survived quite a few spills so far, but that with Poly Aftertouch, I honestly think that there is a pent-up demand, and it's the sort of thing that people don't know what they don't know, and I think that's where the Hydrasynth has become so successful. I mean, I don't have one yet, and it's sort of, I'm still deciding whether to go for the Kurzweil K2700 or the Hydrasynth. The Hydrasynth is cheaper, and actually that poly aftertouch keyboard would work with my existing Kurzweil stuff and a lot of the other synths I've got. And, you know, I know Robbie is still champing at the bit for a Hydrasynth Deluxe, and I'm sure ASM will eventually ASM will eventually service him. But
who do I have to give a blowjob to? Seriously, come on.
Exactly, yeah. But it's sort of
if you were a super booster, then Rob,
but if people are buying
do you want
the
to borrow
Hydra,
my 49?
No, I haven't got right now. I haven't got space for it.
Okay, because there's something I might be getting soon that might have to go there.
You see, the thing is, the last keyboard I've got is still here on the floor in a case.
True. Okay.
But people are buying.
Can't ask him for a blowjob there.
People are buying the Hydra,
That's what it is.
not just because of the sound. They're buying it because the control it offers them, that they can use to control their other synths. And I just think that there is this gap in the market now that Poly AT is affordable. You know, a Hydra is cheaper than the MIDI board that Dave sat next to. I mean, I'd still, you know, quite happily buy a MIDI board if one was the sort of £1,000 range, even though I can buy a Kurzweil for less than that. You know, 2600 or 2500.
Are they
easily.
expensive then? Are the MIDI boards expensive?
Oh, they're like rocking horse shit. I mean,
they're not that expensive. It's just impossible to find. I think that's more of a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, when you do see them sold, it's not stupid.
Yeah, it's one of those machines. It's cold dead hands kind of machine.
Yes.
Cold dead hands.
Because
you'd have to be dead to get rid of it.
It does the job, and I think that there's nothing else like that on the market, and I think that there is that gap there that someone has to fill, and I would hope that it's going to be, you know, ASM or Behringer that can fill that, because I think having a controller that you can then use to access 3 or 4 synths simultaneously and be able to control, you know, simple things like filter, resonance, etc. I just think there is an opportunity there.
Yeah, the MIDI board wasn't that common. I only saw one store ever that had one. So
I think I'm in trouble with Fiona.
Yeah, I think you are.
If I had a couple $100,000, I would actually fund the development of one, because I honestly think there would be a market for it.
I'd have thought ASM would do it, wouldn't you?
I'm sure it's got to be on there.
Maybe it's something they've got on the cards. Yeah. But I think ASM would probably be the only company that would seriously consider doing it. I can't see any of the other companies going within a country fucking mile of it.
If you've got the best, must be one of the best-selling synthesizers of the last 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah,
gotta be.
And it comes with Poly Aftertouch, and you're sat there thinking, now, do we just come out with a Poly Aftertouch controller? Or do we just keep selling the Hydrasynths because people will buy the Hydrasynths because it's a Poly Aftertouch controller and a fantastic synthesizer as well? Why would you're going to be? Are you going to be expanding your market, or are you going to be affecting it?
I think you'd be expanding it because.
People will buy that, but there's going to be a bunch of people who might, say, take myself for example. I'd love a Hydrasynth, but I'd actually love a Poly Aftertouch controller now. If they're going to come out with a Poly AT controller that's going to cost whatever it is, so let's say 500 quid. I'd think, actually, no, I could get a Poly AT controller, and I've got plenty of gear here that responds to it. And do I need the engine? I don't know. There's always,
Yeah, but you wouldn't need the engine again.
No,
for sure. So if they were to, if they were going to sell it as their, extension of their keyboard technology over their synthesizer technology, because they do a desktop, don't they? So so they do a Hydrasynth that doesn't have a keyboard. They do a Hydrasynth that has a smallish keyboard. They do one that has a longer keyboard. Yeah. If they do just a keyboard that's 88 and piano-ish action and all that jazz, that probably completes the set.
But
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing though that a few years ago people talk about poly aftertouch and go.
Yeah, it's a fucking myth thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I was going on about? They need to bring back polyphonic aftertouch, and it was like it was a fucking record. And I've even spoken to like developers. You go, why didn't you put polyphonic aftertouch on it? And they look at you like, they go,
oh, no one wants that.
Yeah, and it's like, what? People don't play keyboards.
Well, I think that's down to mono aftertouch being fit on so many keyboards for so long that everybody turned it off because it was terrible.
Well, they just didn't use it or know how to use it.
I don't think I've ever turned aftertouch off, ever.
But if you think like Roland, where if you're sitting on the keyboard, you still might not trigger the aftertouch. But you need to drop it down the stairs, and then maybe the aftertouch occasionally triggers.
Just need to recalibrate aftertouch.
Do you know what? I think what killed any manufacturer being interested in doing polyphonic aftertouch on a synthesizer was probably the T8. Hello.
Come on, get up. Make it work
thanks,
for
but
it.
I've got to walk to it.
I think one thing we forget is a lot of people just have one controller. Right? So I mean, I do think the Hydra, I think they could
put that away.
Cannibalize their own stuff. They put out a controller.
You'll scare the children.
I know.
If they did the controller with something that was kind of unique to the controller,
standing there with no bleeding cacks on, going, yeah, you'll have to take the coffee. I'm bollock naked.
A controller with joysticks, with a touch strip, and with shitload of knobs that you can connect to your, 5 Volkers or your 6 Behringer bits.
Oh my God! Get polyphonic aftertouch and then connect it to 5 Volkers. Jesus, why don't you just set fire to it?
No, but what I'm saying is,
why don't you just do an Amber Heard and take a shit on it?
having a master control keyboard that you can connect to all the synths you have.
Yeah. But that's a good idea. But the thing is, like I said, ASM will probably be the only company that will even vaguely consider doing it.
Yes, I agree.
To be honest,
it's got to be different than the HydroSynth. The interface, it's got to be so distinct that
I think so many people have tried to do one controller for everyone. Like, I mean, I've got a couple of Akai's and an Arturia, and the Arturia works really well with its own software. It's brilliant. But you want to start mapping it around with other stuff. It's just, it's a pain in the arse. And was it Novation? Yeah, Novation tried with this mapping thing.
Yeah, which sort of never quite
but
worked.
It sort of didn't work as well. So it didn't take off maybe the way that it was envisaged. Omnisphere have this thing where you can map their software to your synthesizer, whether it's a controller or not. But
which is probably the
nobody's ever kind of managed to do one size fits all. It comes to control, and so therefore,
but it won't. What size fits all won't work.
Honest to God, if there is somebody who is able to map their Roly to Omnisphere, come on the show and tell us how you fucking did it. Because I ended up throwing fucking bricks at the monitor before and then I gave up because it doesn't.
But this is where I go back to what I started talking to Dave about, the Fat Boy. The interface on the Fat Boy...
He's not that fat.
...was really intuitive. It was natural. It was... You didn't need to necessarily read the user manual in order to get it to work. And that's where I think so many developers of both software and hardware fail. Because if you build the proper user interface, then you will have a product that people will lean towards. And simplicity is the key. I mean, the MIDI controller that I'm looking at is just going to use really cheap I2C OLED displays.
Doreen.
And
Oh no!
Because they're so cheap, I'm actually thinking about putting one per knob.
You just told him now.
And it's sort of...
to fix your saxophone.
Yeah.
And instead of fixing your
saxophone... You cannot compete with Fee.
I can't.
Just
to find
We don't have
saxophone.
Yeah, but don't
player.
have to tell them now because you just done it with your
Feeding a
big
bottle
gob.
of wine, by the way.
Actually,
feeding 2 bottles of wine.
I can't compete with that wine, I can tell you.
She's got a teepee in her
How many
garden.
bottles?
Euphemism or what is that?
How many bottles?
One. She's got a teepee.
One so far. And there's a straw in the second.
She's got a teepee in her garden.
Competing with a bottle of
For
Chardonnay
God's
is
sake.
impossible.
Is that a
She
euphemism?
sleeps in the garden in the summer.
Do you know what? Night times in my house is totally different from the daytime.
She's an amazing woman. She really is. She's 84 years old. Stop laughing. She's 84 years old.
Hey, you know what they
and she
say,
wants
behind
to
every
play
great
the
man.
saxophone. And the keys don't work properly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she rings him.
And Fiona does all
But
the
him,
financial
he
management.
can't fix saxophones.
No, I
So he gets his missus, me, to ring around and find a
I
saxophone
can fix a
fixer.
saxophone.
He can fix the saxophone.
Yeah, but he's not in.
Yes, so
No,
we found,
I'm not.
Right, we found somebody who could fix saxophones, and you drove her and the saxophone to the shop,
I found her house.
and he fixed it. They didn't charge her for fixing it.
No,
you
they
drove her
didn't.
back home, and we didn't charge her anything at all. Why would
Winner,
we?
winner,
Yeah,
chicken
but
dinner.
the thing is,
Why would we?
I think everyone should do a favour for an 80-plus-year-old person this week. Everyone
Isn't
should
that
find
illegal?
a random 8-year-old and do a favour for them.
Yeah, yeah.
These people, they
I know someone who's 100.
plus,
Yeah.
and their children don't respect them.
I only do it because I'm in the inheritance.
Because this woman,
You got to
her
admit,
son,
you got to admit, this show is quite unique.
her son wanted her to drive to him for lunch on Bank Holiday Monday.
What a wanker.
He wasn't going to go and pick her up. She had to drive to him.
Yeah.
I think that's fucking awful. You should respect your elders. You should look after them.
Yeah, we respect you, Faith.
They've been through a lot.
Well, I'm older than you, so fuck off.
Yeah, you. Ow. Anyway.
I do wonder when
Doreen is a martyr.
We're going to hear about a murder in
I'm going to go
Epsom
and
soon.
see her. And she rang up on the other day. She
I'm going to
wanted
say
me to go
the banker
to
did it.
the Hisark with her, but I didn't. But I will.
Don't you break my Herman Miller.
I will go. And,
Which is a euphemism, by the way.
She dug a pond, right? Last year, she dug a pond. She's 84 years old. She dug a pond.
No, that
in
was
her
a
back
grave
garden.
that just filled up with rainwater.
So deep. She can't keep the fish, and I can't hear that. Look, I think you're being rude about me.
No, she wasn't being rude about you.
Yeah, whatever. But she wanted me to fill in.
It was just
The Hampton Bridge murders.
Yeah.
Whatever.
He was making an observation.
Of what?
We asked how deep was the hole she dug?
Not 6 foot.
Not 6 foot?
No.
Oh, okay.
Only 5.
Only 5.
Anyway.
Short
It's
lady.
a shallow
wasn't
grave.
she? Yeah.
Sass, when are you coming over?
I possibly in the next couple of
He's going to
weeks.
show you how to play the hydrophone.
The hydrophone.
Hydrophone is very easy to play.
Yeah.
You have humpback whales there, Kent?
Yeah. Darling.
Yeah.
Darling, can you leave my penis alone? Thank you.
That's at the front.
No, my Herman Miller.
Oh.
Be careful with my Herman Miller. Ty get very upset with you if you break the Herman Miller. Oh man.
Oh, I love
How long does wine take to wear off?
Did you tell them it was Michael Palin's birthday?
Why would I tell
Michael
them it was-
Palin's birthday.
It's Michael Palin's birthday. There you go.
It's
Consider
my
yourself
birthday, Sir Michael.
Well, it
told.
was yesterday.
He's a very naughty boy. I've
Yeah.
heard.
No, that was Graham Chapman.
I don't know.
He was a very naughty boy.
True.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you get on with your geek talk.
All right.
But remember the old ladies.
I tell you what, it's
Absolutely.
lucky I don't smoke anymore. Would have set fire to the bloody room.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
whatever.
Good.
She hasn't farted again, has she?
Bullshit.
I tell you what, it could ignite the fucking place. It really could.
Never a dull moment.
Man.
Anyway.
And now
After a brief interlude,
now
getting
for
back
something
to
completely different.
About Doreen and her sax.
Doreen is a gem. She's a fucking gem.
Yeah.
She did charity
Hey,
work.
pick up your breasts and go to bed.
It's normally a prelude to a fight, that kind of talk.
Oh no, we talk like this all the time. We just
No, I was thinking between Fiona and Doreen.
You fight if you don't talk that way.
I love you, and then the next thing is...
I love you.
Yeah.
I love you too, darling.
I love you.
Okay.
So back
Ask me again when the money runs out.
Yeah, what?
Back to some semblance of reality.
No, but you can't have that.
User interface.
Oh, she's not done.
Today they want me to work for them.
What?
I was head-headed today.
You were head-headed with today.
Head-hunted.
You were head-hunted. Who by?
I told you that road sweeper.
The road sweeper manufacturer.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make what? They make brooms.
No. Battery-operated road sweepers.
Battery-operated road sweepers.
Yeah.
They look little round
And they
things move
wanted
around.
me to do their what's it called? Spare parts department. The
All right.
logistics.
Okay.
Take
See,
the
I don't
money
need
and
you.
run.
I couldn't get a job.
When you stack batteries. Yeah. Oh, just the one. Okay. Go to bed, sweetheart. Got a lot to do tomorrow.
So, yes, user interface is really, really important. And I think that's ignored by so many manufacturers because they are cost engineering.
Yes, but why do you think then anybody would ever do it? Because it costs too much money.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to. If you're not building a synth engine into a device,
no, but for
it's
synth
purely a
engine,
controller.
Because you still need for probably aftertax to work properly, you still need a decent processor in there. So I mean, you're still spending a whole bunch of money for a good processor that can do all the parallel stuff. Because you don't have to deal with a sound engine, but you still have to interpret that poly aftertax internally in very high precision, so you can then dumb it down to the Midi, and you can apply all the functions at a very high speed.
So how many chips are on the Hydrasynth, Kent?
Oh, a few. I didn't count them, to be honest.
Well, probably 6, right? Two processors, main processor, co-processor, something to deal with the OLEDs, and then 2 DACs. And,
it was a few. It was a few.
That's probably about it.
Yeah. So, but for a Poly AT keyboard,
you get rid of the DACs. Your
you don't need
processor
a
can be a
particularly
bit smaller.
complex. You don't need a particularly complex microprocessor to deal with poly aftertouch.
To deal with the amount of data and interpret that properly, I mean, if you've seen the processor in a Lachnet keyboard, which is basically an ex-Bösendorfer guy who puts a Bösendorfer into a keyboard with probably the highest precision MIDI interface ever, where you can, again, on that processor, before it becomes MIDI, adjust it to your taste. That thing is over-engineered to the brim, but also if you ever played one, then you think, yeah, this is probably a good choice.
But what do you get? What instruments you gonna play on this Sasquatch? Like what?
Well,
I mean, is this gonna be like a System 8 where? I mean, at least there's light up. You know the ones.
Well, it's more than you know. I've got things like the Craft Synth, the Uno, the XFM. All these sort of these little.
Okay.
Little synths.
But how many appendages do you have to play them?
Well, yeah, but this is it. If you have, I mean, I've got a Kurzweil PC88MX, which is just a GM GS synth keyboard, but it has 4-channel split, so I can play quite a few modules just from the one keyboard. But I don't have access to altering individual characteristics on all those synths. But also things like the 2500 RS will accept poly aftertouch. The 2600 will accept poly aftertouch. So it's adding functionality that I don't have, and also being able to play, multiple synths. You can have an ARP running on 2 different synths at the same time on the same channel, and they will sound completely different. And it will add, you can add depth by running 2 different synths playing 2 different patches, and also being able to affect certain characteristics of the sound. So I for me, it's sort of the having a command center that I can control.
Heads. Well, what about
lots of stuff?
What about an iPad? An iPad Pro, right?
No, but
they're made by a company that I'm morally bound to buy anything from.
Because to me, that makes more logical sense.
So Keystep Pro handles 4 channels very easily.
But I mean, there are some very competent MIDI command centers around that can do which are reasonably priced. I mean, they're like 300 to 500, I think, which are really competent and basically are nearly as nice as using Mainstage to do splits and layers and complex set lists, which sort of you want in there.
But I mean, I love computers. I spent a lifetime playing with them and earning a decent living out of them. But when it comes to playing music, actually just being able to talk to 4 or 5 synths simultaneously without using a computer, for me, is really appealing.
You can talk to them without using a computer, and it's totally fine to talk to them. Just when they respond to you, that's when you should maybe start seeking some help.
Yeah,
Dave,
sorry.
Test your memory a minute.
Did you say that, Robert?
Can you remember which any of these patches on here on OBE that I did?
There's one called Tangerine something.
What? Because it sounds like an orange, I suppose.
Well, you called it orange.
Sounds like a mandarin.
You press one key and it just plays back "Love on a Real Train."
Oh, that sounds like my kind of keyboard. Right. Where would that be then? God, so many patches on this bastard.
I think I've seen that patch, the Tangerine one.
Is it in the alpha patches or the?
There may be one. Hang on, I'm just loading it up.
Isn't it great? I can't even remember the name of my own bloody patches on it.
I thought there was one of yours in the alphas.
Got no idea.
Probably got culled.
Probably, yeah.
No, Dream Team Sequence number 5 on the alpha patches. That's a combination of me and you. Hence
Dream Team patches.
Yeah, it's in the alpha patches, in the V2 alpha patches.
Oh, it's in the V2s, is it? Oh, it's
They're after the OJ Lawyers team.
Oh, this is.
Yeah, but there's a sequence that runs with that, I think, on Sem 8.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
I wish it would run. Oh, hang on.
Just turn the sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yeah, that sounds like one of the ones we used to do, doesn't it?
That's Berlin's
Ocean sequence. There you go.
Oh, the reverb on this fucking thing.
Mental.
It's mental, isn't it? It's just. Oh.
That was my kind of second epiphany on the instrument when we were doing it.
Yeah.
When I had it in the studio against the 8 voice and I'd done all the A-B and stuff, and then I just let the sequence run and I was playing it, and I was like, this feels like hardware to me. It just feels
like... Yeah.
And then I did that really stupid thing here where I was playing the 8 voice and I was like, where's the fucking aftertouch?
Yeah.
And then it was like, no, hang on, I'm not playing that.
Yeah, well, hang on a second, yeah.
Well, I'm sure I programmed the aftertouch in this patch.
Yeah.
And they were playing the wrong instrument, you dick.
Because it was something... I can't remember if I sent you the email or not, because I was saying about was it possible to get it so you could have CC assignments to the global controls?
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that.
So it's... I'm trying to remember how you... Because there was a thing I was doing where I assigned portamento to the aftertouch, so you could like change a chord and then press it, and it glid, if that's a word, up to it. So it's all like, like the auto tune that you'd have on the Pro 1, that kind of thing.
The Pro 1.
Yeah, you got auto portamento on it.
Okay, yes.
So you play it, it doesn't portamento, but when you hold one key and go up to the next one, it will portamento.
Yeah, I want to actually. That's something I do want to see on this at some point. Is some.
Yeah.
It's on the Oscar, isn't it? It's,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on! It's like legato portamento.
Mm. Yeah.
Keyed legato or keyed glide. Called it one of those, didn't they?
Yeah.
Keyed portamento.
Yeah. And Sequential called it auto, I think it was. So you could, I think it was auto porto. But
yeah, there's a few things I'd like to bung on it.
I'd still love to do a controller for this, just for shits and giggles.
Like £17,000.
No, literally. Just have
it's a bit more. It's a bit more retro because you have 8 sems. So you have 8 times for the same board you put in.
No.
Already
One sem, and you flip it over, and on the other side you got the VCO3 and all that there. Flip it back, and you got the odd sem. Yeah, and then you just have the 8 buttons at the top, and you just select which fucking sem you want to work on. Boom.
Yeah, because we had that issue, didn't we, all those years ago with the bi-directional control, wasn't it? It was like
it works on PC and not on fucking Apple. That's where I found out about Apple's... most of Apple's Midis turned off.
It was mental. There was I can't remember exactly what it was.
But that's what I keep finding with that. Because, when people say, Apple doesn't go wrong. Yeah, because they've turned off half the shit that you'd have on a PC.
Right,
you get all this facility on the PC. You don't get it on the Apple, but then the Apple doesn't fall over because it doesn't do as much.
I had a heart attack the first time I fired up my Logic X, and it goes into a kind of simple mode. And I was like, where is everything? What have they done with my fucking
You mean GarageBand Pro?
Yeah, well, I think I had to call somebody and go, what's gone on? And they were like, just turn it all on in the advanced.
Yeah, it's like when you phone me up when we were doing the
controller.
And you phoned me up and said, look, it's got to work in Cubase, it's got to work in Logic, it's got to work in Ableton, it's got to work in this, that and the other. And I got all these doors and checking to see that they worked fully within these environments. And some of these, because Cubase only, and I put Logic on. I went, "What the fuck is going on? Where is everything?" I go,
when I worked at Apple and QA, and they killed the Aperture Photo app, they killed Final Cut Pro and made it just really shitty. And now Logic sounds like they've done similar things. So
no, Logic is basically still the same.
Even with eMagic, it wasn't very elaborate.
Yeah, I must admit, when you compare Logic with Cubase, I couldn't find a fucking thing on it. I'm looking for stuff that's normally easy for me to find on Cubase, and it's like I can't find it, or I don't know where it is.
Well, I mean, in Logic, if you just go down into the environment, you can still make it feel like Logic 5.
Which is just as alien to me, so it wouldn't have helped, you know.
Yeah, the environment page, God.
Yeah, but it was the same with. I think Reason was another one. I was like, what the hell's going on? I've got to test all these functions and I can't find them, you know.
No, Reason couldn't use the T, so you never had to check for Reason.
On a slightly different note, how many synths are utilising MIDI 2?
None.
No.
Why is that?
Because it's still not. I mean, it's ratified, but I think it's still not. I could check my MIDI org emails and log it in, but.
It is ratified. There are
but it's still
a lot of new synths coming out, but MIDI 2, no one seems to be talking about these days.
Yeah,
I mean, MIDI 1 just works. You know, it does just work, and people understand it.
Is there a possibility that MIDI 2 equipment won't work well with MIDI 1 equipment, or are they compatible in some way?
No, it's meant to be fully backward compatible.
So the basic idea of MIDI 2 is that it has all of MIDI 1 in there. So if it fails to do MIDI 2 to something, it will automatically just kill all that and revert to MIDI 1.
But also, bearing in mind how long the MIDI 2 standard has been debated and discussed.
Well, feature creep and trying to get it right.
But when was it
too
ratified?
Many people.
Yeah, but when was it ratified? 2019? 2020?
20, yeah, 2-3 years ago? 18 maybe?
Yeah, but you would have thought the manufacturers would have already been taking that into account.
Some manufacturers have, or quite a few modern things apparently have better optos in them nowadays, so that you can put higher data through the normal MIDI.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Dave, darling, is there a way of it receiving key transpose information on the sequencer?
No, I want to do that at some point. That's on the kind of
because I got no input.
Well, you can do it on when you've got all sems. Obviously, that transpose works.
Yeah, of course.
On Sem 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I'd like to do, but there's a bit of logistics in it.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of, if you hate yourself, you could make a custom MIDI map that converts from a different MIDI input.
And after you finish slicing your wrists open with a blunt screwdriver.
Yeah, because I must admit, because if that could follow the chords.
Oh, if it could follow the chord track of Cubase. With proper VST, it can in theory read the chord track.
That's
data.
true. Yeah.
Whether Cubase transmitted properly into VST3, that's a completely different question. But in theory, it could read that data.
It's funny because I've been using the hardware, 4s and 2s and 8s for donkeys, and it never occurred to me at any point to not have the VCO volumes not full on. And have some dialed back slightly.
Wow.
Just to go whack. Mainly because I'm normally always testing, so it's like everything has to be full on, and then do all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to using it, backing some of them off makes a hell of a difference.
Yeah. I mean, hardware itself is such a beautiful.
Well, that's the good thing about it, because now I've got an 8 voice here at all times that I can play with. That doesn't go drift out of tune, or one VCO on one voice likes to just go slightly high all the time, and you have to keep bringing the bastard back, and then it drifts off again. No, come back.
I've just been carving out a load of outtakes from the Tom documentary. Funny enough, saying about MIDI 2, Marcus and Tom talking about MIDI.
Yeah.
And how Dave Smith had this, what's it called, the Universal Serial Interface, USI.
Yeah.
And obviously Roland had their thing and stuff, and then it was obviously Dave. I think he initially went to Oberheim and just went, actually, if the two companies get behind a universal thing, we stand a chance of getting it through. And then he says they flew out to Japan, had a kind of secret meeting where there were, I think he said there were like 3 or 4 manufacturers. And there was a lot of noise about it. And it's funny you saying about the Midi 2 thing, because he said, and then obviously everybody wanted on, and then the noise got a little bit overwhelming, and it was time to kind of back off and just let Roland and Dave deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if literally all the companies are sitting back waiting for one of the companies to, fully adopt the 2 before they're going to jump on board.
You need a major DAW to properly support it. And I mean, Pro Tools is never going to do it. So your only hope is that Steinberg, Ableton, and Apple decide to put it in. Well, maybe if Bitwig does it, Ableton will do it, and that will hopefully get stuff moving. But I can't think of too many others to.
And then Apple will do their own version, which
won't
work in
that's the big problem.
Or to be fair, I say that Steinberg is going to have to do it because Yamaha will just shoot the entire Steinberg team one by one if they don't put it in.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, would it? Because the original Midi wasn't standardised.
No, it was. It was just very limited.
Serial data.
No. It was not standardised. If you plugged a DX7, for instance, into a bit 99, it will play the notes, but it won't receive the gate off information.
But for bit 99, that's now. I mean, the DX7 sends out some of the smoothest MIDI data you can ever get. I mean, Yamaha really built that thing properly, whereas most other MIDI data and stuff to receive it.
It used to get trigger problems with Mirage as well on some of the older MIDI stuff as well. So it wasn't fully standardised right across the board. It took a little time for it to all settle in, I think.
But also with standards, with standards, they once they're in place, they become ingrained. I mean, when you look at how much equipment still uses RS422, RS485, RS232, these are protocols that are still used and implemented in modern day equipment. And the reason is because they are tried and tested. They just work.
Yeah.
And MIDI 1 just works.
I mean, yes. But as soon as you have MMC and MIDI clock going at the same time, when you need to have somebody dealing with the data properly and handling the serial data on the receiving and incoming processor properly.
How many people, outside professional studios or professional setups, for most people, MIDI 1 just works. It is literally the original plug and play.
If you want to clock a whole bunch of things together, which many people nowadays do, you start to get annoyed that even though the spec in theory does it, if you're not good enough at implementing it. And dealing with the multitasking on your end and the serial handling of it, then it's all fucked. I mean, in many ways that's a bandwidth problem. Yes, if you have a really high bandwidth thing, which MIDI 2 should be, then you no longer need to think about how you handle your data too much.
Yeah. But you see, people laugh at me when I talk about a MIDI controller that I want to be able to control, 4 or 5 synths simultaneously.
Sorry, I'm just joining in there.
And yet, simultaneously we can then go to, a studio might have, 100 bits of kit wired up, and they want to be able to select which bits of kits they use, and they might have them set up into channel banks or whatever,
You select the right track in your DAW in your template that you've all set up, and it's nice and easy.
Not everyone.
Look at all the gigging guys from the 80s that had all the multi-timbral modules and stuff, and it's
exactly.
They had some slot back then. It worked great, but there were still errors and delays and slop and.
Well, and you needed to always have your MIDI reset buttons around. Well, you
have drummers and bassists,
Who? Yeah, but the thing is, right, it's that it's a good idea, and it will be a case of a company taking the chance.
Yeah, someone will have to go hard on it.
Well, Yamaha is sort of, one thing I know from the Yamaha Pro Audio, that they're very keen on MIDI 2.0. They've been basically avoiding OSC control for everything over the past 10 years, when it's become very standard in Pro Audio to do many things over OSC. They've been avoiding it, and they've been very keen on getting MIDI 2.0 out. Of course, they haven't been doing any products for the last 2 years because they haven't been getting any processors. That branch of Yamaha is interested, so I think they might be one of few companies who hopefully in the next 3 to 5 years will release some MIDI 2 products.
I will admit I haven't really read deep into the MIDI 2 standard, but it's sort of MPE like. But the thing is, I can program a really cheap micro to do MIDI 1. I'm not sure that I would be able to do the same with MIDI 2.
But do you need MIDI 2? I mean, have you added bandwidth?
Well, no, it's not a bandwidth thing. The thing is, if it is becoming a standard, how is it going to be implemented on things like cheap micros? Is this going to actually have a cost impact on kit?
Well, you'd hope that some clever person just writes a library that you can then just steal and use all the time, right?
I can remember looking at
reusing code. Really? No, that surely never happens.
I can remember reading up on MIDI 2 protocol standards in 2011 and going, God, we need this in this controller. And it would have saved us so much grief because of the extra CC numbers that were available. Because I think we had to
for finer control, like instead of 128.
There was the higher res, wasn't there? But we had this thing where with the buttons and the knobs, because there were so many on there, it's easy enough to do in software, obviously, but because you can just keep adding the code and get it to do it. But in the hardware, we found that we ran out of, because there were CCs we couldn't touch.
You got Nerpins, you got all
so we had to go for the
last 20 are becoming problematic because you have reset and other program change, banks.
Yeah, because we got CC numbers on the controller that would make your teeth curl. You go, is that a number? That kind of thing. So some of the MPRNs had to be re-implemented. I mean, to be honest with you, John Price did a wonderful job on the processor board that he done for us. And although when I said to him about him doing another batch or making a slightly bigger one and stuff like that, and he was going, oh, no, I don't really fancy doing that at all. It was a fecking headache doing the first one. Yeah, I know. It was quite a challenge.
LSBs and MSBs and all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all the double assignments in the higher numbers that start.
Well, I'll tell you how little we knew about doing MIDI controllers, and we thought, let's do a MIDI controller. We knew fuck all about it. I remember you phoned me up one day, Dave, and said, can you make the filtered cutoff CC74, please? Why CC74? He goes, because everybody uses that. Go, oh, do they? Oh, okay.
It's called the standard.
Yes. Because we'd go, what's the next one in the line? I think it was like 28 or something. There you go, it's 28, and now move on. Go, no, can't have that.
I mean, Sassy says it's the standard. It's only in the application nodes as guidance. But that's all, the way those happens. Is because many people have used these numbers, and that's how they've become part of the application nodes, but they're not technically part of the standard. But yes, they are on the website. You can look in which numbers should be used for which things.
Yeah, there was a couple that we'd use on the controls, and they said you can't use those on controls. Like for instance, that one is for pitch bend, and that one is for modulation. Yeah. Don't assign them to footage.
But again,
pitch bend is a completely separate thing. Pitch bend is one data layer higher than CC. Or pitch bend is on the same data layer as all CCs in parallel.
But again, I go back to the Fat Boy as the MIDI controller, and what could you do, Dave, with the Fat Boy? You could change the settings depending on what type of synth you were using.
Oh yeah. In fact, yeah, God.
Just by turning a knob.
Yeah. It's funny, while you were chatting, I was just listening to the Marcus thing about the whole MIDI thing. The original communication was at 19.2 K-bound.
Yes.
That was the originally proposed.
And that was high speed at the time.
Yeah.
Well, Takahashi was all for making it as cheap as possible, so as many people as possible would use it. And I mean, well, again, to go back to PPG, Wolfgang Palm, he just looked at it and thought, like, well, this is inferior to anything. Obviously, they had their really high-speed parallel bus, which would stream samples direct from the waveform into the wave. So, I mean, they had a crazy bus. But yeah, I mean, MIDI is about as slow as possible to try and get everybody to use it. But then also, 128 values is quite a lot, considering how many synths of the time used 32 or maybe 64. Prophet 5 is it 64 per knob?
I think so.
Can't remember. It's either 32 or 64. PPG Wave is 32 per knob, only in values. So I mean, 128 was seen as a luxury.
And you still have to watch your SysX transmission rate, otherwise you can't load your patches.
Not only the rate, also how you group your SysX.
Yeah.
Good quality cables.
And the very high quality cables is fine. I mean, if it's a good interface, you can run it through 80 meters. You can run some serious stupid SysX.
Yeah,
and
if you've got error correction.
No, I mean if the optocouplers are decent and can, if your output can drive the current needed.
Sorry, optocouplers? We're talking synthesizers here.
Excuse me, MIDI per spec uses an optocoupler on the input, and
joking.
The output. If the output is just a transistor with 5 volts
cheap
at the top.
Chinese MIDI adapters, right?
But also it's sort of I really I like the aspect of MIDI too, that interfaces would acknowledge what capabilities of the synth, etc. Auto mapping, all this sort of stuff. It's all fantastic, but from a coding perspective, my God, that's going to be a fucking nightmare.
But you don't have to do that. If you don't do it, it's just MIDI 1.0.
Here's some wise words from 1996. Disclaimer. Sorry to plant this one so early on, but in the interest of heading major disappointments off at the pass, while files that comprise note or regular control data will work with any MIDI sound source, Volume 7 employs dastardly things called NRPNs, or non-registered parameter numbers. As the name states, these sort of digital post office boxes are non-registered, i.e. manufacturers are free to use a certain set of commands to control a particular parameter that maybe only their own instruments implement. Who wrote that?
Peter Howell.
Is that from your buddy? Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Spears. 1996.
And RPNs, bane of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can even remember the filter cutoff for the general, for the GS. It's 101 equals 0, 100 equals 0, and then the data is 6. I can remember that.
With NRPNs, I always have a point of just use SysX. Just make yourself your own internal company SysX specification, and just make that sensible. It's so much easier than trying to.
But the problem is that all these companies didn't open source their fucking SysX, did they?
No, so many things. If you back of a user manual, you have your full SysX table.
Not all.
Again, as I said, many. If you want to hit your head against a telephone directory, that's what those SysX tables are always good for.
Yeah, I had some that were islands that basically don't talk to anything. So.
Anyway, on that note, lads, I've got to go.
Yeah, I'm going to be off.
I've got to be up tomorrow. New car day tomorrow, so I'm off.
New car day.
New car day.
Yeah.
So, VWRT on R-Line full motion. So.
You should see the length of the badge on the boot. It's ridiculous.
New one. New.
No, nearly new. New to me. But only 24,000 miles on the clock.
Yeah.
Nice.
All I can say is I'm not rich enough to be a socialist.
And yeah.
I just looked up how much my bloody TIG one's worth. Holy crap!
I know that I've got 11 grand for my CC.
It's worth way more than I paid for it. It's like What? How did this?
The second-hand values are really.
My Chrysler is now worth £3,000 more than I bought it for.
That's good.
5 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
6 years ago.
I haven't lost much on my CC.
Maybe more. Yeah. Oh God, it's got to be longer than that because I used to take Mum to the hairdressers in it, so it's got to be 7 years old, and it's worth more now.
But that's because new cars are in short supply because they can't get the chips.
Yeah, but I tell you what, if you got a not brand new, but if you got the latest Range Rover, they won't buy it back off you. They don't want it. You're on your own, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Range Rover.
As Richard found out yesterday.
Anyway, have a good evening.
We'll have to call it a night anyway. I need to.
Doing anything between
shite to do tomorrow.
7 and 9 tomorrow night. Come and join.
Oh yes, it's PSN tomorrow.
We've got Mr. Andrew Longhurst, which will be good fun.
He's always a hoot.
Hebden Bridge.
I'll have to watch it on catch up, Robbie.
Sorry?
I'll watch it on catch up.
Good. Well, as long as you watch it.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, why hasn't he been turning up to
ITV4 +1.
Yeah.
Well, all I would say before we all go then is, Dave, if you can open source the code for the Fat Boy, I, for one, will be eternally grateful.
You got my email? Have you got? Well, get it off Kent.
Okay, will do.
And hit me up. I'll see what I can do because
that would be great.
Got it, or maybe even John Price.
Fantastic.
Yeah. He keeps all the codes. He's still got the touch digital one as well. Just make that open source.
Yes.
And then people will see what sort of fuck
if
pig
it's
it
no
was
longer
to
commercial, believe me, people. If you open source code and hardware designs, it's amazing what other people can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just extends the life of products.
Yeah, look at Mutable Instruments. They're doing crazy stuff with all the third-party stuff.
Well, look at the Behringer BCR controllers. You know, there's a lot of life in old kit.
But that wasn't open source. That was just somebody reverse engineering it.
It's effectively open source now. So, you know.
Right. See you later.
Right. Cheers, Rob.
Bye.
Yeah.
By OBE.
Right, I'm going to bugger off. Before I go, Robert, what is that stuff behind you? I can see the Waldorf stuff. Is that an M1R or?
No, that's a Wave Station AD.
Okay, and above that is that WSA?
WSA1 with an interesting front panel that sends the completely wrong messages when you press buttons.
Yay!
Yeah, Kent, do you want to have a look at it?
Not really, no.
No, but,
Still behaves, but who knows for how long.
If you ever have WSA1R around, please let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Because ideally, I think I probably just need a second corner and cross-connect boards to see where it might be.
Where the problem lies, yeah.
One time I covered the entire panel board in freeze spray, and then it worked for longer than usual. And other times it hasn't worked. So I've just gotten to the point of being really confused about it.
Okay. Have a look and see if there's a 4051 involved in it anywhere.
The problem is there's a custom Technic chip that does the main thing, I think.
Yeah, okay.
And there is one standard one, which hopefully that's the issue. If not, the custom Technic chip is in WSA1s or the other keyboard they made. So clearly just finding the cheapest of one of those to gut out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I got lucky. The one I got for $50 works perfectly, so we'll see how long that lasts.
Nice.
Yeah, you never know.
Van Dave, you might recognize the mixing desk. If it's Benja's old studio console with the 3 phones.
Oh wow. Benji's.
Yeah.
Wow. God, I haven't seen him for years.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still got that 2,500 I did for him.
Yeah, yeah. He's
in his videos, he's still
$3.5 grand he paid for that.
That was Newcomb's, wasn't it? That was originally Martin Newcomb's, but he got it off Turnkey. He bought a load of stuff off Turnkey.
Yeah.
After Newcomb sold it all.
Who was it had the, that big Emu modular I had here? The big one. Who had that? Can you remember?
Weirdly enough, I saw Robert Rosen selling one today. I was going to ask him how much, but I didn't want a heart attack.
Because that one was 4-tier. Oh, that might be. No, that might have been.
Funny enough, yeah.
It might have belonged to Newcomb as well, actually.
I can't remember.
Something about it being in a barn or something.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Because there was a lot of fucking straw in it. I know that.
Was it a repair kit?
It was. I'll tell you what, it was a bastard to get it going. Yeah. Not one single module on that did anything it was supposed to.
Oh Jesus!
Not even the VCA. Even the VCA went, nah, not interested, mate. Fuck off. I'm like, oh, come on, you know.
Sounds like a Rev 2 Prophet 5.
Yeah.
Wait, SSM.
Oh yeah.
Or is it pre-SSM?
I will bid everyone good night, and it's been great chatting.
As always, Buzz.
We'll hopefully see you on Sunday, Kent, after PSN tomorrow night.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna stand in for Dom in some capacity, wherever that is. When we just have me ugly mug on the screen going, hello, hello, is anybody there?
Send me a link through Facebook or whatever, and I'll catch up with you then.
I'd probably just boot it up on Facebook and then shove the link in the chat as usual.
Right.
It seems to work.
Thanks again to Dave for all the amazing products. We all love
it. Well, good night, everyone, and
see you later,
catch you all soon.
Everybody, cool. I'm out.
Cheers, guys.
All right, and I'll probably see you Monday, buddy.
Yes. Fingers crossed. Cool. Have fun.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye.